to you. And in a unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising the fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Welcome back, Arrivals, to Week 2 of the Ignite 2026 EMEA preseason action. I'm your host, Vaudeville, for today's festivities, and joining me is a star-studded cast. We have Lemon Kiwi for the first time on the broadcast here in EMEA, joining myself. And then Leg Day is also back. Lemon Day, Leg Kiwi, like, what is the duo name here, Lemon?
I don't know. I gotta go with Lemon Day, not because my name is first, but it lasts the whole day when we're casting, and we keep people busy. We are professional noisemakers, and we're gonna be making a lot of noise today because it's an exciting day of Rival.
Yeah, there's going to be a bunch of very important matches. We're here to see who gets into the playoffs, and unfortunately, who's going to be waiting until stage 1 until they get to play again. But it's awesome to be next to Lemon again. We've had a lot of experience working together in the past as Lemon Day, and hopefully that shines through here in Rivals.
We had some really awesome results that happened in this past week of competition that we'll go over throughout the competition this weekend as well. But the one thing you do need to know, we have a single team that is secured for the playoffs so far. That's Navi. No big surprises. They played 3 of their matches. They dominated all 3 of those. So definitely keep an eye on the rest of the groups to see who actually makes it in and who has one last chance to qualify for those playoffs. Again, it's not all for naught. You still have stage 1, even if you don't make it into the group stage. So that's something these teams can look forward to. But the big thing to note for this week, guys, is that we're actually going to be on the newest hotfix in terms of having the buffs for White Fox. You have kind of the HP nerf for the Elsa Bloodstone, and then some Deadpool shenanigans were toned down a little bit in terms of the duelist pool. So in terms of the Elsa here, Leg Day, is the 25 HP nerf going to be enough for these players to really decide if they want to forego it in the ban phase or not?
No. Back to you.
Analysis.
That's an easy one. That's an easy one, yeah. I mean, White Fox, I do want to talk a little bit more about those changes for those, you've been playing on the live patches. The tournament realm has been a little bit behind for it as well. They've had some different changes, but we do have to talk about what is available in the store right now. And well, ESU Brilliance takes center stage. Rian Londo dominates every debate with precision and unmatched intellect, while Dr. Danum Kent turns every lecture into a masterclass, bending the impossible together. They prove that knowledge isn't just power, it's control. Step to the spotlight with Invisible Woman's Rian Londo, the debater and Mr. Fantastic's Danum Kent, the professor costumes, where intellect becomes the ultimate weapon. Available right now, April 2nd, 7 p.m. PT to April 30th, 7 p.m. Pacific time. In a multiverse of chaos, the sharpest mind decides what is real here. Like, Dan, these costumes are pretty awesome, but this map is also even better.
Yeah, new looks and new maps because the city never sleeps, Spottable, but something has woken up just beneath it. Welcome to Lower Manhattan, where the iconic streets meet hidden depths. Gotta fight through open avenues, historic buildings, and quiet courtyards in the shade of the Alchemax building, and then descend into the secret labs below, where Kingpin waits, pulsing with unstable energy. From restrict level clashes to tight interiors and vertical engagements, every corner will shift the balance of power as you push that convoy through. This is just New York. This is about what lies underneath and what has been awoken.
That map is going to be a game changer for competitive, but not active right now. But you know what's active right now, guys? Drops. That's why you're here. We got brand new drops, of course, for those streamers out there. So, go live, guys. Go co-stream right now, because guess what? We got nameplates, emotes, and an exclusive Gambit costume. It's giving cyberpunk, it's giving fashion, and it looks even better in game. And depends on how many hours you're going to be here, but hey, I'm expecting 5 or 6 hours for those who are going to be asking in chat. So stay tuned with us to get some awesome stuff for in-game.
It's going to be great just to see everyone involved. I mean, all the watch parties that are happening. Shout out to the people that are keeping the love alive for Marvel Rivals from the off-season to this preseason of Ignite. But going back to what I was mentioning, the White Fox changes for those who, have been playing the game but might not have been paying attention to the pro scene. We didn't have these in last week. So now after you use your Kumiho ultimate form, you are actually able to have all of your spirit tails available to you. You can actually heal yourself for 50 HP when you use your Spectral Surge, which is the charm, which is really awesome. You actually have more sustainability for the White Fox. And the Spirit Sanctuary, which is your teleport, you don't have as much instant healing for your allies. It's only 50 HP instead of 70, but you now heal over time in that aura as well, which is pretty great. And then the Blessed by the 9 also, which is your kind of buff that you use for your allies in your ultimate form, no longer consumes health and has a 2-second cooldown. I think these changes were kind of warranted for White Fox, but let's talk a little bit about the schedule for the preseason group stage. well, we're in it currently. It will end at the end of this weekend on Sunday. We'll know everyone who makes it into those playoffs, Lemon.
Yes, and you get that nice week or 2-week break, depending on what region you're in, before playoffs begin. And we are going to be eliminating teams today. We're going to be qualifying teams today. And for those who are like, wow, now Na'Vi qualified, but Virtus Pro haven't, well, some teams played 2 matches last week, and some played 3. So those first to 3 wins are going to be what's most important. First 4 losses, you're out. But this is what's on the line, Vaudable.
Yeah, $50,000 in total for every region for the preseason. $16,000 USD leg day. That's a lot of bucks.
Yeah, that is quite a bit, especially just for preseason. Like this, the prize pools are only going to get bigger as we move through the year here at Ignite, but it's starting off sweet with 50 big smackaroos ready to be dished out to the best that EMEA has to offer. And here is a look at our map pool. The most burning thing to look at here is probably Shin Shibuya has had its long-awaited return to our competitive rule set. This was one of the first maps in the game, one of the first 2, I believe, alongside Yggdrasil Path, and is finally coming back. Many of the earliest tournaments saw a lot of play on this map, but those strategies have been long dormant and needs to have been heavily scrimmed. Or might be a pocket pick for a team that wants to surprise someone.
I think we've only seen it, on like a map 3 super occasionally, super rarely, but also the Museum of Contemplation is a huge favorite amongst our players as that pick for the second map. But Vaudable, help break this down for the ban locks, because that's very different from MRC.
Exactly, yeah. If you ban something, it's banned for the other team, not for yourself. And if you protect something, it's only protected for your side. So being on either the left or the right side, the attacking or defending side, is super crucial for that. We'll get more into it when we're actually talking about the matches themselves. These are the team rankings currently, and as you see, Na'Vi already qualified with 3 points into the playoffs. But they want that #1 seed. They want the best odds and not having to face Virtus Pro as early as possible. So they're playing against Heretics later today. That's going to be a matchup to keep an eye out on. But the big thing, too, towards the bottom, Peps and Pulsar fighting for their lives here leg day.
Yeah, Peps and Pulsar, they are going up against each other to potentially avoid last place in the group. They've still got a little bit more legs in them when it comes to earning some of those points. On the other side, VP only played 2 matches so far, but has walked away with a pair of points from them. Same for Rad. And it seems like this group is really starting to crystallize with VP and Rad floating to the top. The matchup between those 2 is going to be definitely the one to watch for Group B this week.
And Crown falls on that
Sunday.
chopping block. And Team Vision really surprised us, right, Vaudable, from last week. But Rad and Virtus Pro are so perfect. 2-0 wins, not dropping a single map. Really excited to see how those teams clash today.
And these are the matches to keep an eye on for today as well. The main one, Na'Vi versus Heretics, decides the top of Group A most likely. Also, VP versus Vision, both teams undefeated. Can Vision keep the hot streak up? And then Reason versus Rad is going to be our first series of the day. And a lot of questions remained after Minty's interview, the manager for the team, and said, we got DRP and Ballast, but they're on loan. They're substitutes. Are they going to be playing today? We have the roster. We know who's playing on this team. We'll give you a little bit of insight once we actually have the graphic for it. But talking about the win conditions for these teams, Lemon, for Reason Gaming, how do they usurp the throne that Rad Esport have really held themselves to such a higher caliber than other teams from the MRC circuit?
That's an important point you brought up, though, about just all the roster changes that Reason Gaming have had. They've only had 2 matches, and they've played with different duelist lines, different Vanguard lines. The strategist lines are extremely interchangeable, but the duelist duo you're looking forward to seeing is Nocta Ballast match 1, Simba Ballast match 2. So Ballast seems to be that mainstay. And like we know him as that big carry, that Elsa player. I'm looking forward to seeing Ballast. But, changing your roster so much does affect how much time you have together.
Yeah, like when you change your roster that much, it can be like, especially when you bring in, like you said, a carry like Ballast. Suddenly Ballast is surrounded by people they don't know as well, and they're like, well, I've got a carry because I'm on Elsa. I've just got to trust that my team are going to be there when I go in. You've probably done this before. If you've scrimmed and then played ranked, you kind of get the brain disease where you're like, you know what, I can make this play. Like the strategists on my team, they know that I'm going to try and make this play. They're going to be with me. Your ranked strategist, maybe not quite as aware. here's a quick look into Reason's roster. And look at that, we've got some pretty pictures ready from Reason. Nice to be seeing everybody here. And Simba definitely has been a big addition to this roster. Doesn't have a huge amount of experience at the Ignite level thus far, but has been picked up from the mid-rankings of MRC by Reason, who clearly see a lot of talent in Simba and want to foster that.
And
Yeah,
DRP
Kit Kat
is playing too.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I was about to mention, we have a little bit of a different roster than you see on screen that is playing for this. DRP is actually in, and so is Ballas, subbed in from the Lunex loan, as we were talking about. But we also got to mention this Rad roster. A big thing since we have those subs is that they're actually playing against the old Chop team, or at least half of it, which is what you see on this Rad team as well. I mean, Crazy Kitty definitely expects some big things from them on their side, but kind of key players, Lemon, you would say we should highlight from this Rad roster. Who would you have in mind?
Yeah. My favorite being Crazy Kitty. I just became a #1 Crazy Kitty fan from MRC. Absolutely insane on the Elsa. But then you got the Smash and Mash. Like, I already love, like, the chemistry of the names. But
Sounds
Smash
like English
being the other
breakfast.
coolest. Right. And actually, yeah. Like, is that British somehow?
Smash is a brand of mashed potatoes, like instant, like dry mashed potatoes in the UK. So it definitely checks out in having the culinarily aligned names.
You got Ducky and Lugia on the Vanguard line, so that has some, mythical bird, and then Ducky less mythical, but
Cute.
very mythical in game is what matters.
Exactly. But looking at these two rosters, I think the big thing is, okay, this is the roster we saw actually get the win for Reason Gaming. They stuck with it. They decided in the back end, it's like, okay, we saw this as our best chance for success against Rad. We're going to throw it back into the fold and see if that is enough to take them down. And that's the big question. Can Reason Gaming keep their group stage dreams alive against Rad Esport? Rad Esport, though, if they do get the win here, that does guarantee them the #1 seed, at least for now, until versus pro play. And also a berth into the playoffs there specifically. So talking about that leg day, it sounds like these players are getting ready to get this match underway in mere moments. And for that as well, I mean, Reason Gaming, what do they really need to focus on to try and take down Rad?
I think just integrating Ballas in terms of being able to direct all those resources towards Ballas, especially if we're going to see an Elsa versus Elsa matchup here. We don't know whether these teams are going to prefer banning the Gambit or prefer banning the Elsa, but it seems at the moment the meta's crystallizing in the bans to like try and get rid of that Gambit first, which is likely going to mean, as Lone pointed out earlier, Crazy Kitty versus Elsa as one of the mainstays thus far. And it feels definitely like Rad are much more used to getting Crazy Kitty all those resources.
Well, we have our first map. It is Krakoa that we are going to. Rad, they have a win on this so far, but this is the first time on stream Reason are playing on this map. So maybe not as experienced as they would like, but also makes it so that Rad might not have the strategies to ban against them here, Lemon.
But Rad are so strong on this. Did we all watch Rad versus Crownfall? Raise your hand. I did. They 200-0 Crownfall, and I was already super hyped about Crownfall coming out of MRC. So if Rad can 200-0 Crownfall, then I think they could maybe do the same thing to Reason. And they showed some really cool compositions, whether it's around Lugia's Hulk, which we don't get to see every day, Ducky on the Groot, making sure everything is boxed in. We even had Emma from Lugia as an Emma main. I'm so stoked to see more of her in game.
Please. I know she doesn't have as much win percentage as we saw from the stats that were released from the most recent season, but come on, Emma's so fun to play. But we will get to see the compositions and what these teams come out with in mere moments. Again, they're just getting ready in the background, powdering their noses, and getting prepared for their big debut in week 2. Reason Gaming, of course, for the roster, for those who might be interested to know exactly who they're playing with, it's Kit Kat, Seijiro, Ballas, Nocta, DRP, and Pasuo. And that's the team to look out for in this specific series. But I can yap all day, but we have casters to bring you the action for this matchup. Reason Gaming versus Rad, group stage, playoffs are on the line. Let's get into it.
All right, thank you so much, Vod. Let's get stuck in. Our first map, as always, Domination, randomly selected. This is Neutral Ground Lemon, and we have ourselves a divergence already in our bands. One team wants to play the Elsa, the other team might have to play the Gambit.
Dude, that's the big thing we're talking about. Do you want to face a Gambit team or an Elsa team? But it's not just Gambit you're getting rid of. It's Rogue and other important team ups around it. But hey, Reason, can I cope here for a second? Reason's
Absolutely.
best look was on Krakoa. Reason fans, I got you. Because they went up against Vision and they went all the way to round 3 on Krakoa. So that's really exciting. But it was also playing with DRP, and that's with that Magneto that we love to see from it.
A first person from a Mantis here. This probably means that Reason are going to go for a triple strategist lineup. This might be all about maybe just hyper-pocketing Ballast, but given that Elsa's already been banned away, you can see Ballast probably going to be hovering over here on the Psylocke. This is Ballast's signature hero. Back when they used to play for Alcazia, Ballast was a real standout on that roster. They're protecting Ultron as well. This is a very strange draft, but Reason Gaming, like I said, they're just all in on this triple strategist here. This is all about giving Ballast double damage boost, both from the Mantis and from that imperative patch that comes through from Ultron. And like we said in the pre-show, this is just all Ballast all the time.
And Reason are that unique team. They really like even playing Jeff so much with a Gambit, no Venom. By the way, both of these teams don't really lean on the Venom dive as much as others do, but you get away from the dive so much on Krakoa domination. Got another Ultron protect, so especially seeing Ultra, these triple strategist lines, as a more offensive variation of it. You could see it with usually a Mantis, or depending on what the third choice will be, sometimes an invisible woman. It really depends on what the teams want, and I love this meta on how diverse it is.
Oh yeah, we have plenty of diversity here. And that's going to be shown out well. Noctis going to be the one to swap over onto that strategist role from the usual duelist as expected. Ballast currently hovering the Psylocke. I'm surprised we didn't see a ban over onto the Psylocke after getting rid of the Elsa for the side of Rad, because that would have taken away one of Ballast's other hyper carries here, but maybe you're a little bit, you're just hedging your bets thinking we can deal with the single duelist that is the, the Hulk's coming out as well from Lugia. I'd love to see this.
Yeah, he's playing it again. It was so fun to see how him and Ducky on the Groot at the time paired so well at trying to own that space, and you didn't get to see too much White Fox from this Rad team. We're still kind of figuring out what strat line we want to go with, what is going to be the triple strat variation with that Ultron, and Ducky is going to be on the Magneto, but Smash is the one on the Elsa, and Ballast is stuck on the Psylocke. We also like to see him on Daredevil as that secondary when Elsa isn't available.
2, 1.
All right, doors opening. Let's see how the first one goes. One of the things I really want to talk about here with Paso in particular for Venom is he's great at what we call a soft dive. Just going in with their quick frenzied arrival and then instantly getting out after forcing a resource. Not really putting much of their HP on the line to claim that initial space.
Passio, when he does get to play, it's either Deadpool or the Venom, and he is going to be the one to lean on, where usually Forever is the one as that secondary Vanguard who's on the Angela, but we'll have to get all the support from DRT, I should say, with these bubbles, but that's a great first pick from Reason.
Hugo going to start with, now DRP's looking after Lugia as well. There's plenty of healing going their way from the triple strategist of Rad, but initially Reason Gaming just claim all this space. It's the perfect pick to get, and DRP's mastery of Magneto is going to be what grabs it.
So much damage boost when you have the Ultron and the Mantis, and it's gonna make diving onto a Mantis very unfun when you're just gonna suffer from narcolepsy. But Reason are not suffering from having the point. Little passive dive from Passivo, and Rad are working up towards the important ultimate. Mainly just poking things down, protect the Elsa composition. I'm looking to see Mash show us how strong the White Fox is after the patch.
There's a down to butterflies happening. Oh, I think that was supposed to miss that out of it. Likely from the charm of the White Fox. That made massive responsible for that one. Nico's going to Ultron, making sure that Lugia is going to be healed up. There's going to be answer on the other side coming in from Nocta as well. So there's plenty of healing to go around for everyone. Remember, that burns through blue health rather quickly. And so the Venom is going to be in a very difficult position. DRP needs to anchor down on the point, dragging in Ducky, who has to bring up their metallic curtain to dodge some of the incoming fire. And now Lugia drags everyone forward, ready to go absolute world breaker mode.
DRP is somehow still alive. The Apex Predator thrown out by Smash, and Reason have not fallen yet. The Venom chops down. DRP Meteor ends, and Rad are fighting tooth and nail to get the point back.
Crazy Kitty, big plays already. The World Breaker ready to break down the worlds of Reason Gaming now. Kit Kat going to be continuously pummeled away from the fight while channeling that Soul Resurgence, grouping together to try and supplant Ballast, and indeed even on the second attempt of the Dance of Butterflies, there's no value to be found. The Ducky, for now, just going to keep it a little bit calm. Doesn't want to move forward into this, but 82% already for Reason. They're running out of time.
And it just takes one more fight to win the round. And like I said, this is probably one of Reason's best maps. They forced it all the way to 3 in their very first match of Ignite. Rad, though, will have to lead that charge here very soon. Lugia is getting active. But removing these anchors from Reason has been the biggest challenge for Rad. They need a convincing fight win. Are they going to flank with Lugia? There needs to be more commitment than just Lugia going after the strategist. And Reason Gaming, they're not giving this up.
Smash control on the off angle here could be imperative. Lugia's even got damage boosts as they just continue pummeling down DRP, who can't stand up to a verdant Fists of Fury that are given over by Lugia. And at 99%, that's going to be the flip.
And now Rad have to play flawless from here on out. Expect Ducky to be the one that anchors that objective, to stay alive, to stay at the front. And as soon as that health drops, expect that Meteor M to come out. But Nocta could even start draining those health pools with the ultimate. And Reason Gaming, they're in a comfortable position to build up towards those ults and just pile it onto the point. Rad, though, you need to see Lugia take some initiative as he always has, and he gets pulled, and that's what you gotta be careful for. And he does escape to his team.
Rage of Ultron to try and open it up. This is going to make sure that Passo can stay in for a while longer as well. Down into banner form. The Apex Predator shown it's actually peeled for with the Meteor M from Ducky to make sure they could deliver everyone back to the Elsa. But it seems no casualties going to be confirmed here. Passo demands an imperative patch drone worth of healing from Nocta, and Ducky stands alone. So much of a healing Eaton DRP drops a big one on Lugia right there. And that is going to be a forced re-engage. Oh, the double strategist ultimate. It's going to be answered by only one from Seijiro. Ballast hangs out above, waiting to try and destroy that nine-tailed fox form, and Nox is getting even more, just floats imperiously above it all, but it's far from magnanimity, which is given over by the Ultron. A flight away from Luna, but directly into the hands of Ballast, and Lugiago might have to try and stand up to all of this alone, as Ducky has brought it on up. Lugiago with a quick reset, and Rad lose out on the first point. What a show from Reason!
What a showing from Reason to be able to stall out these fights to the point where you're at 99% before the flip goes through. Rad are running triple strats. They only have one duelist. All the eggs are in the Smash basket, and they are the ones who got Smash. Smash was not part of that final fight. Got picked off, and then, like you pointed out, they had the double strat ultimates of Fox and the Luna Snow, so that's just not something you want to really mix up. You want to try and stagger that, and the Reason we're able to match strat for strat and able to stall out until eventually the damage scales tilted in Reason's favor. Watch out for what Reason can do on Krakoa, but despite going to round 3, Reason did drop this map in the past, so it's about not always how you start, but how you finish.
Yeah. Lugia giving up the Hulk. Heading over now onto a Venom, seeing the way that Passo was getting here, especially the slows off the back of those cellular corrosion tentacles. Really good at making sure that disengage can be a little bit too hard to manage. As we roll out here, Ducky's once again going to be leading the way, but can't afford to get surrounded again.
But Lugia, I think, wanted to be able to go deeper with his dives. I like this Venom choice, and there is so much verticality on this map. Already the dive initiated from Passivo, but you don't have, you do have a Magneto for Passivo, but not for, and also for Lugia. But Crazy Kitty has banked this one up, lets it rain to support Lugia, who's been exiled, so he's almost saved by this moment, and the cap has almost gone through for Rad.
Yeah, this is dangerous times here for DRP. Needs to try and stay on the point, but you better believe a lot of the pressure is going to be going the way of that Magneto. Quick pop in here from Passo to keep this one contested. Lugia Goats already used their own symbiotic resilience. And finally, it seems like Reason Gaming is stepping up to the plate on the point. Might have to see a Rage of Ultron here just for that burst healing over onto a Venom. Smash Nez, the Apex Predator in the back pocket, knows exactly what they want. In comes the Feast of the Abyss, and boy is he feasting. Ballast for Char Drill on top of it, just for a little bit of added flavor. And boy, it's difficult to try and take out Match in that Fox form. It is going to be easy to cap the point with Rad sent scurrying away.
And it's been so important that Rad do not have a Mantis for this triple strat. You only really have that strong CC of the Luna Fox to stop these Venom dives. Like, yes, White Fox can delay it a little bit, but the sleep is what's been so critical for Mantis. And that means Smash is not being peeled well enough. He had that Apex Predator for that fight, but was never in a position where he could find a good lane to throw that down. But this may be the perfect moment for Smash, depending if the pins line up.
Spectral Surge, unable to try and get the charm there onto Passivo. It will interrupt the symbiotic swing if it can be found, and controlling the high ground here is super important for Smash Nez, given the pathing of the Glartrox in towards the back. That is a huge Feast of the Abyss. The entire backline has had its healing impact debuffed. Up comes for Sanctuary. It's going to be an exchange between the Magnetos who both pelt each other with Meteor Rem, but now it's down to Crazy Kitty to try and make something work here with the Rage of Ultron, and on top of it, we've got the Nine-Tailed Fox form as well, heading in towards the back line. But once again, it's real value from Seijiro. The Novalet with Nocta, the comms may well have turned around into a bad position as there's so much healing, and Vertigo's able to outdo them all with a singular use of the Fate of Both Worlds. Ballas caught with a Spectral Surge. Now Crazy Kitty easily able to just rain Encephalo beams down upon Reason's defense. A quicker flip this time. The Passivo is going to exchange HP for a little bit more percentage.
Yeah, having that later Fate of Both Worlds, as you pointed out, the strategist ultimates that kept Rad sustaining and kept the fight in their favor at the end. And thank goodness they flipped it at the around 70% mark, because this is how Reason Gaming won that first round on Cradle. The way that they're able to stall out to 99%. Now Rad have a chance, but they don't have any ultimates. It was a big investment. Look at how Passivo is going to kick off this fight with his, and Ballas choosing to go to the Phoenix. This is going to be what rains down hell on this team.
An Alpha Strike once again, but no casualties are found, and DRP will stand alone. The healing too difficult to get there, and a living bullet just instantly placed into the back of DRP. Lugia exchange on the other side, but now Passivo has to kind of solo Vanguard this one. They can't afford to flip. Oh, so many members here, including the Magneto. Rad have let the points slip through their fingers. Unforgivable plays, because now Ballas can just claim all this space, and he's in absolute heaven. No one can really do anything as he just rains down fire from above.
Every stagger here is going to be critical, and Ballas's mechanics are on full display. He needs to be pressured off this high ground. Look at Lugia to soft dive and deal with that. But a few more seconds for Reason Gaming to claim before they steal away a map 1 from a favorite. Rattlesnake have never lost a map, so this would be insane.
Oh, Crazy Kitty trying to take it into his own hands here. Don't want to lose the map, and it starts with the Rage of Ultron. A quick charm onto multiple players for Spectral Surge. Gets its value as well as a follow-up with the Fox's Marbles. DRP and Passivo instantly down. The meat is gone, and that's a quick retake for Reason Gaming.
A lot of effort ahead of Rad to catch up in the score, though, and any misstep will be the end of this map, and it is a best of 3, so there's not a lot of second chances you're gonna get, but the Apex Predator is gonna be even better for Rad to defend with, and you have 2 Vanguard ultimates, so Reason Gaming having to fight into this. I want to see these Flyers take control of the high ground to get Nocta in a best position to let his Rage of Ultron unleash, and Strat ultimates in favor of Reason Gaming, so if they can get control of this point, the sustain will be in their favor.
Okay, Rage of Ultron from a little bit further away. That's going to tear through the health of the Venom there. A quick teleport away. Smart play. Is going to be moving quickly over onto that run. And so Nocta just able to continue pounding down from above. We do have a pause coming in here, but we can quickly talk about Rad and what they are going to be able to have to play with here. They've got 2 strategist ultimates, both the Kumiho Unleashed and the Fate of Both Worlds, so I think that they are going to be able to pull through on a defense here, which has got so much sustainability.
And so much damage from the Reason Gaming side. They've just activated the Mantis ultimate, so I'm looking at Ballas to end this once and for all, and man, we're already getting a shakeup, guys, in our very first match. Vaughn, like, Reason Gaming are just this close to a win.
I literally can't believe it. I think, like, if they do win this series, the first interview question I have in my mind is, like, how did you guys come up with this composition? We saw a little bit of it from Shikigami, but now we see it here coming out to play from Reason Gaming, and I think a lot of teams are realizing, oh, this actually works really well. The high ceilings that we see for this specific map, it works pretty decently too. There's some decent positioning that you can have with the Ultron behind, like, the stumps on this specific sub-map as well, so it's pretty great to see the strategy that's coming out from this kind of pick and ban line that we saw from them. That's unorthodox compared to what we saw before, especially the Venom play. I love that coming out from Reason Gaming, and they almost went for the ban on Rad, but I think the Invis ban was actually really big here, Lemon.
Absolutely, and also the difference of having a Mantis to no Mantis, the double damage boost from Reason. You're putting all the eggs in the ballast basket, and man, is he delivering with these picks, and Reason only need one fight win to give Rad their first map loss of the preseason, which is, I would say, unexpected, but like I was saying, Vod, earlier on, that the best version of Reason we saw was when they went to round 3 against Vision on this map. So I had an inkling that maybe the chaos of domination really favors Reason.
Yeah, domination, I mean, they've done pretty well so far on that, so it does look good. I'd like exactly the ban line that we had from them here. It's also interesting, too, that they focused on, you know, the Gambit to make sure that that was taken out of the equation. Whenever they've banned Gambit, they've done somewhat well, so it worked out at the start there, and hopefully, for Rad's sake, depending on how this map goes, they can figure things out for map 2, but it makes sense why they wanted to make sure that their network connectivity is as good as it can be for this map here, like Dave, because this is down to the wire between these two teams.
It's down to the wire. That much is for sure. The thing that I've been looking at here is like the new combo from Reason. We're used to, in pro rivals, seeing a lot of Endgame Inferno, Phoenix Ultimate, and Magneto's Meteor M comboed for burst damage.
That's true.
But the interesting thing here is that because we're not dealing with too much overhealth among the strategists that Rad have, we're seeing a Feast of the Abyss and Ensong Inferno combo, which is quite interesting.
It's really good.
Feast of the Abyss, it does a lot of percentage health damage, as well as applying that healing debuff,
Yes.
which against like a huge amount of healing that we're expecting from a team like Rad that has such like a Lunar Snow for a Fate of Both Worlds, it does seem like it's able to try and break through those strategist ultimates and find the casualties. So a little bit of innovation here from Reason Gaming, and you love to see that kind of innovation be rewarded with results.
I was also curious, like, when we would get to see this combination from other teams in terms of, like, the Luna Snow and the White Fox combo, the Luna Fox or whatever they want to call the duo there as well, between these two. But, I mean, having that charm, I really just want to call back to the charm that we saw happen on Ballast right as they were using the Dance of the Butterfly in point 1. Like, that was insane. I still can't believe they pulled it off. I thought just the ult just somehow didn't work for some reason, but no, it's just the skill of these Rad players. And I feel like if they use those charms a little bit better, it might work out to their advantage here, but it's a tough spot because, again, having the Mantis damage boost, I think, is a really big difference between the potential of, like, getting your ults up a lot faster, but also confirming those KOs, especially with Ballast swapping from the Psylocke to the Phoenix. They've just been able to be so much more lethal, it feels like, and not get focused down as much as they were, Jen.
Yeah, and you pointed out kind of the charm of the White Fox and how it canceled that Dance of the Butterflies in the round 1. I think Leg Day spotted that, so very exciting, but also exciting to get back into games, so it was nice talking to you, Vod, but we have a map to finish, or a map to extend, and we're right in the middle of the fight, Leg Day.
Right back into the thick of it. One fight to rule them all, and Vertigo's ready to dance their way through it. VFX Predator in towards the back, grabs Seijiro. Beautiful bubble coming on through. Excellent peel that is done over here by DRP, but it seems like Paseo has not been able to get value out of their own Feast of the Abyss. Is knocked away from their victims, and so the corrosive tendrils break away. Now looking into a backline once again. Rad a double stunned by the incoming flames of a Phoenix up towards the sky. Smashed is in the middle. The elephant gun, the monster piercer, tears through Reason's vanguards, and now it has to be down to Paseo to try and stay here in the midst of all this. Crazy Kitty hides behind the log while channeling the Rage of Ultron to just try and get that passive healing and keep them in the fight. Running out of overtime, and Paseo's too high to get there. We're gonna go to a... Wait, that was Rad. Oh, okay. Rad's able to grab it. Reason Gaming, they'll go to a map 3 here.
Now we're going to Cradle once and for all. Reason Gaming making this a marathon, not just a sprint, but smash with the beautiful picks at the end turned it in their favor. Crazy Kitty surviving with the Rage of Ultron, got so dangerously low, but played around the cover of the stumps that surrounded the objectives so well. Rad scrapping away. But now this point in particular is a little bit less forgiving for those flyers, not as much cover, and it depends on where you want to take that initial fight, on the high ground or towards the point. It also takes some time for the point to unlock, but we've really set 2 different flavors of compositions. And Lugia, don't tease me with the Emma. I'd be so excited because the Emma is so strong at peeling for these soft dives that the Venom brings you.
Oh, cheeky early portal play here from Ducky. Who is the mugging target? Kit Kat's the likely one here. You can put it in the doorway to try and guarantee that someone's walking on through, but nice, it seems to be avoided. DRP is who they want rolling on through with the diamond form already, but straight away in comes the metallic barrier, and it seems like Reason Gaming would be able to slip through the clutches of Rad. They were expecting this one already, and now Rad, they only have low ground control. They need to rotate around.
I like that Rad are using the Cloak and Dagger too. If you're going to play this more frontline brawl, then the Terror Cape is just going to be able to maximize damage because that's what Rad felt like they lacked and why these fights seemingly go on forever. They want to end it once and for all, but the picks from the sky is what I'm talking about. These Flyers don't stand a chance against Valis.
Yeah, the double damage boost on Ballas is just absolutely deadly. Mash has gone too far. All out of Tails, all out of Hope, all out of Friends as well. While Seijiro is down, there are still 2 strategies to try and play with. An aggressive play from a Cloak and Dagger is not enough to save it. First cap goes to Reason.
And you're able to build up to almost, 4 ultimates from the side of Reason. We've talked about Venom being that setup guy, and Passio was proving that Reason Gaming this could be the meta for them if they keep leaning on this leader. And Ballas can finish it with the combo. We'll see if they opt for that, but being able to defend, these are just some tough choke points that Rad have to get through. Not even excluding the fact that Ballas is off-angling and being a nuisance.
Yeah, Ballas over here with a double pocket. Just so hard to try and remove, but seeing that Lugia Goat is beginning to encroach upon their territory, they move over to the low ground. Homework's been done here by Rad, but it is going to be shut down pretty quickly as Noctis starts the Rage of Ultron. Lugia Goat trying to disengage a beautiful pull from Seijiro. This definitely seems to be one of their specialities. You can see the Ensong Inferno is ready to go at a moment's notice as well, but for the moment, Reason Gaming have no real reason to have to commit to this fight. Crazy Kitty is going to give them one. The Rage of Ultron is going to tear through Passio's overhealth in short order, and both Vanguards going to have their health chunked down. Smashnez is gone. The carry has been slain, and now from the sky, Ballas rains down fire, and Vertigo is the direct target.
And this is 85% for Reason Gaming, and Rad's backline is in trouble. There's not much of a commanding frontline presence from Ducky to protect these strategists. You cannot be having them get picked off like this, and when it rains, it pours. It's a bleed into a hemorrhage. 95+% Reason Gaming looking to close out.
Smashnez stands alone. Ballas burns them down. Reason Gaming take the map. What a coup over Rad. There was no way anyone predicted this.
I certainly didn't, but this was looking like the strongest map in their pool, and they were able to perfect their execution and go the distance. Of course, Ballas, none other than him as the MVP, the Phoenix, the off-angling, the mechanics to hit all of these headshots to get the picks in their favor. And he also just had a stronger Vanguard presence from Reason, and they were able to keep their backline so far out of reach from Rad that they weren't able to tilt the scales when it came to the resources.
With Passio being able to put out so much more damage here than Lugia Goat, I think is one of the more telling stat lines. Just able to get so much more out of these soft dives, and honestly, the big difference maker of that was Seijiro. Seijiro was hitting every single force physics. Every time Lugia tried to get out, they were getting pulled out of their symbiotic swing, and then was in a very difficult position without any resources to really keep them up, because so many of them were being given over to Smashnez to try and match Ballas' ability to play those off angles. But the real difference maker, as Vod pointed out in our break, was that they have an invis ban. So when Ballas is playing these off angles, they get the Guardian Shield, and they can easily outpoke Smashnez, who has a lot of trouble breaking through that barrier.
And just this map, too, is not as friendly for the Groot, and Ducky has just so much more time on that, and we've seen him on the Mag in the past, but just wasn't able to be that confident Vanguard at the front. And Mag can do a considerable amount of damage, but just to even start pressuring those strategists, and I felt like Reason Gaming's strategist line was just a lot more well protected. They have less deaths as a result. Like, Seijiro only has 1 death, so that is enough evidence for me that they were just more survivable throughout.
Yeah, falling so many fewer times. Let's have a quick look at our replays here, and of course it is going to be filled with plenty of Reason Gaming plays. DRP and Ballas, well, DRP at least knows so many of the Rad players very well after previously being part of that chopped roster, so definitely has some insight into how their comms work, maybe how they want to try and play these triple strategist approaches, and likely was briefing the remainder of the team.
This has been so exciting. Reason Gaming get to kick off our series, and this is only a best of 3. We never got to see what Rad's map pool is going to be like in terms of picks, because they've never lost a map, and the ball will be in their court to figure out where Rad want to go, so you guys won't want to miss it. We'll see you after the break.
Clear the way! Feel the pull! Disappear!
This is why you want to tune into Marvel Rivals Esports on the Marvel Rivals Twitch and YouTube channels. We're back with the desk here on Vaudable for those who might have forgot. But Lemon Kiwi and Leg Day, we had such an insane map 1 on Krakoa. Yes, it was a C9. I went back through the time stream and was able to consult the VOD and see, yes, unfortunately, Ballas did not touch at the last moment, but it didn't matter. 100% to 0 in that last one, Lemon.
Oh my god, dropping 10 final hits and 32,000 damage. Ballas stood above the rest, and that's why when you run the triple strat, you need someone who can go X Games mode, and Ballas did just that. Was able to also adapt his hero choice from the Silo going to the Phoenix, and able to rain down at a safe distance away from the dive, which already sort of a compositional change from the Rad side, where they usually play the Groot on Krakoa, going now from the Ducky to the Mag. Was that adjustment? Because Groot does play very different than the Mag in terms of how aggressively forward you can be.
I think that's a big thing to note here too, is especially the compositions. Like Rad, they didn't have their comfort zone, as you talked about with the Groot. They didn't have the Mantis to be able to use the team up with that as well, and also have the damage boost. I think that was a big difference maker here, but I think the Ultron from Nocta Leg Day, we never saw this from them in week 1. They were just keeping that in the back shelf, ready to pull it out at a moment's notice.
I mean, it fits Nocta's hero pool fairly well. Nocta's biggest talent, I think, is their hit scan aim. Previously played quite a bit of Hela in previous patches, as well as a little bit of the little bit of a Psylocke. Well, that's not really going to be in their hero pool while Ballas is on the team. They're just tough truths, but the Ultron definitely seems to favor them quite a bit, as well as being really good with the timings on their buffs for Ballas. Obviously, being a duelist player, they know the best times to be able to allocate over those resources to Ballas and support those off angles, and also very survivable. We rarely saw them get caught in the range of Ultron, which is a fairly vulnerable strategist ultimate compared to the other strategists, because you're only getting 50 healing per second, and of course, your hitbox is quite large as Ultron, especially with all the drones around you. So being able to stay alive and keep kicking during that and get the full value out of it was really important to the overall survivability of Reason.
And we're talking about value of duelists, right? We're talking about how great Ballas is, and we wish we got to see more of Smash. But he had the most deaths in the lobby at 7. So I think there would have been so much more out of Rad if we could have seen Smash more, but he was so focused down.
Well, we're going to Central Park for map 2, and you talked about this, Lemon, that we didn't get to see Rad actually pick their own counter map yet, because they've been undefeated until that first map loss that they just got dished out from Reason Gaming. Central Park, I mean, we've seen so many times, but I feel like this composition actually works pretty well here as well.
Yeah, Rad are very good at this map. They went up against Crownfall, and they had this double strat line with the Loki and the Invis. They even played some Punisher, some Elsa. It was really unique, but hopefully we get to see Ducky back on some comfort picks with the group, but is that going to be allowed? Because he'll still play it without the Mantis, but I don't know, maybe we could see more changes out of Rad. There's been also a week between the last match.
So we saw in Americas, at least, that there was an Ultron ban at one point. Leg Day, you've always been, you know, the simple answer guy for me, and that's all I need from you on this one. Do we see the Ultron ban come out?
Longer answer here. It depends on how much Rad have internalized for trauma from that map, because it was a very weird set of bans from Reason. Going to that first protect on Mantis over either Gambit or Elsa. Gambit was the option that they had available there. Do we see an early ban on the Mantis from Rad? I think is more pressing, because the Ultron, it is good, but it functions best with the Mantis, so you can get that double damage boost. I'd be more interested to see if Rad go for, if they get the first 2 bans, where they get the double stop before we get a protect, if we see maybe an Elsa ban to start off with, followed by, instead of maybe a Gambit, maybe the Mantis ban, knowing that it's such a huge part of Reason Gaming strategy. And I imagine later on in the draft, especially if Mantis is secured, we are going to see an Ultron ban. And
I just worry about Reason Gaming here, but maybe not so much, because when they did go to Central Park, it was against Virtus Pro, and we don't want to talk about the defense and the amount of minutes that Virtus Pro put on them. But someone like Nocta really floundered, going to so many different heroes to try to adapt to Virtus Pro, but that's what I like about Reason. They are not afraid to swap up their compositions and swap up their strategist lines, whether it's double or even triple, or worst case, you can have your duelist who's not so having a hot day going to that third strategist like an Adam, which we saw Reason Gaming do if you just need that extra forgiveness in some of these fights.
So many interesting compositions that we can see come out from Central Park. It's why it's one of my favorite Convergence maps that we have seen, but these teams are going to give it their all. I mean, Reason Gaming must win for them, of course. If they get this, they're not guaranteed to make playoffs, but it makes it that much easier for them, especially against the rest of the competition. And Rad, again, they want to secure their playoff berth, and getting the win here guarantees them that. So they don't want to go down. They don't want to be questioning their positioning, especially because of how strong the other side of the bracket will be from them, from Group A as well. And you talked about it, Leg Day, the Mantis, definitely going to be a priority. A big thing to notice here too, Rad are playing on attack. Every time we've gone to like a convoy or convergence, typically they do opt for the attack side instead of the defending side, where we typically see that be a little bit of a difference from the strategy of other teams. And I think they just like setting the tempo in these games. But we do have map 2, Central Park for Convergence about to go down. Reason versus Rad, take it into it.
Okay, there it is again. The early protect on the Mantis, Lemon. And this is, once again, potentially, like, Rad have to make a choice here. Do we ban the Ultron first, or do we try and get rid of the Elsa now? Because if there's one thing that's worse than a double-pocketed Phoenix, it's a double-pocketed Elsa. And they know that quite well.
And maybe a happy Groot that'll get the Vantis as well. But this is a different also duelist line for for Reason when it comes to this map. It was a rude awakening for Simba to have to face Virtus Pro, the #1 team in the world on Central Park. So now we may see even a different result having their more core members join us, especially with how warmed up Ballas was from the first map.
I expect to see an Ultron ban here. Maybe from both sides, to be honest. Like, you do not want to deal with Ultron Mantis on the other side, given that we have seen now the attempt at the Rad mirroring this. This is going to make sure that perhaps a Vanguard Deadpool can go through. You can see that there's really a lot of deliberation. The Vanguard Deadpool gets banned away. So now Reason, I imagine they're just going to protect the Ultron to continue playing this double boost comp that is going to get, especially if we see Ballas on something like a Human Torch. If I had to pick the best Human Torch in this lobby, I think I'd be looking at either Smashnez or Crazy Kitty. They both have fantastic torches. Maybe Smashnez just about ekes it out in the Torch versus Torch. So for Rad, if they can secure themselves the Ultron here, that might be an option, as we saw, what's him was a Shikigami got one over on Na'Vi on Central Park previously, playing that triple flyer composition.
I love Central Park exactly that, because of so many of the unique compositions that can come out just for even that point defense, and how teams are even adapting compositions depending on what part of the map you are on. And we'll end on a Ultron Protect there. But yeah, so many flyers, whether it's the Torch, the Angelas, even the best of teams can suffer against some really niche compositions. But I'm looking forward to see the resurgence of the Vanguards on the Rad side. No Torch. You don't get to see a Torch ban every day.
You know what, that's very much a Smashnez respect, I think. Like, when you're going up against Ballas, like, you want to try and make sure that you don't have to deal with a Torch versus Torch, because I think Torch is probably the best air-to-air duelist that we have in our roster at the moment, being able to get in close to those flame clusters and just absolutely decimate a larger hitbox of someone like an Iron Man. As we roll out, though, this is definitely where NA is going to get a screen grab of our protector. Like, EMEA's off the goop, bro. They're taking the whimsy juice. They're getting silly over there.
But everyone should be taking notes on EMEA, okay? Because best region, we have the #1 team, so we're better, and we will not be arguing further. But we will be looking at the recent gaming defensive composition, of course, the triple strat, and also DRP on something not Magneto. Is it real? Because DRP was so good at commanding the space, and I think was a huge reason at breaking down the strat line of Rad. But what's great about the Groot, as a fellow Groot main, is how you control the real estate. If you can block off some of these heals too, and of course with the ult charge nerf, Groot's ultimates are just going to get more bang for your buck. So I'm really excited to see DRP on something that's not Mag.
Yeah, those Groots with the healing walls as well are going to be able to give away some miscellaneous sustain to the remainder of the team as well. So maybe you don't have to have so much of your Mantis's resources and spores used to keep the team topped up, and instead can just dedicate them all to damage boost to make sure Nocta can get some as well.
Brad have Lugia back on the Hulk. I like this soft pressure on the high ground and make sure that Ballas isn't going to be off angling on you. And you could even pair up with the Magneto, but you got a Bucky. These neutral pulls huge, and Rad can go in.
Oh, Smashnez. Seeing that they're backed up against a Thorn Lash wall as well just means even more damage, and there was good homework done there as well. Breaking down the Ironwood wall, making sure that DRP did not have that immunity. DRP is going to try and portal back for a quick recontest here, but so many members are quite far away. It's going to be difficult to make the re-engage work. Out comes the Magneto first. It's a pixel-perfect teleport, by the way. Just about have the cover on that back point, giving everyone else time to commute back onto the point itself. However, grabbed up quickly, DRP. Everyone is learning to fear the Winter Soldier of Smashnez. It's an old Meta Lemon, but it checks out.
And it's great in these neutral fights. You gotta applaud this fight. All to Smash. He's an absolute menace cleaning up the fight. And the fact that you didn't even get to see that first cycle of ultimates. Almost that Strangling Prison. Almost that Invisible Boundary. A lot of good sustain here on the side of Rad to be able to build momentum. But I want to see rather those ultimates come out near the end of the point. Because now this defensive corner is going to be stronger for Reason Gaming if they can even establish. And it looks like Rad are not going to let them sleep.
All right, Vertigo, given the gamma barrier there for a little bit of additional protection. That's something that you are going to see really be something brought off the table. We're seeing a Moon Knight come out of Nocta as well. In comes the hands of Khonshu directly onto the invisible boundary. Smashers managed to move their way through it. Triple heals from Triple Strategist certainly is more than enough to try and survive what's been brought their way. But Nocta is at least going to be able to buy all of this space back and give a little bit of a more aggressive posture to Reason and stop Rad's momentum in their tracks.
And Moon Knight is such a good counter to a Loki when you can distribute all that damage amongst the clones and amongst this stack that is Rad. But looks like Lugia is done with your business. Is going to go and bully the front line. Actually has to disengage because he dropped the half health so soon. Looking for the strangling prison here for Rad as he survived not only the Venom ult, but a punished Passivo as a result.
Nocta almost has yet another hand of Khonshu. Not much to try and enable it at this point. They're Reason gaming without Passive, just giving over so much space. Two strategists ultimates to try and play with, waiting for DRP to drop the shield. The timing is perfect as the hand of Khonshu once again drops all in to try and take out Lugia. But guess what? They're just straight into their strategist ultimate to try and keep themselves sustained. Quick copy. It's going to be the God of Mission. Mash falls midway through. How did that happen? Unbelievable target focus from Reason gaming right there. What a beautiful play.
Reason Gaming can shed so much time off the clock too. With having this high ground advantage, it's actually very hard for Rad to be able to see the strategist, to see who could be on the top of that hill. So you get this natural advantage for Reason Gaming along with the high ground someone like Ballas will be able to output damage on. Then there's the mini game of dealing with the Ankh from Nocta. When is that hand of Khonshu gonna rain down on such a small lane like on this map? So Rad have invested so much. All they have is sustain with the invisible boundary, but depending on how that's placed, you may be able to exclude some vulnerable members from the fight or force them into an engagement they're not ready for.
Look how Passive gets bubbled on the way out of their soft dives as well, just to make sure that you aren't going to see one of those Seijiro-style pulls already. Lugia falling low when it comes to this damage. Ballas is just absolutely pounding with the Phoenix flares here. Out comes the hand of Khonshu. Crazy Kitty has to try and flee away, and Nocta's going to be punished for that. The slowing effect of the invisible boundary was absolutely critical to make sure that they are going to be taken down, but Smashness out-aimed in this case by Ballas, the young aiming prodigy, showing why they are one of the top duelist prospects in all of the EMEA. Looking towards the back, many strategists put together. Passivo is going to try and figure out a frag from the back of it after Seijiro needs to be escorted away. Leap interrupted by a fully charged Mad Cannon, and Lugia has no hope of surviving whilst in the middle of Reason.
Reason Gaming stall out yet another fight. The Ensong Inferno Rad are just barely escaping from this fight, but strangling prison with no answer from Reason Gaming. So look for Ducky to really set the tone for this fight. You could also just surge ahead with the Soul Resurgence from Crazy Kitty. See what you can get from there. So much sustain for Rad, but they gotta get to that finish line, and you gotta put Reason Gaming's backs against the wall.
This time, Mash copying over Soul Resurgence. Not keen on being fragged out of this one yet again, but DRP takes to the skies. 19 charge on the Meteor M. Once Crazy Kitty takes them down. The second they start with Soul Resurgence. It's perfect, but it's stuck him on the other side. Many players dragged on in. The extra damage is there from Vertigo to confirm the frag onto Nocta, but Seijiro's getting one of their own. Passivo in towards the back. Mash found in the rubble. Might be turned to bricks themselves here as they're absolutely breaking it while being followed around by Passivo. Vertigo just has to play for their own life right here. Ballas has their soul pulled from their body by the force physics, and it's just going to be the vanguards now of Reason Gaming doing their best to play out for the time feast of the abyss. Nocta's already tried to soften them up using the hands of Khonshu, but the counterfire here from Lugia is getting some real value, and Seijiro's already gone down. It's sort of out its trade. Ducky places themselves in the corner. A little army of walls, a safety space, a safe space for the group, yes, but it's not going to be a safe space on the point. DRP, the second they get on there to contest it, is gunned on down by the Phoenix. Smashness has finally returned, and he's back with a vengeance. It seems Rad have found their man, they've found their chance, but they've taken their time to do it. Only 30 seconds remain before they get the flip.
And Ducky has found his place in these fights. Beautiful walls to really force Reason through these pseudo choke points. And Vertigo, who's able to place a forward invisible boundary to really solidify Rad's position. And Reason Gaming had Passivo maybe harass on the backline, but Rad stayed focused, and they focused on dealing with the remaining vanguards on the front so they can get this payload towards the end of point B. But still 90 seconds. That was a very considerably strong defense from Reason Gaming. And now it's time for the Strangling Prison.
An ambitious beginning. 2 walls brought on up. The healing's good enough, though. Great response coming through from Sejuro to bring up that invisible boundary. It's going to be the kind of Khonshu in the back. Definitely a little bit targeted. Doesn't hit that many players. And the rest of Rad now with the speed boost given over by Crazy Kitty say, okay, you want to use your ultimates? We'll just claim all of this space as you didn't put anything in front of us and stop us from moving forward.
Only a minute left, and Reason Gaming, they feel desperate. They're throwing down some healing, and Rad have them exactly where they want. The card almost towards the end, halfway to this point, and Rad have built up towards another cycle of ultimates. Reason Gaming are trying to keep their heads above water, and Rad are drowning them.
Oh, the timing could be good. Yes, it is. The corrosive detonation burns away Kit Kat, and now low on healing. Low on survivability. It's got to be DRP eating up some of this incoming damage. Smash is just destroyed underneath the double ultimates, but the damage has been done. Reason Gaming only scraps remain. The Venoms claim the space as well. They can't touch the point, and Dracula's castle is breached by Rad's offense.
So much panic from the Reason Gaming side. Talked about the hand of Khonshu that was supposed to maybe section the strategist of Rad away from the rest, but if anything, it just gave inspiration for Rad to move forward with their Soul of Resurgence. They had Reason Gaming stuck in their castle, and then Rad kept investing. Reason Gaming got so panicky, so desperate, they just used ults as soon as they had them, and we both like kind of held our pearls when Kit Kat brought the Eternal Bond, when I didn't think Reason Gaming were ready for a fight, but that looked more of like a stability or stabilization decision, and Reason Gaming had respawn advantage, so I think they could have slowed things down, try to have a full reset, because the payload still had quite a bit of time left before it got to the end. But Reason Gaming just need a strong leader to calm people down in those moments, because now a full cap on this map is so difficult to do, and at 26 seconds for Rad, Reason Gaming, they have a lot ahead of them.
All right, with Nocta moving back over onto the Ultron here, I think I may have preferred Nocta to move over onto the Mantis. Just give Ballas a little bit of that additional survivability as well as damage boost. I don't think the Moon Knight in the end got a huge amount of value, but it did at least make Mash a little bit easier to get rid of.
So much extra damage. Like, it felt like, yeah, you had Hand of Khonshu's like every fight. Ult nerf where? Like, Moon Knight is still farming those. But I also really appreciated Ducky being back on one of his best heroes and how he was able to box out the fight. And he'll be able to box out Reason Gaming on the approach. So look to how Reason Gaming are going to get around that. When you have Emma, though, on DRP, will be able to sustain himself with a shield or even the diamond form. And he's wrestling a Venom on the high ground there.
Actual perfect regeneration domain there from Mash, using the vertical hitbox to make sure that Lugia could get out after being pulled by Sadro, the old classic. Up comes the big wall. However, it's going to be survived here. DRP manages to slip away with their svelte hitbox, and Ducky just playing it very cautiously right now. Doesn't want to try and expose themselves. Potentially could be grabbed here by a carbon crush, and indeed it is going to be the case. Doesn't quite get the CC immunity in time, but DRP can't escape the auspicious shots of Smash Nares, and it's not going to be quite so lucky for Paso either. Without their Emma, Reason Gaming just going to be forced to poke away.
Yeah, I don't think this Emma can keep going for those aggressive grabs, and there's going to be some changes to that comp. But Ducky's walls have done exactly what it's supposed to do. It's sectioned off the Vanguards from Reason Gaming, away from their strategists. DRP didn't get help, and they're going to need even more help after the Strangling Prison.
Oh, 2 squishies stuck within those small health bars. Can't stand up to even regular fire. And I like that Rads here, they didn't invest much more than they needed to. They just sent in the singular ultimate early, claiming the initiative.
Reason Gaming now to the Moon Knight to take advantage of this giant stack that is forming at the front of this choke point to see if you can maximize damage, because that's what Reason Gaming really need right now. Follow up to the setup that DRP and Passivo have, and you're going to have the Feast of the Abyss. Maybe get some of these health bars low, but with how spread Rad are, it may be hard to get enough targets going.
Oh, it's perfect onto Crazy Kitty. And now Passo can possibly follow up with the Smash Nest as well. Force out the Insong Inferno for that quick health reset. And Passo doesn't want to try and go down onto that yet. Towards the back. Oh, faded out of existence. But Nocta decided to go back into the realms of reality by firing out their crescent darts. Smash Nest got a great angle here. Onto Balance. Opens up with a headshot, but the turnaround is real. And there is going to be a huge amount of pocket here onto Smash Nest. Is going to make sure that it's difficult for Passo to try and confirm this one. I think we might have actually seen Luke Lugia not get too much off the back of that Feast of the Abyss. The counter dive's going to be there, but the Venoms are traded. Reason Gaming now have to make a choice. Are we willing to go forward without our Venom, knowing he's going to be back rather quickly? Ballas needs so much support on this off angle, but now we're starting to see that Mantis diff that we constantly saw over on Domination, where it's so hard to try and set up to these ones. Noctis sends in the hands of Khonshu, but I don't think it's the ideal position for the group. Oh, and they can't convert onto it. Kit Kat needs to make something happen off the back of the Eternal Bond, and Ballas doesn't find anything on the other side either. Ducky might be the final note in this song as they send down the impenetrable prison of Groot. Ballas holds them at the door, and Noctis has fallen down as well. It's too messy for Reason. They can't execute on their plans.
Oh, and Rad also doubled up on Straddles. You had the Soul Resurgence and the Invisible Boundary. You finally had Rad floundering, but Reason just extended too far and weren't able to really focus on the objective and focus around. You can control the space with the Groot. It's not really an attacking type of Vanguard, but more one that can defend so well. And last-minute swaps for Reason Gaming, mainly trying to get a portal for one last touch, or it will be a full hold, and it will be a map 3 coming up.
Password for now demanding attention. Buying time and space for the portal. Crazy Kitty again going to be the primary recipient of all of that damage that's coming on in. But most of the damage is going to be pouring out of Smash Nets here. Once again, that damage boost onto the door is just doing so much. And it feels like for Reason Gaming, they haven't learned too much off the back of their previous play. What a bank, what a turn for Tokyo Drift. But this time it's in New York. And Smash is going to be drifting them forward towards a victory. Yeah, Ballas wins their duel, but it's too little. It's too late. Reason Gaming cannot breach the first parapet of the castle.
No umbrella and no bucket of water is saving you from Phoenix being able to be so far away and so inaccessible. And Passawo did so much for Reason Gaming, but the Ducky Wall's easy MVP for me. You cannot let this guy ever have a Groot again. The walls were impenetrable. They sectioned the strategist off. The strangling prisons, of course, with the end song Inferno made it for an easy win condition for Rad. And not just a statement, but domination coming out of Rad to get back on their own 2 feet after what the experience on Krakoa.
Wait, Ducky 27-0. Get this man his GOAT suffix. We need Lugia go and Ducky go. That is an unbelievable line from the Groot, who doesn't really have means of like disengaging from a bad fight. You know, if things are going wrong, the Groot's going to be one of the first to go down. What a fantastic bit of survivability from Ducky to constantly be pushing out this threat as well, because he was getting stuck in with 25k damage.
There's just a little bit too much rushing from Reason Gaming. I would have liked Sejuro's Invisible Boundary near the end to be more forward so they can even just start to creep up to the first half of the objective. And the first time that you had Rad floundering, where they doubled up on Straddles, you had finally Reason Gaming presence on the point, but they overextended so far instead of just playing off of their own Groot walls, giving Ducky a taste of his own medicine. But just Reason Gaming got too antsy to chase eliminations that they maybe didn't even really need at that point, or at least the risk did not pay off.
Yeah, I think that we also saw like great credit to Rad here, realizing when they saw the competition coming out from Reason Gaming. If you're looking at both the Groot and the Moon Knight, they played very split in these 2-2-2s to make sure that there was never going to be a full team wipe off the back of a Strangling Prison and Hand of Khonshu combo. The old Season 1.5 meta could have shown its face, but those splits meant that Noctis was never really able to get value out of a Hand of Khonshu. Sure, it was coming up a lot, but I don't think it was achieving that much when it was deployed.
And DRP went to the EMEA, but it just simply wasn't enough. All the changes, but no solution. We'll find out what the map will be for Reason Gaming after this.
Well, back to business as usual for Rad Esport on that one, especially after a dominating performance that we witnessed from them. But the biggest thing, the biggest glaring issue I got to bring up here, the torch ban over banning either Groot or Loki. What are we doing here, Lemon?
Just trying to face what you're at least familiar with. And who is familiar with Torch? I don't even blame that. I think you can make almost any composition work, but it's about execution. I feel like Reason really lacked in communication, because when there's group walls that are sectioning your vanguards, you need to be able to communicate that. So I don't want to see my Emma in diamond form tackling people with no help, especially when the Venom is diving somebody else. You need your vanguards to be on the same page and to turn that aggression into more of a defensive stance when those ducky walls came out. But man, what a performance on Gru. We talk about torch bans, we need to talk about a group band coming up.
Exactly, and hopefully we do see something of that sort in the future for Reason Gaming. It looked pretty well for them, but again, I think the strategy of picking the attacking side for Rad has worked out time and time again, especially because they're able to lock in who they need so they don't get two bans against them like we saw earlier on. So a nice focus for them in map 2. We'll see what the shift is going to be for this next one. Museum of Contemplation, though, we're thinking maybe Midtown. We see that played from a lot of teams, but we've been seeing like they so much more of this map, and a lot of teams feeling a lot more comfortable than they used to in the last season, especially during MRC for this one.
Yeah, and Museum of Contemplation, it's it could be a very easy to full hold first point kind of map. We see a lot of first point holds here around these tight 90-degree angles. There are a couple of good flank routes, but it's not fantastic. Also, there are some great Jeff drop-off spots here for the potential, you know, little bit get a bit of a
That was
Jeff.
good.
Yeah, that's great.
Wait, that was too good.
But what I really want to see here, if I'm being brutally honest with you guys, is I want to see Reason Gaming get some use out of their protects. Like, why are we protecting Ultros and Ultron Mantis and not playing them? That ain't on.
Yeah, well, we'll see which mix of compositions we have between these teams. Reason Gaming versus Rad, the final map of this best of 3. Who's going to take it? We'll find out now.
All right, let's get stuck in once again, Lemon, and see if we're going to have similar band draft to last time, because it seems like Rad were kind of drawn into the mystique, the temptations of the Ultron Mantis prior, and Reason Gaming, they're going to be sticking with this Mantis Protect. I pray that they actually play it.
And I was expecting a Midtown pick from Reason Gaming because that was what they had picked last time, or of course Central Park, which we just saw, but it did not go so well against Vision. So we have never seen Museum of Contemplation from either of these teams. So this is going to be especially cooked up by Reason Gaming, who I think can continue to depend on Ballast, for example, or people like that to carry through, but also to give him enough resources. But I think it's been a big difference of Vanguards, if I'm honest, not in terms of the choices, which no Deadpool, no surprise, but the really the controlling of the real estate based on the Vanguards.
Okay, once again, Loki off the table. Question is Rad gonna mirror this one? Like, I wouldn't mind seeing Mash's Loki taken off the table. Indeed, that is going to be the case. This also stops Nocta from falling into the Moon Knight noob trap, like, oh, they've got guys, they've got Loki, I'm gonna play Moon Knight. And while it does have its places, especially in like spawn break scenarios, but not, oh, surely there's going to be an Ultron ban now. If Ultron's not protected, and there is going to be a Deadpool. Oh, maybe you try and ban the Jeff here. Oh, they're going to allow the Ultron to go through. Very interesting. Instead, getting rid of Seijiro's potential to pull, which has actually been very, very problematic for Lugia on these Venom engages. Maybe that's going to give Lugia a lot more room to work with.
And someone like Nocta has been relied upon as that third strategist when things get a bit hectic. And I could see him pulling out the Jeff once again, which is kind of a weird one to throw in your duelist hero pool, but especially with these long lanes on Museum of Contemplation, that healing is going to be great. But would love to see just a natural 2-2-2, because I think that's so much pressure on someone like Ballast to try and carry every single fight, especially if he's going to get dove on, if dive will be even on the menu. A lot of people are preferring more of the Death Ball Brawl when it comes to Museum of Contemplation, but we'll see what everybody ends up on. And this is match point, everybody, to see if Rad can qualify, or will Reason try to climb up in the standings.
Okay, Lugia, as expected, once again going to be showing off that Venom, and it is going to be a lot safer without having to deal with those force physics. Vertigo, on the other hand, does have access to that. But Passivo is not going to be in a position where the force physics is as much of a problem, because they're going to be playing with Vanguard Deadpool here, appearing for the first time in the series after being banned out almost ubiquitously thus far.
The setups, the Ducky has ruined lives, okay, on that Central Park, and looking forward to see him do it again. This is more of an open door to get through, metaphorically and physically. But so excited to see more Psylocke too. You shouldn't like to throw that with a Jeff for the extra speed, but at a distance, you may need the speed to try and close the gap against Rad's defense.
Oh, Lugia feeling the bravery here, can stay in for so long without that force to try and deal with them. What the Vanguard Deadpool is going to bring to the fight here definitely is a lot more wall break on the group using those Dual Desert Eagles.
Reason Gaming need to just force their way through this, but also not ignore those Groot walls. You don't want to just get damaged for no reason, and keep an eye on where Nocta's going. And Smash, he's sharp.
And honestly, like, once again, we're seeing the Mantis not really deployed by Reason after the first fight. This team does tend to have a little bit of a panic after fight number 1 and instantly swap a bunch of their stuff around. On the other side, Mash is just thriving, living his best life. Ducky has to try and fly away as quickly as possible, but easily gets healed back up to full by the triple strategist. And DRP and Passo are just eating so much damage as Crazy Kitty has a bunch of safety from which to spout those Encephalo rays.
I think Reason Gaming just needs someone to follow up with Nocta, whether it's a Venom that swings in, whether it's a Jeff that can give speed. Yeah, the Flake from a Luna Snow is great and all, but Deadpool's not someone who's just going to be running it down. He's more someone that can add to the damage. Strangling Prison, though, oh my god.
Oh, instantly gets 3. This one is instantly cooked for Reason. They're just going to be trying to fly away as fast as possible.
And Reason Gaming are still stuck in spawn, half the time bank left, and you have some good ultimates coming up, but you need to be focusing down that Groot in these walls. You cannot be ignoring the Groot like this. And Lugia, as soon as you focus the other Vanguard, he's going to come diving in your backline.
Oh, that's a lot of charge straight away into the Meteor M. DRP takes matters into their own hands, taking down 2. Ducky's disengagement here is going to be well covered as it's wall after wall being put up behind them. The 3 strategists will survive, none of whom were forced to invest their ultimates in this one, but Ducky's disengagement path is a little bit apart from the rest.
Reason Gaming. Hey, getting out of spawn is the first step to victory, okay? And look at Reason Gaming are commanding that space, and they got the picks too.
Oh, this is a very early usage of the invisible boundary as well. I guess it's going to be forcing themselves into it. Kit Kat moves forward with the Eternal Bond to claim all of this space as you roll on forward. Yeah, you've taken care of the main damage in the form of Ballast. The Sagero still has options here, has access to the Fate of Both Worlds, coming in with the dual katanas going up to the sky. The Ensong Inferno drops down on the backline and Sagero is detonated. Doesn't even use their own ultimate to try and survive this one. And Mash sees an opportunity, smells blood in the water, and so the Mantis shall strike into the hearts of Reason, and they are floundered just before being able to complete their cap.
Reason Gaming just weren't able to keep that stranglehold. You had Rad on the back foot. You had them using invisible boundary like almost near spawn. Like you really had Rad panicking. But the Soul Resurgence, that last kick, giving Reason a kick to the bucket. But wait, you have Lugia taking initiative.
Oh, that's so many players inside of a strangling prison. Needs to be answered by Valona, but still they grab Kit Kat. Only a single. Mash is a madman. The accuracy is just off the charts right now. That was through a Fate of Both Worlds. The strategists are just going crazy right now. Call that an unexpected item in fragging area.
Oh, I wish Passivo, if we all say a prayer, maybe Passivo will go on the Venom, but somebody has to go on the Strange to portal in. One last hurrah for Reason Gaming, and they need to just all in on this Rad backline. You just can't sustain through this. The poke of Rad has just been too strong, especially with the Mantis, which now all swapped up Rad are going to have their final stand.
Lugia the Predator lies in wait, knocked around the back 69% towards ultimate, wins out against Mash. A critical pick, gets rid of some of the healing, but you need to try and get rid of the Strange as well. Someone needs to tag in up to a point. Nocta gets taken down by Smashness. What is this accuracy, blood? Man is gunning them down in the streets.
The mechanics from Rad is what makes them so well known in this group. Get another full hold, and at least doing it at the beginning this time. So Reason Gaming are going to be quite behind, and the win condition is set for Rad. And just just fantastic spacing from the defense to be able to sit so far back and really force Reason Gaming to have to rotate into cover. But there's only so much cover on Museum of Contemplation. I like the effort that Nocta had. Finally, you had some teammates that could follow through with them. But I think a Venom would have really added more to this dive, and we saw just how impactful Passimo was in the past with that Venom. But Reason Gaming will have to have pretty much a perfect defense playing that first corner, and if they give that up, maybe they'll have a second fight for the end of the map. But Reason Gaming, you're on your last life.
Well, maybe there might be a second life here, courtesy of Nocta. The Adam Warlock Karmic Revival is going to be one of the main hallmarks of this defense. Question is, if it's going to come on through, how's it going to be answered by Rad in the second stage of a fight, or how many ultimates can be forced in the prelude to the resurrection? It's going to be all about long-term planning here from Reason Gaming, as once again they're putting all of their cards into the Ballast deck.
DRP guarding that front door as the Magneto that he is so well known for. Reason Gaming, they have ways to peel for any kind of dive that comes their way. Look out for the sleeps from Sejuro and Kit Kat, who can try to help them fade away from their problems. Rad is looking to section off this Magneto, possibly with a Groot wall, and to have Lugia with enough space to dive in, and DRP also has to peel, but not forget what's in front of him.
Yeah, Lugia doesn't even have to exit that quickly if he doesn't want to. And Crazy Kitty on this Wolverine is definitely going to make sure that you are constantly at threat of this happening. DRP has to use their own bubble to avoid the incoming Feral Leap, but the damage is already done. Walled off. It's perfect execution to get rid of the first of those Vanguards. A big grab onto Ballast. Before we can even hit the ground, the Dark Depredations of Lugia have managed to find their man. And Wolverine is going to be attempted to shut down on the Wolverine. Crazy Kitty didn't hear no bell. And those adamantine claws tear through Deadpool's flesh in record time. Should be a quick re-engage here off the back of DRP's portal. But already they've lost out on Kit Kat. A bunch of healing's going to be gone. Ballast turns up on the Daredevil, but Justice is blind. And so too are Rad when you're consulting with Mercy. Passimo will stand alone. The purple's there. The damage boost too. Oh, why not just fly it through the portal for a little coup de grace? And Rad domineer on the Museum of Contemplation.
And that will qualify them for the playoff bracket. Big congratulations to Rad and Reason Gaming for denting the armor, the very shiny main character plot armor of Rad on that first domination. But Ducky with back-to-back MVPs, it's, I think, a huge strength of Rad to have as good of Vanguards as they do. Whether it's how pivotal the dives from Lugia have been for Ducky to just cause so much chaos with how he splits up these fights. And of course, Rad's poke, the way that when you have strong Vanguards, you have happy duelists, you have happy strategists that can basically play in Narnia and just poke everybody down, which Reason Gaming tried a bit of a dive without the Venom. Of course, now Passimo was on the Venom, but too little too late in my opinion.
Bro, Ducky 2 maps, 0 casualties. It's bonkers. it's the only way to put it. Like, bro's playing Groot and Mag. He's not able to disengage. He's not able to make a cheese play to live his life. Just raw skill, as well as Vertigo, Mash, and occasionally Crazy Kitty behind them on the strategist. Some great healing, some great survivability. And Rad, if you just look at how they took out DRP at the beginning of that fight, the Brute Wall using the Invis Pull, as well as threatening the Wolverine at the same time. We were making sure that DRP was not going to be able to use their shield too aggressively, because you want to save that shield for when the Wolverine's coming through to avoid getting grabbed, but it meant that you could use it to avoid the incoming huge amounts of poke. And that was really intelligent from Rad to give him that Sophie's choice to deal with.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed out the Invisible Woman, because Vertigo was next level with these pulls against the Venom, but that is it for Rad, and I'm really excited to see and hear more from them. We're going to have an interview with them very soon, Vaudable. We'll get them ready, but what did you think of that? Rad ended up winning, of course.
Yeah, I think the only, the biggest weakness, I guess you could say, we saw, a great ban and protect phase from Reason in map 1. They kind of caught the other team off guard, and hopefully they could have carried that momentum forward. But then they forgot how good Ducky is on this Groot. You mentioned it, like they 2 maps in a row with not a single casualty against them, and they had the most damage, the most final hits, the most damage blocked in this last map on the Groot. Yes, the Loki is always a priority in some cases, but when you have a player who's so good on this one hero that they did not fall down once in your previous map, might have been a better idea to focus on that instead of the Loki. Who knows? I'm just one of the analysts here, but still. Reason Gaming, I mean, hey, they gave it the best fight that they could. We saw a great look from them in map 1. And if it ever goes down to tiebreakers for map differential, this bodes well for them, right? Because they were able to get at least one. But you know they're wanting more here, Lemon. They want to at least get something for the road to secure themselves a spot in group. But hey, Rad, they secured a spot in playoffs, and that's what matters for that team.
Hey, I think every map win matters when it comes to tiebreakers and stuff in the future. Math knowers are going to break that down better for us, but only 4 teams make it out of groups, and maybe that map win could be the difference maker of Reason Gaming surviving later down the road. But I think Reason just have good ideas, but too many mixed ideas. They wanted a strong poke phase with Deadpool, but then wanted to dive with Psylocke, and then there wasn't like a nice Vanguard to pair along with that. So I think you can kind of tailor some of these strengths. I'd like to see Reason be on the same page about what strength do they want. Is it a strong poke, strong dive, and how can you really unite all of these strengths to have a cohesive push? Because they would have good pushes, but not being able to close them out was a big problem for Reason.
Well, it sounds like in a bit we're going to be getting Ducky on the line, so we'll let you know as soon as we have that. But great to hear from them, especially after the performance that they had in those last 2 maps. I'm glad that they were actually able to get them locked in for that. But like talk about the rest of the roster here for Rad. I mean, who was the biggest MVP aside from Ducky in these last 2 maps?
Well, I mean, I want to say Smashnez, but it's hard to attribute it just to Smashnez when the rest of the team is playing the Mantis, playing the Ultron, be that supporting cast. In the end, Smashnez is the one who hit the shots, right? Hit the headshots, managed to get frags through strategist ultimates, by the way, through Lunar, which is to repeat the word that I had reserved for Ducky, bonkers. Smashnez's accuracy was kind of off the charts today. Was really managed to catch I think Nocta in midair on Psylocke after a dash as well. Bro has been flicking out of his mind. Credit to the supporting cast for making Smashnez be as dangerous as he was, but in the end, the man holding the mouse is the one who gets a lot of the credit.
I like to see the performance from the entire roster, of course, right? I mean, having the wherewithal to be okay, take it on the chin. First map didn't go our way, but Domination's a different beast compared to the rest of the game modes, and I feel like Rad have shown their experience now that they're not just a one-trick pony on a Domination map and then, do pretty decent on the next one. They have that depth to them, and that's what really separates, the best teams from the great teams. And I think Reason Gaming is on their way to becoming a really good team, but they still have some things to work out with. And I feel like after they have more time with this roster, they'll be able to do that. But unfortunately for them, they had the mishaps. They had to get the subs last minute and bringing in DRP and Ballast to the fold. And they've looked so much better. I mean, I got to give a shout out where it's due to this Reason Gaming roster. As the matches have gone on, they have continued to improve. Yes, it wasn't as close as it could have been in those last 2, but the fact that they took a map off of Rad, nobody really predicted that one. So hats off to them there. And then Lemon, I mean, I feel like most improved on this roster has to go to Nocta. Seeing the difference from the first series of Ignite preseason to now is a whole different story.
Yeah, I just commend someone like Nocta to swap to anything and everything that the team needs, whether it's the Moon Knight, whether we agreed or not. It was that counter to the Loki to also try to create the chaos in these fights, and I think Nocta has really stepped up, and like you said, it's a roster that doesn't have the chemistry and the synergy compared to Rad with all these pieces coming in and out, and not a full core roster that has played in multiple matches compared to Rad. So very proud of how Reason did, especially on that Domination, and it's their stall tactics. Comms were good on Domination but broke down later on, but Rad were foolproof, and it's just the spacing, how the Vanguards play on Rad that I can really appreciate. They know how to protect the rest of their line, and when you can have duelists that can sit back and poke with the strategist, there was no way Reason Gaming were even going to get in sniffing distance of this defensive line.
Yeah, I mean, going back, Jay, to what you're talking about with the back line, essentially, for Rad, I mean, they've played together for such a long time, like we saw on Chopped with Crazy Kitty. So having that synergy between the back line, I feel like, really elevates this roster compared to some of the other ones that are out there.
I mean, as cruel as it is to say, I think I could see a world where DRP looks at the treatment Ducky's getting and is missing being on Chopped a little bit, you know? Like
Maybe a little bit.
They were mine!
No! Oh, man.
Like, DRP versus Ducky, this was definitely a great Vanguard matchup, but Mash and Vertigo make all the difference. And honestly, if I want to talk about something in this series, it's that Reason Gaming had the key in the first map, and they kept banning for that same squad, that same comp that beat Rad in map 1, and then didn't use the comp that beat Rad in map 1. And
yeah,
like we're making our entire bad face about like playing this triple strategist. Like, if we're not gonna play it, let's just protect Gambit, and then at least we've got Raging Royal Flush for our 2 duelists to be able to farm up their ultimates and do a lot more damage. I feel like I hate the dog on it too much, but recent gaming kind of got a little bit lost in the sauce for this one.
Yeah, they focused so much on the
really
Mantis.
Good ban phase, and honestly, they sucked Rad into it. They made Rad believe in the Mantis. They were like, okay, yeah, you know what? That's pretty good. We're going to play the Mantis Ultron. And they actually played it, which was a big difference maker.
Well, we got Ducky here from the winning team of Rad. Not a single casualty against you in the last 2 maps. But I want to talk about the mental that went into you guys after seeing that they didn't ban your Groot both maps in a row. What was going through your minds there, Ducky?
I mean, Groot's never really like a good ban. I don't think Groot's ever worth a ban in the draft, in my opinion. But I mean, I just love it when Mantis is open. I think Groot is like giga OP, and I don't think they have a Groot player that can match me. So it's just like really free, in my opinion.
I want to chat that Mantis because you guys weren't as big a believer in the Mantis in the first map. You recognized its value in the second, but you also managed to force Reason off of playing that triple strategist quite often. Was there anything in particular your team was doing to make sure that triple strategist didn't feel viable for Reason?
I mean, I will say everyone on the team was really unhappy with our draft the first map, and also Vertigo was really like, I think he was lagging like a lot. He said he had like 800 ping at some point, which I take my word for it because he's my teammate, so I'll take his word for it. But yeah, after that we just had to lock in after that because cannot be losing to these guys. Yeah.
It happens, and I want to talk about also what happened on map number 1 because, you know, as a group mate, I love watching you play. Didn't get to see the group for you on map 1. Got to see some Magneto. What did you think? What was challenging you the most on map 1, and kind of what went wrong for your team on that one?
I mean, on map 1, it was the draft, and also Vertigo was lagging apparently, which I believe in. But and also, it felt like there was a lot less energy in map 1 from all of us in the team, and then like we kind of just like we had a talk after. We do not want to lose to these guys. The only people we'd accept losing to in this bracket is VP. That's the only people we'd accept losing to. So
that's fair.
We just had to lock in. We can't lose these games.
No, that's super valid. And with this win, you guys have secured your spot in the playoffs. But you still have 2 series ahead of you. 1 versus Vision, 1 versus VP. I know you said VP is the one to look forward to, but this is the last question we have for you, Ducky, is like looking forward to those matches. Do you have any thoughts about Vision? Are you worried too much against them, or are you just mainly focused on that Virtus Pro matchup?
I'm just focused on myself. I contribute a little bit to draft, but I just want to make sure I'm playing the best I possibly can in all the officials I play. Because like at the end of the day, I am the main tank. I'm kind of like the head of the team, so like I have to make sure I'm playing my best. Otherwise, the whole team is just gonna crumble if I'm not playing at my best ability.
Okay, I respect it. Well, you played pretty well, I would say. Going undefeated 2 maps in a row looked pretty awesome. Well, thank you, Ducky, for joining us for the interview. I'm sure we'll hear from you later on this weekend. Enjoy your win.
Thank you for having me.
And that was Ducky from Rad Esport. They got the 2-1 victory. They said, maybe some ping issues, but really they weren't feeling as confident in map 1. And then it really showed how confident they were from then on out, Levin.
Yeah, and this is a nice warm-up, if you will, for that big final boss, Virtus Pro, as Rad's last match. But now this is just about seeding because they've qualified. But getting that #1 seed in the maybe Dodge, Navi, or Heretics game that they have to play, which is in the other group, but how seeding works for playoffs. But Rad looked really good today. Just gotta work on control domination and the drafts and getting the vibes and the energy up off the bat.
Yes, we do. But we also have to take a little bit of a breather ourselves after that 3-game finish that we saw. We have Peps and Pulsar winning on the other end of this break.
Fantastic! Ha-ha! Ha-ha! Ha-ha!
Clear the way! Feel the pull! Disappear!
Well, we already have one map 3 out of the way for today's festivities, but now we have a must-win matchup between both of these teams. Peps, if they lose, still in the competition technically for groups, but they definitely want the best odds. And Pulsar, if they lose this series, they will be going out of the group stage without making it to the playoffs. Of course, still have one more match to play against Navi tomorrow. Those are the stakes here, Lemon, to talk about between these two teams. So it's a must-win scenario for both of these squads.
Big day for Pulsar. Better show up or show yourself out. Elimination day for them. But talking about Peps first, this team has a lot of fun niche picks and playstyles that can surprise some teams. They got a heavier lean towards the Angela with a Frankie boxing, getting the mitts out, those disruption styles, and unique looks on the Torch and the Psylocke. 6 is a hit scan that can really shine on his team, and his mechanics are insane, and I think Pink sets him up beautifully. And Proto on the Jeff, low-key, secret ace up their sleeve.
Oh yeah, I'd love to see the Jeff play come out. I mean, especially like either it's the flanking Jeff or you're just kind of keeping your allies alive on the back line just with the long beams of water against them. But like say, tell me a little bit about this Pulsar roster. Who's really the players to look out for on this team to pop off?
For me, the real standout here probably going to be Lapsis Atilas. Finnish legend, great on all of the strategies. I think Invis Woman probably Lapsis's strongest outlook here. I wouldn't be shocked to see an Invis ban go their way, especially given in the last series we saw how impactful an Invis ban can be when it comes to enabling those off-angle duelist kind of matchups, which are going to require quite a bit of heavy focusing potentially towards Sabatic. We know El Chabagoo is a bit of a melee enthusiast, which isn't the most in vogue at the moment. We have seen reasonable success from Daredevil, but I think that's probably going to fall off a little bit, knowing that now there's an easy swap over to a White Fox who tends to win their 1v1s against Daredevil, which is the first for strategists.
I like that you highlighted this melee specialist. I think this is not a strong meta for this team, and I think a team like Pulsar Esports is looking for that standout, that pop-off player, and El Chapagoop has been this wild card. The Wolverine, the things like the Daredevil, it can be really countered by just strong Magneto players that know when to bubble people who are getting harassed by a guy named El Chapagoop, which is already a hilarious name. But looking to see how El Chapagoop is going to adapt, because at least that's what I really like about him. He's not afraid to swap. He's doing everything he can to make it work.
Well, we'll see how both of these teams make it work. Of course, as we mentioned before, the stakes of this matchup, and that's going to be the big thing to focus on, but hopefully the pressure doesn't get to either of them. They're both two teams who are looking for their first series win. We saw only 2 series so far from Peps, and Pulsar have a little bit more experience under their belt. I mean, they faced off against Team Heretics most recently, took a map against Alter Esports, and then Shikigami was their first series last week. So they've had a tough go of it. This is their best chance for success, but it's the same on the other side. For Peps, they played Na'Vi and Heretics. Neither of them have had an easy go of this, Levin.
I just think Peps' schedule is actual hell. Like, Heretics as your first one, as a clear, number 2, I guess, in the power rankings. Na'Vi being at number 1. Yeah, at least you get all the hard ones out of the way. Now you have a whole week to try and deal with the rest of the bracket, or the rest of the people in your standing. So glad to see that Team Peps, I think people could be underrating them just based on how tough their schedule is. So I think I kind of got Peps in this one.
Okay. I mean, if we're doing predictions on this, what you feeling for this leg day? I mean, we have Celestial Husk as the map. Do you think Pulsar have a chance, or is it Peps all the way?
I think this is going to be one of the most hotly contested best of 3s of the entire bracket, but maybe it's recency bias, seeing Team Peps kind of get one over on Na'Vi. We're not winning the map on Celestial Husk previously, and we're going back to Celestial Husk again. I like Team Peps' flyer style heading into this. We'll see if Pulsar Esports have done their homework and ban out things like the Torch and the Angela later on in the ban phase. But I think that this is a really strong map for Team Peps, and I would not be surprised to see them take it.
Hey, one of the only maps that Pulsar have actually won is on Celestial Husk.
Okay.
And they went the distance against Alter Esports. They went all the way to round 3. So I'm excited. But will Sapatic be able to play the Elsa? That is, I think, the consistent performer, the fragger on this team. So that's kind of what I'm wondering when it comes to this team.
That's the big question. What are we going to see priority-wise? Is it going to be the Elsa? Is it going to be the Gambit? Are we going to see some of those Angela bans out there? That's what makes this meta so fun, because there's at least more than just like you're banning the Mag or the Emma like we used to see in previous seasons. There's a couple bit more going down to the strategy of the ban and protect system itself, which is just great. It's healthy for the game. I feel like the 20% alt charge nerf that we had at the start of the season, it definitely contributed to that, and a bit more focus on certain heroes over the others. But Team Peps and Pulsar Esports, both these teams giving it their all. Map 1 can even matter so much more. I mean, we saw it in the last one. It didn't as much, unfortunately, for Reason, but between these two squads, just having that one edge, that one map win is going to be the difference maker between these two teams. And you talked about it, Jen. We saw some great looks from Pulsar in the first time that they had a performance on Celestial Husk. So can they replicate that going into the series? We'll see how they do against Team Peps.
Oh, like that, we already had a map 3 in our first series. I could see this being the same way. And if I could cope, because I always got to have my daily cope, El Chapagoop's Wolverine, I think, looked very strong on Celestial Husk. A lot of good places to tackle people off the map on, depending on what round you're in. But that's the big wild card, the big question mark on this team for me.
All right. It's going to be Elsa as our first one here. Question is, are we going to see these teams pivot into the Gambit, which is what we expected from our previous two teams, but they did prefer the Mantis Ultron. It definitely seems like Pulsar is going to be going for the El Clasico here with Gambit on the table. And this means that maybe later on in our bans, we're going to have to consider something like a Rogue being taken off the table, because that team up is very powerful. And unsurprisingly, it's going to be a Loki taken away to avoid double Raging Royal Flushes.
Oh, the Angela on Domination is going to be something I can't wait. A big bright point on this Team Peps roster is always going to be Frankie for me. And I know we love to just highlight the duelist every day and night, but an Angela diff here could make all the difference. And tackling versus tackling, when you got El Chapagoo baby on the Wolverine, Frankie on Angela, it's just tackle central. But someone like Pink, I think, has such an interesting hero pool and could even bring out something like the Torch, which has been popular on Celestial Husk in the past.
Yeah, we have seen Pink absolutely do numbers on that one, especially against a team like Na'Vi, who are running a triple strategist into it. It's going to be one-sided Gambit due to that priority protect on the Mantis. But we have seen this come back to bite teams before. Team Peps definitely are angling for something a little bit more akin to an Ultron Mantis here. Would not be surprised if we see Ultron Protect. Oh, it's going to be the Vanguard Pool Protect. This is interesting. Now, Pulsar for their last have to figure out, do we want to get rid of a Mantis? Do we want to get rid of the Ultron, rather, to stop that Mantis Ultron double boost? Do we want to try and get rid of the Jeff or the Invis, which could be a great pocket for Pink up in the sky? Or maybe you just try and get rid of the Johnny himself. No, Invis is going to be the one off the table.
And no Star-Lord for Pulsar, which means that Pink, we don't even ban the Torch, because I don't think anyone is worried about the Torch. We don't worry about what happened last series, okay? So I'd love to see Pink back on the Torch, because they were able to force a 100-99 loss against Na'Vi, but to push a team that good to the edge, just off of, again, these niche picks, that's what is really exciting about Team Peps. So Pink won't be able to fall back to the Star-Lord, though, so if the Torch doesn't work out, good luck.
Yeah, it might be a little bit low on those. You can see here the deliberation. It is going to be the Rogue ban taken off the table, knowing that Rogue is going to be quite dangerous with the team up given over by the Gambit. But for a while, they were hovering over the Daredevil and the Wolverine. Like, how much do we want to try and constrain the Chabagoob here? How much do we believe in the El Chupagoobra, the biggest mythos for Pulsar Esports here? And we are going to see Chabagoob able to access that Daredevil, and really going to see how much it brings to the table. In pro play, Daredevil does have a specific advantage of having perfect information within a certain radius, which is very good when everyone is on the same page for how you're going to execute your dives.
Okay, so Pink will be able to have the Star-Lord as a backup, and I just can't wait to see some more Torch, because this has been so niche on maps like this one, and even other maps that we've seen. But more triple strategists, and there's so many variations of it. Whether you can have the Mantis, I think that there's a more defensive flavor when you have Adam that can go for more of those revives. But we'll see what everyone ends out with coming out of the gates. Looking at a strong dive here for Pulsar, but more of a melee style. So not the Wolverine that we've seen El Chabagoo play in the past, but something that could maybe have some more pop-off potential.
3, 2,
All right, Team Peps, so just going to use the Jeff Bubbles to roll out, I imagine, and then swap over onto the Mantis. Maybe that's going to be the primary healer here on the Luna as a strategist. It's going to make her a little bit more vulnerable to a dive from Chabagoob and Kizaru. I wouldn't be surprised to see her swap over onto a White Fox when going up against this Daredevil.
And the poke from Sapatic. Don't worry if he doesn't have Elsa, because man, does he deliver on that damage when it comes to the Phoenix. First, that presence here from IMLK. Look at these Deadpool bubbles to maybe kind of act as like root walls. You know, you section off some of this healing and have some staying power on this objective. First, you're seeing Pulsar try to get this cap first. You have Kizaru ring around the rosy, seeing who he can collapse on. No focus on these Vanguards, but hoping to pressure this high ground as Kizaru goes in and gets, oh my god, frozen.
Yeah, developed angle here from Sapatic as well, but instantly gets poked out. You can see how low they are. They were trying to find a way to move off the back of that frenzied arrival from Kizaru. But for now, just focuses on MLK. Any miss is going to be severely punished here due to the skill issue. Ultimate being sent on out. It was upgraded, yes, but the damage is easily managed. Out goes the skill issue on the other side. Trina, make sure that Pink is going to be found in the stink right now. And Frankie boxing looking after the Daredevil. 1 HP to play with, and the stab is good. Frankie Boxing just going to be able to keep this one contested for a long time, and the Deadpool just can't stand up to the half-winged angel.
Oh, Frankie Boxing can do a lot of work on this Angela. We'll get a 4K if you let him through, and he's bringing all the sheep to a herd and to the firing squad of his own team. Frankie's as impactful as ever and could even bring the Venom as his passive gets activated. But hey, we have 6 getting activated.
Oh, Protoss in a bad position there. Couldn't quite get the healing from 6. Was instead focusing down Lapsisa Tila. Still Shabagu moves in towards the back. Wants that strategist and has not lost track of them. Babybat and 6 both to full. Pulsar Esports should be able to convert here into a capture, but boy, it's taken its time here.
Oh, Chapagoob, I'm already seeing some better brawling with the rest of the teams, able to stay nice and close. Of course, Kizaru will be able to feast upon the start of this next fight. Hopefully getting an activation here from Frodo to get the Mantis Resurgence, to get some extra kick for Team Peps, to maybe just overwhelm Pulsar. But don't forget, of course, the Torch Ultimate, but we're going to have the Deadpool kick things off.
An early 3-man dive. Chabagoo sent down to a briny depth by IMLK. Those dual Desert Eagles really getting it done. For now, Treeman doesn't really want to try and deal with Pink. Legend seen up top. A hot drop onto him perhaps, but no. Instead, Pink looks elsewhere. Wants in on to the Jeff for Land Shark. And indeed, that's some flash broiled shark meat right there. Sabatic likes to fall on down. Team Peps, despite being caught with that early 3-person dive, were able to rebuff it quickly.
Yeah, there's only 2 strats from the Pulsar side, so when you have Pink being able to pick off the Jeff so early, there's so little healing that's left, and then you only have so many cards in your deck for Gambit, so too much on Legend to carry through. Proto, great. Soul Resurgence now being able to defend is going to put this Angel in a fantastic position to maybe force Pulsar's hand before they're ready, but Kizaru is already showing his hand being on the point first.
Kizaru demands a little bit of attention. Knows that the Deadpool's vision is, of course, based on movement, and Treeman's falling real low here. Needs to get back to some manner of healing. It's going to be Legend who's responsible for that one. Kizaru going deep into the back. Quick disengagement to feed over the ultimate charge onto the Gambit, who's still yet to get their first ultimate. It's about to come up. The Raging Royal Flush could be everything, but do you want to use it without Sabotage? Chabagoo's already been frozen. Oh, taken down before Legend can even deliver on the Gambit's ultimate. This could be a huge amount of Pulsar's resources, which aren't really getting anything done. Six just answers it all with the Rage of Ultron. Yes, Kizaru's able to stick around long enough to get rid of Protoss, but can they get anything more than this? At least forcing something out of Balluna. Frankie Boxing needs to be high up in the sky to avoid being eaten, and that's going to be nothing grabbed off the back of It's Jeff. A double stab in towards the back, and a nice little Raging Royal Flush to get away. Yes, Treeman still remains, but Team Peps are well in control. Sabatic rolls in with the Phoenix, and Frankie Boxing gets awfully close to it, finds one of their wings singed off temporarily, taking to the ground. Now has to move in, trying to keep this one contested, and El Chabagoo is going to be in desperate danger.
Almost Frankie able to deny that escape from the Daredevil, and Team Peps, I mean, great patience on the fate of both worlds to extend this fight, already at 90% plus. It's do or die for Pulsar.
Kizaru feasted the Abyss. Who's it going to be placed upon at the moment? Certainly El Chabagoo going to be wishing it came out a touch faster. Nice flicks from Protoss. We've seen some nasty Mantises today, and we haven't even seen level 1 Crook play just yet. Sabatic can't stand up to be a raid fire that was coming on through, and despite Lapsis Otilas is floundering and flailing with fins in the air, the surrender is not accepted, and only a casualty is found in its place. A portal opened for a quick recontest. El Chabagoo's going to be the one responsible for that, but they're debarking the portal straight into a pyro prison. They're out of a frying pan and right into the fire. Lapsis Otilas finds himself flash fried again, and nothing can save them because Legend was too far away. Kizaru up against the well. Oh, a quick ice fall onto Treeman. Chill out, bro. The round is over. Team Peps take the first.
Kizaru just doesn't have a good target to dive. His day is being ruined. He's either getting frozen, he's getting slept, he's getting tackled by an Angela. You just can't get anything going with this Venom. And then Team Peps, the people that would be diveable, are up in the air, and Pink is being completely ignored, able to rain it down on the only 2 strategists that Pulsar have, and Jeff needs to ideally be out of water in order to be impactful, so you really can't get an umbrella against someone like Pink. But these are the type of niche strategies that Team Peps bring doing and why Celestial Husk has been such a strong map for them initially. So I think Pulsar are going to have to rethink their Vanguard approach because the CC from the strategist line from Peps is too good.
Yeah, indeed they are going for a quick rethink. Looks like we're going to see... I would be surprised. Like, Treeman, obviously, in the name, does love the Groot. And the swap over onto the Wolverine here. There is a world where maybe you try a fastball special team up, but instead Kizaru knows that with Vanguard Deadpool on the team, or at least available in the draft, it could be folly to leave it on the back foot.
Oh, Chopago. So who is a good person to tackle? It's not going to be an easy choice. And think about this high ground too. If you can bring someone into your team and displace people from these power positions, that's going to be important. But Six kicks things off.
Okay, Raging Royal Flush already thrown out here for the side of Pulsar, and here it is, Lapsus Atilas on the best hero that they've got in their wheelhouse. The Invisible Woman gets it done, finding Six, and of course it's going to be really dangerous for the Ultron to deal with as well. Those force physics pulls, for lack of escapability for Ultron could be an issue.
Hey, you let the Gambit through just to make sure Sabotic's not on the Elsa, and you're paying the ultimate prize. That is such a huge win condition for Pulsar, and to be able to defend with the Groot is so massive, along with the Strangling Prison, and Treeman's looking for it.
Oh, an early prison here. Knowing where that... Oh, did you see them take the... Oh, I just saw them take the Magneto away. So smart. The only counterplay they had was blocking it with the Magneto's curtain or the bubble. And so you instantly go in for the grab on the Magneto, and it's plain sailing for Treeman.
I like the strategy, like you said, to get the only thing that could cancel or really defend against the Strangling Prison, because that's number one thing you got to look out for as a group player. Where are those Magneto bubbles? Where is the shield? And Pulsar are yet behind, halfway down to the cap. Looking forward to seeing how Sabotic and El Chapagoob really deliver some big damage, and here's some picks.
Oh, Six is going to have trouble surviving this one. Indeed, the burst damage is too much to bear. Maybe that may have been able to move over on to the White Fox, but that Spirit Sanctuary shield is going to be instantly evaporated by the Phoenix Ultimate, and this is the kind of initiative we expected from Pulsar.
Of course, and they can just keep cycling their ultimates. They don't overinvest, and if they need to back away, they'll have the invisible boundary to set up a safe base away from Team Peps, and they're struggling themselves to... Team Peps, speaking of, to gather ultimates because they're just getting wiped before they can form a thought, and this will be their last hurrah for this round.
Treeman isolated. In comes the invisible boundary, but healing still not enough. Excellent focus. El Chapagoob manages to find one Vanguard. A quick last smash into the wall. El Chapagoob is going absolutely goofy right now, and it's Goofy Goober time. I'm certainly ready. I don't know about you. Ready for a round number 3 because 97% is ticking on over. There's no chance for a teleport, and Pulsar Esports strike back with a vengeance.
It started with the Gambit, then the Strangling Prison, then El Chapagoob coming alive on the Wolverine, proving that maybe the Wolf could still live on in this meta. It's all about teamwork and execution, and Pulsar played the perfect round, but we decide here and now who will be taking the first map in this best of 3. And Team Peps don't have as strong of a win condition when you don't have the Gambit. Of course, the Rage of Ultron from 6 had the initial good poke damage, but Pulsar surged ahead despite that, completely disrespecting 6. And Pink is the one that's on Phoenix, where usually that's 6's recipe to success. So I love that Pink has been stepping up as a huge carry for Peps, especially from going to Torch to now on the Phoenix. Look for how this end song is going to end this first fight, because there's only the Gambit Royal Flush here for Pulsar to negate it.
It's imperative that Team Peps win the first fight here. We're seeing in the last round just how bad it is when you're going up against a group in these tight spaces, these little caverns. However, it's going to be incredibly difficult. Raging Royal Flush is on the table.
And this is a great round for Flyers, so look at 6 to maybe have an even stronger impact in this one. And even Pink, if you'd want to return to the Torch, I wouldn't even mind. It all depends on how this kicks off. The Royal Flush will ensue.
All right, it's disengageable, though. Maybe this one could be answered. Pink going to be using the End Song Inferno to try and stop them in their tracks, knowing that only lasts for 8 seconds now. Our Chabagoob has lost their passive and lost even more so than that. The Pulsar needs to be stopped before we can get the point. It's going to be an early contest coming through from Frankie Boxing. This is, of course, always going to be the job of the Angela. 6, your beam does not heal. I've got to tell you that right now. You've just got to focus that in on the enemies. Out comes a skill issue from IMLK, I believe, going over likely onto the Gambit on the other side. It's easy to gun on through, and this is exactly what Team Peps needed. A great disengaged play. They're going to chase down Lapsis or Tilas, unlikely to get anything on the backside right here. And while there will be a momentary stall from the group, this is going to make things more difficult for this group to find value off the walls.
And Frankie is having so many good walls, well, not the great walls, but great walls to pin people into, and he's causing so much disruption. Good coordination in that Team Peps fight. I need El Chapagoob to slow it down a bit. He's actually going to be on the Namor, so that'll be a different story than what he was trying to pull on the Wolverine. Just overextended into the caverns, the safety from Team Peps, not knowing what's on the other side. You can't front to back with Wolverine, but you can have more of a defensive posture with the Namor trying to stop these Frankie dives.
Oh, this will be instantly evaporated by Sapatek's ultimate instead. Do they choose to turn it up on the other side? Yeah, that's going to be a quick grab in with the strangling prison, and the follow-up is good. Yeah, I think it's going to get a trade, which might complicate things a touch here for Team Peps. Do they want to try and invest an ultimate to keep this one contested? Indeed, they will. Soul Resurgence from Protoss. Pink is going to get stuck in now, looking towards the backline. Has the End Song Inferno. Wants everything and takes it even more. Lapsis of Tilas falls on down. The damage boost was good. It burns through the invisible boundary.
That's the important part, right? 60% kept the point and destroyed Pulsar in their own invisible barrier. I like that call from Proto. Do not give up. Do not surrender. Pink versus Sapatek. Who is going to take the round and who is going to carry their team to victory? The fate of both worlds and fate in Peps' hands on how they want to get active this fight as Tree Man lurks below on the Angela.
Tree Man once again forced onto a different hero. The Angela is going to be the one to see here, but you can see that El Chabagoob's being accosted on their moving forward right here. Kizaru just going to be exchanging battles, and it's going to be a really fast S-rank achieved here for Kizaru off the back of the Raging Royal Flush. Still, the answer's solid. It's going to be lasting longer. Baby Bat, that was a 4-person stun from Sapatek. Absolutely nutso mode over here. Quick double stab. Frankie Boxing is at least making their presence known on the point, but the real fight's happening in the backline right now. The dive's trying to get value. Frankie Boxing can't win a 2 versus 1, and Team Peps will get out relatively unscathed.
And 0 to 100 is what Pulsar have to do to salvage this map. And Tree Man realizing that off the Groot, you just can't sustain pressure. You can't mitigate it as well. Match fire with fire and match Frankie at his own game. But he is the best in the business when it comes to Angela. They don't call him Frankie Boxing for nothing, but the devil is out.
The devil is out, but Pink says, I'm going to put that one back in, cuz. Tree Man has gone too deep as well, trying to support that one. Really wanted a hard commit. Lapsis Otilas back on the Jeff, just trying for a little bit of additional survivability. Pink needs to dodge away from the incoming fire. Sapatek is looking very, very well managed here. Going in towards the back, once Baby Bat finds her, and that means with a lot of healings now off the table for Team Peps. Now Chabagoob has returned with a lot of his healing gone. It's feasting time for El Chabagoob. It's Jeff ready to eat up anyone who tries to keep this one contested. And so Team Peps, they're just going to call it.
Yeah, Peps just need a soft reset here after Baby Bat and Pink have fallen and Pulsar have invested enough. It's a good call from Team Peps. That is what's strong about them, the timing of their disengages, because El Chapagoob sometimes chases those eliminations, and that could be really punishable. So Peps, this is just one fight for the end.
Supernova from Pink. Tree Man there trying to drop them out of the sky, but doesn't have full charge on the axis. Oh, misses the hot drop, but still doesn't miss Chabagoob. Spinning to win, and winning's on the cards right here. Kizaru has to try and stand alone, but gets burned to a crisp. But Char Broil is a beautiful flavor profile for Pink, and indeed they might be feasting tonight in the Peps mansion as they will be able to get the cap here. It's going to be a last-second recontest coming through from El Chabagoob with the portal. Quick debarking onto a point and great cover off the back of it as well. But straight away, Frankie Boxing Boxing is there to meet them. Drops down from the sky, extra health for all and sundry. Protoss knows that this is the end. It's time to resurge in terms of souls. Six desperately needs to get a little bit of additional ult charge here. They're batting Six are right on the edge. They've lost Protoss. It needs to be a clutch from Team Peps, and getting El Chabagum into the middle of their team might be exactly what they needed. Pulsar are nowhere close to any ults. Only Lapsis Atilas really has a chance to try and make this one work, but Frankie Boxing continues to land blow after blow. Right hook into uppercut. Swift as a butterfly and stinging like a bee. And in towards the back, it's Legend who feels himself for Sting. Pink going down into the Vanguards, getting stuck in nice and close. Protoss comes with a quick return, and with all of the ultimates levied, Team Peps will be going to be able to make this one happen. The first map, Celestial Husk, will go their way.
That was so winnable for Pulsar at the end. Let me go. They teleport in. They actually zoned Peps off the point. You have Proto on the Mantis frontlining. You had to pick on a strategist, but they just couldn't kind of keep control of the chaos. Pulsar was just that close. And of course, Pink as your MVP, stepping up as that carry. The Torch, the Phoenix, the triple elimination that he got through Pulsar's invisible boundary. Like, it's not just the damage and the numbers, it's the impact, and that was felt on the server by Pink.
All right, good to see Peps finally getting rewarded for all of their innovation and effort put in. And once again, Europe is seeing the rise of Mantis. We're seeing Gambit left on the table. Elsa still locked away in the box even after losing 25 base HP. I don't know how much our two first matches are going to be hearkening things to come, but as we come back from a week of scrims after our first week of preseason, maybe teams felt, you know what, this damage boost is kind of some serious business, and it seems right now the meta is crystallizing towards Mantis Gap.
And Pulsar, it's just the decision making too of just how far they wanted to reach in some of these fights, because in that last round there's these very defensive caverns that exist, and it felt like people like El Chapagoob and others really tried to scoop up the defenders from their safe haven and to force them into fights that they weren't ready for. But the punishing power from Peps is what took a lot of these fights that were gifted to them to bad decision making from the divers. But I like the swaps that Pulsar brought, but Peps had better execution and better pop-off power.
Well, I'm very impressed with Tree Man as well. Like, the comeback on that group Wolverine combo definitely is going to be something that we're going to want to watch out for, in particular on those more linear maps like a Convergence or a Convoy, which of course where we're going to be able to go next. As it is going to be the choice of Pulsar, I wouldn't mind seeing them pick something like a Midtown where the group can really excel, maybe an Yggdrasil path. We'll be able to find out what's chosen after this break.
Fantastic! Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha!
Welcome back, everyone. From that heater of a matchup, we've got to see Pink just electric on all of the fire heroes. We saw the Phoenix, we saw the Torch, and we saw them bring the heat throughout that first map on Celestial Husk. 20 final hits is insanity, but I think another stat line that kind of goes underrated is how involved, Lemon, the entire team of Peps was on getting those confirmations of the eliminations, which seemed to be a big difference between these two squads.
And you got the best server in the business, Frankie Boxing, who comes and just serves it up to you on a platter as the Angela to watch. And I think that's so strong on Celestial Husk. And depending on what round, he's even more elusive than ever. And then someone like Treeman had to match band for band and really suffered. At least you did get the swaps, right? You're not too stubborn. The Groot was getting run over, but you just can't execute the Angela the way that that Frankie can. Then you had 21 deaths from the two Vanguards on the Pulsar side, so it just shows the amount of focus and the amount of damage that they were taking throughout these fights.
So much sustain as well that we got to see from Team Peps just based on the composition that they were rocking, and also having that Mantis gap, as we like to call it now, leg day. That seemed to be another big difference maker here. And Pulsar, they had it available to them. It wasn't even banned, but it just seems like maybe it doesn't fit into their composition or playstyle as well as they would like.
Yeah, no one-sided Mantis. Like, I don't know if that's because maybe Sabatic or El Chapagoob just doesn't play the Mantis. Like, it is a little bit of a specialty aiming style, which takes a little bit of a whole lot of practice to be able to happen. But like having that tertiary strategist ultimate is so important as well. I think the real turning point of this entire match was when everyone on Peps followed the command of Protoss. Lemon was telling us about how like they're down and, well, it's invest or don't invest here. There's no right answer at the moment, but when Protoss makes the call, we're going to go in with the Soul Resurgence, and they layer in on top of that the Ensong Inferno as well to try and deal with the counter ultimate, knowing that, hey, if I just load my Phoenix up with damage boost, because that's all she needs when I've got like all the healing pumping out from Soul Resurgence, right? I'm just going to load her up with the damage boost seeds, and maybe we'll be able to break our way through this invisible boundary they're going to have to use to take this point when we use our Soul Resurgence. Like, everyone on Peps was on the same page with that, and sometimes it's just clarity of vision more than like strength of character, which really is going to be what wins the day.
If they do come out on top, I'd be very interested to just ask them like who controls, the comms on their team specifically, because it seemed like they had that on lock, communication at the level that you need it to be. But Lemon, we were kind of talking about potential maps we could have seen as the counter, and Midtown seems a little bit surprising here.
Yeah, just losing that first map. Usually they go to Museum of Contemplation, Spider Island Convoy, even a Racco Convoy, but just haven't had the results that they would have hoped for. So Midtown, a really narrow alley. Maybe we could see the rise of Treeman as the Tree Lord, and because Fruit is really strong at this first section of the map because it's so narrow and get a lot more impact. We just had a lesson from Ducky about what that looks like, so I'm looking for Tree to own the Ducky persona.
Yeah, maybe a little bit better too in those like kind of cordoned off rooms from the play style that we like to witness from El Chabagoob with either the DD or the Wolverine as well. It seemed like because of how open-ended the last map was, they weren't able to get as much effectiveness in confirming some of those KOs, so could be a little bit better here for them. Also depends on composition. I think Triple Strategist works pretty well though for Team Pep, so they're kind of happy. Midtown is one of those maps that teams have scrimmed the most out of any convoy map, so you gotta make sure you have the best strategy, the best kind of roster of heroes you can play going into this one. And I would say the big thing to focus on, the Mantis ban. If it doesn't come out and we see the immediate secure from Team Peps, well, we might see a similar story here leg day than we did in the last map.
Yeah, like the Mantis story is definitely going to be something. I do think that the Midtown pick makes sense when you consider a Vanguard matchup here, because this is great for Groot, which is Treeman's primary, and it's also not a great map for Angela. Like, this doesn't have the best Angela angles, and I think we can all agree that in the previous game, it definitely felt like Frankie Boxing was the more effective Angela player, if not the better Angela player. I think maybe trying to constrain Frankie into a more terra firma bound Vanguard might be important.
One thing to note here, too, going into this matchup, Pulsar have opted for the attacking side this go-around, so that's definitely important to pay attention to when it comes to the bans and protects, because they get that first protect, they can't get double banned, so we might see a focus on the Gambit if it gets through, or even the Elsa, depending on what the priority is from Team Peps. And I feel like, based on this meta, we've seen so many more teams going towards sticking on the attacking side first, for the counter map instead of the defending side, but we'll see what happens. Team Peps, they did select that defending side. Pulsar will be attacking it this go around, and they're pretty happy about that. We'll see how it goes though for the ban and protects here, Lemon.
All right, let's head on in. Map number 2, Team Peps, for the first time in the preseason, have themselves a series lead. And it's going to be Pulsar Esports with the first ban here already, hovering over on the Elsa. But the question is, do you want to keep prioritizing this if you know that maybe it's going to be a Mantis coming through on the other side? Yeah, of course. Keep Elsa in the box, but we'll keep her locked away for now.
And Frankie's backup plan, since we're not expecting the Angela here, would be a Magneto. So really working in tandem with someone like IMLK, who's been superb on the Deadpool, the Groot, the Venom. Like, IMLK has shown a lot of flexibility, but I want to see a masterclass from this Vanguard line, because I did feel like the Angela setups were great, but what other looks can we see from Peps going forward?
All right, real question is here, is it once again going to be a protector of the Mantis, or are they going to pivot on to the Gambit? Because we know that 6 here might be tempted to move over from the Ultron onto something like a Phoenix, or even something like a Moon Knight, which could really take advantage of the long sight lines that are over here on Midtown. And so it makes sense that they might go for a double strategist line with the Gambit as the main healer.
I'm scared of Pulsar having another Gambit game, though, because the one round they took on Celestial Husk, that 100-0, was momentum driven by a Gambit fight starter, if you will. So, but, you know, this is not domination, but that is such a huge part of getting wind in the sails and having almost a guaranteed win condition. But Peps, what was so good about them macro-wise in that first map was how and when they disengaged and almost forcing these errors out of Pulsar and that greediness to chase those eliminations.
Is there a world where maybe they protect the Star-Lord here? Like, Gambit Star-Lord, obviously, one of the most deadly ult combos in the game, but instead it looks like they are going to maybe hello? The Oracles. Did I read the tea leaves? Oh, the Gambit Star-Lord combo. This demands a mag in response, I think, with the Meteor M, which could be ideal for trying to force Tree Man off of their better hero. I wouldn't mind seeing the Invis get counterbanned here from Team Peps if Pulsar take it away as well, just to try and get rid of the main ways you can try and stop the poke from Star-Lord, using that Guardian Shield to win out on the off-angle fights.
And 6 has shown us a little bit of Star-Lord, but there are such large hero pools on the side of Peps when it comes to their duelists, and like I said, have been very unique with sometimes bringing out the Psylocke and, like we said, the Torch. So you never know what you're gonna get when you face Team Peps. But what other teams have realized is that you can still beat them at their own game, because Peps have yet to win a series, but they are on the verge of doing just that against Pulsar and keeping themselves alive in the standings, while Pulsar are on elimination.
So the curious thing here as well is that even without a protect on either side, Mantis has once again made it through the ban phase untouched. I like the taking away of the Vanguard Deadpool there, the skill issue. It will decimate a Star-Lord due to his high rate of fire. If he misses even a single bullet in the clip, each one of those counts as a full-on miss and does a bunch of damage to him. That's a great way to try and constrain, especially something like a Gambit as well. Skill issue on Gambit, if he misses one of his cards in the 3-card spread, that counts as a miss as well. So I think getting parity on the Vanguard pool is a good priority here for Team Peps.
And just how many strats are we going to get? Not strategies, but strategists. Because that's made a huge difference for a team like Pulsar, who run a lot of the 2-2-2 and things like that. But sometimes if you're on defense, it warrants having something like a rocket or a third strategist just to be able to stall out as much as possible. So we'll focus on the defensive comps. They're more settled in on what they want to do, and Baby Bat covering her choices here with Rocket, having that BRB. You get a little bit of forgiveness, especially if, I don't know, someone like Sapatic headshots your backline. So it's always good to have a Band-Aid.
Yeah, the Battle Recall Beacon going to be important, as well as Pink having access to that Karmic Revival as well. So Polestar Esports are going to have to very carefully manage both their space and their resource usage here to get effective fights and deal with the resurrections that could be on the table.
Got the Rogue, the Gambit, the lovely couple hoping to break up the Team Pep's front line. Just got the mitts out ready to squabble up, and Peps can rely on Frankie, and he's always known to have the perfect moment to strike and barely misses that shove.
All right, getting involved now with the actions of Icors, but it won't stay down for long. Oh, just a quick mwah with Kizaru as they roll on up. Just kiss a homie on the mouth.
So many homies and so little time. But Polestar have sectioned off the fight, and they have sent Kizaru to do the job for them.
All right, having that wall up behind them makes things very difficult, and Protoss going to be the first one to fall. Question is the Battle Recall Beacon available? I don't think it is. And so everyone else from Team Pep just has to force themselves onto the cart and get these last-minute recontests.
You got to be able to break those Groot walls down and have a strong poke, and I don't know if I would consider Team Peps having the strongest poke when you got a triple Vanguard, but what's nice about Rogue is that she doesn't care. If anything, you put her in a boxing match, you put her in a boxing ring, if you wall her, she will be happy to be trapped in there with you. Quick portal play as Six brings the team back for a final fight.
All right, that's going to be instantly broken down. No one can really shoot the Insong Inferno to try and save Baby Bat's Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Good dodge here from Protoss. Question is, can Lapsus Satilas get away with the It's Jeff healing? Seems like that's going to be the case, because those who would have assailed them are going to be quite quickly taken down by Tree Man, who really is thriving here on the Groot, and Pink couldn't even find any chance of using their own resurrection. So this has collapsed very quickly for Peps.
The Groot walls are so fantastic from Tree, and he's allowed to choose when and where the fight is going to take place. They'll capture point A, and they banked up so many ults to keep the rally going, mainly that Strangling Prison. But Pink needs to find the right time and the right place for that Karmic Revival to give another chance at life and fighting here for Team Peps.
Six needs a moment here, a quick breather to try and get access to that ultimate. Oh, the quick amplification. That's going to be the cleansing of the anti-heals on the other side. Not sure where Tree Man's ultimate has gone. Likely on the left-hand side of your screen as we pan over towards it rather slowly. Pink in the corner brings up the Karmic Revival. Tree Man has found them in the midst of all of this, and a couple more players are walled off as well. The Devil Unleashed put back in, some might say, as El Shabagoon falling low. All of this healing is going to be more than enough to try and deal with the onslaught brought on by Matthew Murdoch himself. And Lapsus Sotilas just forced to flee away. The Finn gets broken down by Cosmic Clusters, and now it is going to be an unassisted ult for Six.
This is just not a part of the map that you want to get stalled out on for Polestar. It's that choke point that's so annoying to get through. Attacking with Groot is not easy as well. And Polestar, they had good initiative, but it's the counteraction. The Raging Royal Flush and Pink and bringing back those two members is what kept Team Peps rather flawless towards the end. So Polestar Esports are gonna be harassed by this high ground poke.
Dude, Pink is a nasty aimer, and it looks like Six might be holding on. No, never mind. One stab at it real bad. You can see they were just knocked up into the sky there by IMLK at just the right moment to make sure they could not get into cover. I said that White Fox is the only strategist who can 1v1, but Daredevil, never mind, actually. If you're Pink, I'm pretty sure you can do it.
The strategists, they defend, they heal, but they also attack. And man, if your Daredevil can't even take a 1v1 against an Atom, I fear it's so cooked. Also, Peps are just getting picks from the high ground. Polestar need a commanding way to pressure it, and here comes Kizaru to force Peps back.
Insong Inferno prepared, going to be going down on top of the dive from Kizaru. A great tenderization to land, followed by the Charbroil itself. Quick bounce moving over. Frankie Boxing unable to get anything with the Meteor M, and Frankie Boxing just going to be punished for such audacious positioning now as they floated imperiously above it all. The Empire crumbles like the Romans as the medieval times began to rise, and IMLK's down 2.
And Kizaru really solidified that fight. Just, you got to get Peps off that power position, and it was a recipe for success. And Polestar have banked so important ultimates for this final fight of point B. Look for the Strangling Prison, but they'll see what they'll get with this Royal Flush.
Oh, maybe that's not going to be able to claim too much space here. Oh, what a perfect bubble. Unbelievable stuff there from Frankie Boxing, making sure that Babybat cannot be grabbed out of the AoE. A 5-person usage of the Raging Royal Flush. Protoss getting maximum value from this one. Kizaru thought they could shut it down. They could not be more incorrect about the value of the Feast of the Abyss. And now Pulsar Esports are going to be caught in a very nasty position. The end of second is so difficult to take.
They are disengaging quite well from the Raging Royal Flush from Proto, but Pulsar would like to be able to clap back. It'll come down to Sapatic as El Chapagoob smells blood in the water, but he just needs to be careful. He needs help to deal with these strategies. We saw how Pink was able to fend for themselves, and that will be priority one to deny this Karmic Revival.
Okay, once again, going to be easy pickings here for 6. Everyone hiding away inside of a healing pool of the Jeff, and Frankie Boxing able to bubble themselves. Nice dodges from everyone. Mostly up Steelers only grabs their own team due to a nice favor came out from a cloak and dagger. Sapatic on the off angle, easily able to try and farm down these Vanguards moving forward, letting the Devil out. They're caught within a nice Groot ultimate, and it seems that El Chabagoob once again has found the Devil within, unleashing it, and well, the tendrils of evil, they grab into the flesh of Team Peps and secure a second point.
I like this tug of war that Pulsar is doing. They've really decided to balance the aggression that they almost had too much of on Celestial Husk and have been able to tilt the scales in their favor. Got to be careful of these Jeff ultimates, though, because the Groot can mitigate it with a good Ironwood wall. Frankie can bubble, and Pink is on the prowl and is able to slow Pulsar down from the entry.
And Pink showing off some real versatility here, but caught in a dark alley against Matthew Murdoch. There are much better places to be than that.
And Pulsar, they just want to be able to punish Pink if they overextend, but Kizaru's hungry.
Yeah, it's answered deep already by the Eternal Bond coming out from Babybat. Pink manages to find Tree Man and Hidden Low. The rest of his team disengaged, like, you know what, have the tree, but let me live.
This is not a fun part of the map to try and break out of your own spawn, because the defense can see you leave spawn and poke you to your grave. And especially with the Venom, you need a little bit of higher ceilings than that, but the Gambit will bail you out.
All right, Frankie Boxing, what can they do with the Meteor? Right? Oh, it's straight to the deflect! Unbelievable from Chabagoob. This guy is cooking right now. However, he's cooked on the other side. The extra damage from the Raging Royal Flush means that you still can't stand up to it, but I'll applaud the skill when I see it. 6 trying to disengage. Chapatic says, absolutely not, my son. I have no designs like that one. Looking in towards the Strange, just wants to get rid of that backline, giving us IMLK is forced in to just stop the cart momentarily.
Could be a good point for an It's Jeff ultimate from Lapsus. You got that drop off at the back left side, and it's the last 30 seconds to have a say, and Sapatic looks for an explosive start and doesn't get it.
Unbelievable stuff. Lapsus and TL's already taken on down Chabagoob. Can they get out of here? A righteous cross, a quick duck and weave, but Pink's accuracy is far too high for this. 13 seconds remain, and now you've got to start considering, do we need to use a portal to get back on this? Tree Man's had to give up so much space.
The off-angling from Pink has been huge. Tree is getting farmed for every ounce of ult charge that they have, but Pulsar have got them weak.
And that's going to be the dance of the butterflies. El Chabagoob is in it alone, has to tank it all by themselves up above. The Galactic Legends see Lapsus Atilas cannot live for even more than a second as they're taken down by a frenzied arrival. The portal will surely be too late as Streamman tries to set it up, and it's a midway through. You can see that Team Pep still had 2 strategist ultimates ready to go to try and defend that one. I think it was cooked either way for Pulsar, but it's not unwinnable.
The bank was healthy for Team Peps. The difference between the 2 Feast of Abyss that we saw between Kizaru and IMLK is that one had duelist ultimates to pile on top, the other one got piled on. IMLK with the Feast plus the Dance of the Butterflies and everything that was left, even a Galactic Legend just for the cherry on top. Team Peps had a great final stand, but could have even stopped Pulsar at point B even. I think there was a real chance to make this an even shorter push, so this is very achievable for Pulsar. They fixed up a lot of their macro errors that they were making back on Celestial Husk and are not so antsy, so greedy. They really are working well as a team, and El Chapagoob, despite not being flawless, he is getting more help on these guys towards the strategist line. And there's coordination around the Gambit Royal Flushes that Pulsar are leaning towards those initial win conditions and helping and using that as their approach mechanic so that they can actually set El Chapagoob for success.
Interestingly here, Team Peps are going to be able to walk out with Six and Protoss on both the Star-Lord and the Gambit, so they are going to be able to sync up their ultimates a little bit better. They had conspicuous desync on the defense because, of course, Six had started off on a Vanguard and so was unable to carry through enough ult charge onto the Star-Lord to really be able to sync up with Protoss all the time, but it still worked out.
I wouldn't even mind the Wolverine because when there's a fight on the high ground, if you're able to split people off, bring them to the main street, that could really cause that first elimination to go through. And oh, Six is sneaky with it.
Six taking down Sabatek, and now just has control of his high ground. Look at the high ground control that Team Peps have right now. Absolutely uncontested. These Vanguards are in a very dangerous position because when you have control of that high ground, you can just force the strategists so far back and break that line of sight. Seems like there's no end in sight here. They want to try and get Chabagoob and get rid of that passive. Well, there may have been a rocket jump pack to try and cheese something there. Well, Chabagoob only gives up their life to make it happen.
Just gotta wait for everyone from Pulsar to be alive for this portal play. You need all 6 to be available. Now Chapagoob's back on the Wolverine. Look out for these tackles and look out for Pulsar's final stand here for point A.
Eyes on Protoss and Six as well. That's going to be a deadly ult combo if it can't be dealt with by Kizaru on the other side. Pink trying to disengage, but staying close to Treeman to continually generate that fury. Righteous Cross after Righteous Cross for slows the thick and fast as well. Chabagoob on the other side. Pink moving in towards the back. The dive is good. Can they get Lapsis or Tilas? Or even get the Gambit? That would be even better. But with no Sonic Pursuit ready to go just yet. They're waiting for a second play. Here comes Six ready to go. This is the old combo we were talking about. If only they want to use it. But I think the damage's already been done. 3 players are down, so Six just saves the ultimate, and it's going to be Gambit saving the day.
Yeah, Proto used it as soon as he earned it. They don't want to waste a precious second. They're able to save the rest of their ultimates for the marathon. This is now no longer a sprint. Momentum needs to be held here to see if you can have a better time bank for point C than Pulsar had. So I'd love to see some initiative. Team Peps are already in a position to do just that. They'll have Frankie on the front lines, but also because of the Daredevil from El Chapagoob is disrespecting Frankie, using his batons to beat Frankie into his grave despite the shields being up.
Raging Royal Flush for an early engage here, but disengage not quite fast enough from Six. Didn't have the right pathing. The remainder of Peps, I was going to say they're a touch luckier, but El Chapagoob says that their luck has run out. Even while blinded, it does nothing to Matt Murdoch. He can't even tell.
And that's why the initiative there was important from Team Peps. You don't want to let Pulsar pull the trigger on these ultimates, namely that Raging Royal Flush. But Team Peps, they have a lot in the bank, but they need to get this Galactic Legend into a position on the high ground. So look for IMLK to dislodge Pulsar from this power position for Six to really unleash. But the invisible boundary could be a nuisance.
Oh, this a little bit early, going to be combined with the Feast of the Abyss, and Baybat is forced to answer this one. Despite losing Pink, the Eternal Bond gives lots of space for Peps to try and work with on the bottom, and now that the invisible boundary is brought up, keep your eyes on Six. The second that one goes down, Six is going to have an option to try and make it happen. Protoss already down. Frankie boxing dragged on in by a strangling prison. And Treeman decided that, you know what, we need to end this fight here and now.
A huge pick from El Chapagoob, too, to shut down Six before he could unleash with that Galactic Legend. We were keeping our eyes, and his vision faded to black. And just love, of course, the end song from Pulsar, just to get kind of Team Peps on the edge of their seats to make them feel like they had to fight instead of maybe just take some cover. As now Team Peps, again, no invisible boundary to stop someone like Six, and he's got the Royal Flush with him.
Okay, Six should be decimating everyone right now. There's no real shields to make it happen. Pink's finding the final blows. A forced disengagement is giving over so much space. They would love to get Legend on the way out. That would give them even more time waiting for that second strategist to respawn.
IMLK and Pink are syncing up so well, and be able to focus down these targets before they can replenish and get back to their strategists. But the job's not done, and we're knowing there's a flanker back here. Guys, he's caught wall hack for a reason, and Team Peps may just think about taking a 6v5 fight before that flank really develops. But Team Peps need to make a decision fast.
Okay, coming in from the back, Frankie Boxing floats above it all. Lapsus is just instantly gone. All of the strategists have evaporated under the pressure that Pink brings to this one. Tree Man can't deal with the double batons, the Billy clubs, the bully clubs, and it's bullying for certain. He's just a little Flora Colossus. He can't deal with all this damage. And it has to be Legend coming back quickly with the portal. Someone else has to swap over onto a strategist here. Maybe you can try and make it happen, but no. Instead, they just reset the other way.
Strong time bank going into the final push as well, and Team Peps can take off with the Eternal Bond, which really lays down the path to victory, and Pulsar need to find a way to stop it. Of course, the Raging Royal Flush has been a guaranteed fight for Pulsar every single time, and Lapsus ain't wasting time.
Yeah, no time wasted right here. Instantly in towards the back line. Here comes the Phoenix, but it's a little bit shallow as it has been everyone hiding inside for now. Frankie Boxing is going to be the only one to fall, but the rest of Team Peps back off, and now Pulsar can set up on this choke.
And a spawn camp here is very possible when you're able to have a Groot that can wall people up, and even Strangling Prison. But Baby Bat just needs to not get caught by that, but that Eternal Bond is not going to be effective. But here's the Raging Royal Flush from Proto.
Moving in once again, great grab onto 6, but the damage is too much. The Tree Man can't sustain through the extra damage that's given on over. It's the Righteous Cross after Righteous Cross. He's so mobile, he's so difficult to dissuade from this one. But the entire time, Kizaru stopped the cart from moving forward, so there will be another fight.
Good communication from Peps on these Raging Royal Flushes. They break out a spawn and they make things swift, and they have more win conditions in tow. And then again, that Eternal Bond plus the Galactic Legend. You don't have a Strangling Prison that you have to worry about. You just need to command the space that you have. This is for the win.
Galactic Legend up above, unable to convert here onto Bayback, keeps herself alive for now. And while the Groot isn't the optimal target here, seems like it's the only one that 6 can find. Pink goes too far, caught by a Spore Bomb, and 6 has gone too far as well. What a pull coming through from Legend. Midway through that spin, there was no way to try and cancel that one out, and Team Pepson was overextended and punished.
Tree said, "You're trapped in here with me, bud," and that is a great way to deal with a melee brawler like the Daredevil. The hesitation from Baby Bat on how to really carve out that path when there's so many Groot walls in your way, but surely this will be the fight to rule them all. Only a minute left though, and this is still anyone's game.
Shabagoon, an attempt at a mugging, but it's just going to let the devil out in response, blinding all who are near. Staying within Baby Bat's ultimate though, and you shall remain safe. Counters coming on in. Everything is going to be deployed. Frankie Boxing above it all. Finds the Legend, stops the ult. The healing is all gone. With Sapatic and Tree Man down now, it's desperation for Pulsar, but I think they're all out of options. They don't have anyone who's going to be up in time to try and get the quick contest. Lapsus Atilos has an ultimate ready to go and might have used it just to get the additional movement speed over towards the point. It's a race for a contest with Tree Man moving through, but they can't make it in time, and Team Pep sweep the series.
Peps is coordinating so well on those ultimates near the end. The Eternal Bond against the invisible boundary, but it's the teamwork that makes the dream work, especially where that box of victory, that finish line was for Team Peps. Forced Pulsar into such an uncomfortable position to fight closer than they would have hoped, and the closer you are, the more you are in reach to something like a Daredevil. Which, El Chapago versus Pink, I could watch that 1v1 all day, but only one stood out, and I would say Pink was, at least in terms of the final hits. The damage tells a different story, but Pink, how he coordinated with IMLK, is what decided a lot of these fights in the neutral.
Yeah, it definitely felt like Pink and IMLK were a dynamic duo when it came to those dives. Lapsus Atilos and Say Legend, they were consistently under assault. Lapsus walking away with 10 casualties. We can bring Vod back in here to see how he felt about that series, and we certainly are going to have plenty to talk about.
Yeah, there is so much to yap about with this one, specifically leg day. I mean, the big difference I would say between these two teams in this final map was having the one-sided Star-Lord. That is just, you can't allow that to happen, especially when there's a Gambit on the field available to Team Peps, and Team Peps seem to just have the composition locked down. So congrats to them for getting their first win, of course, keeping the dream alive, for making it into that group stage. And unfortunately for Pulsar, talking about that, they won't be making it into the group stage. Them going 0-4 now cements them to be towards the bottom 2 in the standings. They can still kind of play spoiler in their last series, but talking more about this matchup, I mean, Six looked amazing. Pink, we got to talk about the flexibility of this player, like having the Daredevil and the Phoenix on lock that we saw from the last map into this one. Not many players can say they can do that.
Yeah, I agree. And even the Torch was the secret MVP in that first map. Like, I was surprised that Pink was the one that was like that ultimate carry, because oftentimes it was Six that you invest all these ultimates into. And I think on the other side, there was a lot of focus into trying to prevent Six from really developing, whether it's shutting them down before the Galactic Legend or whatever it was. Pink really showed up on the Daredevil show.
Yeah, the Daredevil play definitely making a huge difference here. But of course, it's a full team effort that we saw from the squad. I mean, both the duelists, the backline, keeping them sustained through all of the damage that was being dealt out by Pulsar. And Pulsar, to their credit, they were putting some good pressure against Team Peps. They almost went all the way to that final point. Unfortunately, like they could not secure it there at the end.
Yeah, not being able to make it happen at the end. I think that Pink being able to play on the Daredevil as well allowed for much greater fight planning, because you know that Chabagoob's always going to be lurking like up on a wall or behind maybe behind some crates somewhere, under a cardboard box perhaps, if you want to emulate a different game. And having that perfect information about where Chabagoob's going to be coming from, I think was a huge boon for Team Peps and how they started to plan all of these fights. And I think in the end, better planning and economy is what allowed them to make it all the way towards the end, even while losing some pretty critical fights, like losing control of the Times Square station midway through. I was like, okay, maybe they might be cooked here. This is a very difficult area to siege. But Baby Bat makes some great choices with the Eternal Bond that I think were crucial for being able to claim space. She was really making sure that ultimate was always getting value, as well as calling for good peel from Frankie. We saw a bubble from Frankie onto Baby Bat, completely no-sell a Tree Man ultimate, who was hoping to just drag Baby Bat out of her ult AoE and cancel that in the moments while she's rooted outside of it, but great nullification.
Yeah, and Baby Bat just also taking the time to not feel rushed with those Eternal Bonds towards the end. And they had the time, they had, what, 3 minutes for that final final point, so that was really great. But just to point out that Team Peps also kind of made some compositional changes, and not in terms of who, but more of the player that was actually on the hero, because a lot of the times it was Six that usually plays the Phoenix, the Star-Lord with the Gambit and things like that, but today it was more of Pink stepping up, being on the Daredevil, even playing some of the Star-Lord himself, although Six ended up on the Star-Lord here today. It was cool to just kind of see how they were working around the sometimes limited hero pools and how they're able to bring their strengths on display.
I think that's the great thing about this preseason, right? It gives teams time to find their strengths, figure out their rhythm throughout the preseason, then going into stage one. It will be a little bit different, of course, to remind everyone they'll be on the next patch, so that'll be 2 different heroes that we'll have in the new map. But aside from that, you can kind of figure out the synergy between your team members, and that's the big thing for these players. Kind of similar to the invitational that we had earlier on, and now we get to see the actual preseason action leading into that first stage that'll happen in May. But Pulsar, again, even though they're out of the running for the playoffs, they still have one more match to go for them. So something to look forward to for them to, you know, learn from, take that experience. They're playing against Na'Vi in that one tomorrow. So best of luck to them in that series. But I feel like they've continued to look a little stronger and stronger here leg day.
Yeah, like, I think Team Peps are at least looking great. My understanding right here, Team Peps, I'm actually newly enthused about this team. Like, there was a spark of hope when against Na'Vi they had a very good Celestial Husk. I like Pulsar, we saw them take that map off of Altar, as Lemon brought up earlier, but I think that that may have been more down to Altar having some jitters. Team Peps, like, I was very happy with everything I saw today. I think that it was actually very well managed in terms of the gameplay. And I'm going to talk to Frankie about how that happened.
That's true. Welcome in, Frankie, the Angela Goat. And that's actually what I'm going to ask you about. Some teams, it seems like, struggle to face off against you in the skies. How do you keep it locked down as well as you did on Celestial Husk?
Oh, I really just try to protect my team. I'm just flying around, being annoying, and if I hear my supports being dived, I try to go in, press my E, and just help them out, you know? Marking the DT also, oh my god, first map I was marking the DT perma. That's all I gotta do.
That's the way to go.
Yeah, that was some excellent marking. Second map of Celestial Husk didn't go quite so well. What adjustments did you make between the second and the third map to be so dominant coming back on the next one?
Oh, I mean, matter of fact is like I just don't think the torch comp was really viable in the second round there. Like we just couldn't play the triple support with the Ultron, so we weren't really sure at the time what we should play. So we kind of just were a little bit, you know, everywhere with it. But we just locked in back on the Ultron comp for the third map, and yeah, we got it.
Yeah, you did. And it was so fun to watch you on Angela. I'm so curious about the work that you've done to expand your hero pool, and where is your confidence at with things that are not Angela? Because I know you guys got domination on lock if you're on Angela, but how do you feel on other heroes these days?
Oh, I mean, I just really like my shield tanks. I don't know, like I really just like to be there to help the team, you know, just to be a support tank, be a main tank. Yeah, I mean, with other dive characters, I'd say a no-go. I don't really want to play other dive characters than Angela. I just want my Angela. I love her. I have so much fun on her. The grabs, they're so satisfying. I gotta say.
Oh yeah, no, she's a really fun hero to play. Like the Assassin's Charge is amazing for that, and you're so proficient with those as well. Looking ahead though, now that you got your team's first win in the running now for the playoffs, and looking towards those last two series that you have to play, Shikigami, and then afterwards you're playing Alter Esports. What's the prep look like for you guys? Do you kind of reverse sweep your group stage and make that moment yours?
I mean, I just I trust my team. I trust that we're gonna just play to our strengths. We don't have to think about other teams that much. We just do what we do, and I think it's gonna work out.
Working out pretty well so far. Well, thank you, Frankie Boxing, for joining us. We're not going to take up too much more of your time. We'll see you on the flip side tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you.
That was the Angela GOAT himself, Frankie Boxing, and I respect it. It's so fun to have that aerial superiority against the other team. I'm a Vanguard main myself, so it's a lot of fun and really proficient on it. It's exactly what we see on Celestial Husk every time, so I don't know, maybe we need to see some bans or something like that. But Lemon, I mean, they have a lot of potential for their last series that are coming up this weekend.
Yeah, and these next matches that they have are super winnable, whether it gets Alter or Shikigami. I think the Shiki one is going to be the toughest one. But, you know, Frankie doesn't need to dive when he's got IMLK on the Venom. So I love that this team has a lot of trust in each other, because that's what's going to survive at the end of the day.
Well, we do have more matches to go after this one. The next one on the docket is the battle of the V-Names. Vision versus Virtus Pro. You don't want to miss it. Two undefeated teams after this.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping the
Fantastic! Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha!
we've had 2 battles of the first letter names because we had Rad versus Reason, we had Peps versus Pulsar, and now it's our 3rd one, Virtus Pro versus Vision Esport. But both these teams looking to secure their spot in the playoffs. We have, of course, the current reigning world champions in Virtus Pro facing off against the new kids on the block in Vision Esport. Lemon, I mean, what can we expect from this Vision team who's also been undefeated so far?
Well, Vision have shown so much creativity and so much versatility, especially in their strategist line. And they also are a team that play more rocket than the average team, so that's fun. They have explored different lines, whether it's the Atom and even a double or triple strategist line. So it's really cool to see what compositions Vision come out with. They also prioritize protecting the Elsa as much as they can for someone like Zerx, who is really impressed me on the duelists, and not even showing favoritism to something like Loki, which feels like every team plays Loki if they can. So I think this team Vision has surprised a lot of people based on the results they had in week 1.
That is the case, but they've relatively had an easier schedule, some could say, compared to the rest. Now they're going through the gauntlet. They're facing off against the world champions here, leg day. I mean, there's so much to expect from this Virtus Pro team, but it feels like this meta was purpose-built for them almost.
I mean, like, we've seen a lot of Daredevil. A good hit scan is everything. And as far as I'm aware, Spark is still #1 in the world, baby. The Grand Finals MVP yet to really be topped when it comes to being a top-tier duelist player. And like you said, Virtus Pro, they're still the champs. They haven't really made any changes in the offseason. They hibernated for a while, didn't play in any officials, didn't play in any of the
Took a vacation.
that were cropping up. Yeah, like they managed like the worker burnout, you know? You're like, okay, we won it all. We don't need to prove ourselves right now. We're gonna hibernate like bears, and then we'll awaken in the spring, ready to hunt anew.
Yeah, and they actually had some close matches last week, if I dare to say. There was a round between them and Reason Gaming on Hell's Heaven domination, where it's 100-99, and that could have really gone the distance. But like you said, vacation or not, they did not sleep. They have been on the grind, and they got Coach EQO, who is just a veteran like the rest of the old heads on this team, and you have that kind of player perspective that can really elevate Virtus Pro. And they've been all friends for so many years beyond even Marvel Rivals that you can't deny the chemistry this team has too.
Definitely the longest standing roster in Marvel Rivals esports history, and continuing to go that way. If it ain't broke, you don't need to fix it. And that's what the motto seems to be for this Virtus Pro team. But looking on the other side of things, Vision Esport, again, they had some players that came from Crownfall. They became the Lions in MRC and then were picked up post-haste into the guest slot that they earned themselves for Vision Esports. And now they're trying to show the world that they are a team to not be underestimated. And even on the prediction side of things, we saw, I think it was somewhere around like 20% of people were thinking they had potential to be the top of their group, and they've proved everyone right so far. I mean, 2-0 to start things off. A little bit of a struggle against Crownfall, but they are going up against the behemoths that are Virtus Pro, rocking the jerseys and all the swagger that you could expect from the world champions here. Like Day, this is a team that we're yet to see really struggle too much in any of these maps.
Yeah, like, I had my Sparker Glaze ready. But honestly, I said Spark is the best duelist in the world. Saipe, for my money, might be the best player in the world. It is like Saipe is kind of unparalleled when it comes to experimentation with new strategists. I'm expecting big things from potentially a White Fox play here, as Saipe is likely the one to pick that up on this roster, and I'd love to see them get a little bit more experimental now that we're playing on the hotfix with her buffs.
Yeah, not even playing the White Fox with a Venom. Like, they played it with a Magneto and a Rogue too. So it's VP are so ban-proof because they could literally play anything from 3-3 to 3-1-2 to 2-1-3, like all the numbers. But Vision really surprised us, at least for me, especially with that win over Crownfall. They definitely are climbing in the power rankings, and I look towards Gainer as a top Deadpool player, in my opinion, at least the ban pool, because he puts out just as much damage as a duelist, if not more. So my eyes are on Gainer for this match.
Gainer definitely the sneak pickup for this team. And I think a big question mark that a lot of people had going into the Ignite preseason was how Team Vision would build themselves back up after we saw them have to say goodbye to 3 of their players due to the age limits for Ignite. So they've still rebuilt around this roster, look really solid, and are saying they're getting prepared for future stages based on that as well. But Krakoa we go to just kick things off again. This is kind of a fan favorite for a lot of people on Domination, so both these teams have plenty of experience on it. But in terms of composition here, Leg Day, I mean, what are you expecting to see the most from this Virtus.pro roster?
Anything. Next question.
Yeah, see, I respect
honest
it.
to goodness, that's the real thing. Like, this is the most flexible roster in the world. The answer is anything you can't ban them, move along.
Exactly.
Also, just the Syla from Satam is, I think, one of the better ones we see. Zerx is on my eyes as a potential future top duelist if he could really have a team come together around him. And Batter plays a lot of Angela on Krakoa Domination, and we just saw how impactful Frankie was in his series. So look out for Batter on this Angela, because it's such a good anchor and it's such a good nuisance. And if you can cause somehow chaos in the VP bank, then it could be a real chance.
Well, we'll see which of these teams will rise to the challenge and join a Rad Esport at 3-0 into the playoff berth. Will it be our world champions Virtus.pro or the up-and-comers Team Vision? We'll find out now.
All right, heading into Domination map, as always, neutral ground, random choice. None of the teams have been able to pick this map up, but we are going to get stuck into our bans real soon. And the question is, are Virtus.pro and Vision Esport once again going to go down the classic route of banning out the Elsa, or are they going to be prioritizing the Gambit? And after that, we're going to see more Mantis shenanigans. It seems like in the off time, a lot of teams have really started buying those Mantis stocks.
That too, and like I mentioned earlier, this team, Vision, like a lot of Rocket, so VP can't just lay low once they get that first pick. You may want to have to chase where that res beacon is going to be, and Rex has been a huge proponent into extending these fights as a Rocket player, usually combined with a Jeff when it comes to Krakoa. That was the consistent strat line that Vision liked, and Satam really likes his Psylocke. So do VP consider these, I mean, pretty consistent picks from Vision, or even are they threatened at all by what they pick?
All right, once again, we're gonna see Elsa versus Gambit here. It seems like thus far, in the small data set we have, the Gambit teams tend to win out this matchup, but Virtus.pro is a different beast entirely. They're going to prioritize a Loki ban here to make sure there's no double Raging Royal Flush, which would just be too many Gambit ultimates to try and deal with. But Gambit ult has had a couple of really substantial nerfs, including the duration in Season 7, which has made it a little bit easier to deal with.
And you're letting Sparker on Elsa?
Oh yeah.
Uh-oh. And it's not like you
Yoinks.
can just, it's not like you could just say, hey, Batter, go tackle the Elsa. Like, you're just gonna get blown up. And Gainer on the Deadpool, that's gonna be a pretty important one on the other side. And I don't know how that's gonna fare against an Elsa, because there's only one sturdy bubble that you have for Deadpool.
Okay, getting rid of that top tier combo as well of the Raging Royal Flush and the Star-Lord's Galactic Legend. We are going to see Vanpool on both sides as well, and we know that both Nevix and Fincy can play that one, and removing the Invisible Woman as well. There's a lot of constraint on the Vanguards here for Virtus.pro, but I'd love to see Saipe bring out this White Fox. I know that he's been streaming a good amount of it and getting the hours in, and if Chorizo wants to team up on the Lunar Snow and get that extra, like, Fox Spectral Surge team up going, that would make it incredibly difficult to dive on this backline.
Rex on the Gambit is going to be a good time. Usually it's combined, though, with that Rogue from Gainer, but that was removed, so Vision are just going to have to alter their composition a little bit. But will they pay the ultimate price, though, of letting Sparker on the Elsa, while Saipe will show us just how strong the White Fox is in this new patch? And Dritro on the Jeff, well, just to speed everybody probably out of spawn, but Nevix has been a relentless Venom, while Vision, I wouldn't say play a whole lot of Venom, maybe Gainer and Batter trade off on those roles, but it's not going to be what they're leaning on today.
Well, my source may be that I made it up and I saw it in a dream, but I think Vision Esports is one of our youngest teams here as well, whereas Virtus.pro is by far the oldest. It's definitely a new generation of esports competitors going up against the seasoned veterans of Virtus.pro.
And we're out the gates This is going to be a good match with the triple strat here from Vision. I look towards Zerx to have his best day ever, and you're going to have to peak against the world champions here of Virtus Pro, but already a forward position here for Virtus Pro as they lead the charge.
Symbolic Shenanigans buys a lot of space. In goes the Venom Dive, and here comes Thive with a second engagement here. A quick movement forward with the Sonic Pursuit is all that you need. And well, look at that, just so much space taken away. Virtus Pro move as a unit with a single off angle. And while there are multiple survivors here from Vision Esport, they're lacking one of their players, and re-communicating with them is going to be quite difficult. Trigo gets a double off the joyful splash, by the way. Quite the stream from the Frenchman, and it's drowning away Vision.
And Dredro sticks with the Jeff, where when the fight is so clumped like that, you're getting piercing damage, piercing heals, and I don't think we really see Dredro on this, usually on the Mantis, but that's been banned out, and you just saw how impactful this is going to be when you can also toss people off the map. So a lot of eyes are on Batter on how you're going to try and prevent this with the mag bubbles, but Virtus Pro lead fights with such confidence, and Vision need to bring their mentals in check. You have to look at VP as a beatable team, or you're just going to go in losing.
And crucially now, Sparker has full stacks of Hunter's Instinct, so it's going to be incredibly mobile with that shorter cooldown on the dash. Berserk has plenty of force behind them. They aren't going to be playing that damage boost anymore, but Spark is doing plenty of damage anyway. Apex Predator ready to go, but is it even needed since Zerx and Rex are already down, and the rest of Vision shortly to join them? And the world champions seem to have absolutely no chill to begin with here.
And you barely see these health pools from Virtus Pro drop because of the important team up between Jeff, Venom, and Deadpool. So this was something that Vision needed to try and break apart, but they have the Deadpool as well, but a very different strat line. The win condition of the Gambit, Raging Royal Flush is what you're leaning on. Rex needs to bring a fight win here for Vision Esport.
There was certainly a lot of sparks there, getting Zerx rather close to their ultimate, but Judo's just too evasive right now and does have double team-ups as well. The interdimensional toy box and the symbolic shenanigans mean that you do have a lot of oh my buttons on the Jeff. Good dodge away from the incoming ultimate. They are going to answer out here with the Gambit. Can you eat any of these players is the question. Zerx stands above it all, but might well run out of the duration of the extra damage before it comes on down. Rex in a dangerous position. The Living Bullet does it all. Glash from the back. The Apex Predator drags them from the invisible boundary, and the protection is forfeit here as Vision Esport, despite their massive investment, can't turn it from Virtus Pro.
100-0. Let them fight back. And the Apex Predator, which drags Vision out of their invisible boundary. I mean, that is a tough one for QB to try and salvage, but Virtus Pro, I mean, they have such strong team-ups, they have strong coordination, and the only chance is kind of take advantage of this White Fox. But I mean, Saipe is buffed as ever. Man, Dredro is buffed as ever. That's a big head right there. Oh my god. But Virtus Pro are proving why they're the world champion.
Really in the big head lobby right now. And Dredro's team-ups are getting so much more value than even before, given that we are in the global alt generation nerf, and when you don't have as many access, if we don't have as much access to those strategist ultimates for great sustain, you really are getting so much value from having these kind of pseudo ultimates off the team ups, having this huge amount of healing on tap from both the interdimensional toy box and especially the short cooldown of the symbolic shenanigans.
3, 2, 1.
The Angela from Batter. I'm really stoked about this to see who they could pull out of Virtus Pro into a fight they may not be ready for, and how Gainer can use these bubbles to maybe split off some of the resources. But Saipe can just get involved in the action and teleport and try to guard everybody. And Zerx is on the Bucky. We don't get to see that every day. It's nerfed and it's not as strong as other duelists, but the pull and the neutrals are so strong.
Oh, the Devil Unleashed just means so much damage, and Sparker's there for the second coming, and look at this. Even with the attempt to try and take someone off the map, Satam's going to stand alone. The guns will find them eventually, and Fincy can't quite get the selfie despite the perfect tracking on the course.
There's a lot of macro manipulation, right, from the Vision side. When you have a Bucky pull, you have a shove from the Angela, but Virtus Pro, they just bring the party to you. They're happy to approach you and to just beat you to your grave with the Daredevil. I think that's why Fi is flexed so well around Sparker's hero pool, namely just give him the Elsa and make him look good. But Fi also is impactful on this team, whether it's to be the third strategist, to be the Daredevil, to even be the triple Vanguard. Fi can play any role, and that's why Virtus Pro are so ban-proof, and they got really good team-ups for this, so this is going to be an uphill battle for Vision.
Oh, it's a three-person arrival with a cellular corrosion just on top of it all. An attempt to try and pocket the Invisible Woman through this using the Rage Voltron seems to work out for now, but Satab just... Oh, the Troopers fits directly into the Smoke Demon trap. Oh, poor Zerg. Nothing's going right for Vision Esport right now. They've actually dropped for Gambit as well.
I don't like that because it's such a good win condition, and Vision can't afford to reset their ult charge too because it feels like they're already at the end of the road. You have no safe island to sit on because Virtus Pro are diving you as soon as they see you.
Okay, skill issue given over to Sparker. This guy has very few skill issues though, moving in towards the back line yet again. Guess who's in danger? The cellular corrosion does a bunch of damage and Fincy's just thrown over into the fight. That's quite the ultimate coming through there from Dreamer. Says, you know what, Fincy? Don't worry, bruv. I've got your mobility on lock. Go get him, King.
Yeah, who cares about what Hulk throwing Wolverine or whatever team up there is when the Jeff can just throw you into the fight. This is a new level of aggression that VP have brought to this, seconds away from making this a 200-0 domination. Vision, you gotta claw your way back.
Wake up, honey. New dive just dropped. Satam waiting at the back. The Imperative Pact is going to give over quite a bit of additional damage. Oh, they get the grab on Nevix. This could be something. That's a big hook coming through and good shutdown on the mobility as well. But now you got to deal with a second wave of fire coming around the back. Loses too much health and so has to back off for the moment. But Vision Esport needs to be on the objective at all points right here. Rex uses the Soul Resurgence and it seems like a skill issue was given over from Fincy, but we don't know on to whom right now. Sci-Fi unleashes the Kumiho, but 900 HP doesn't last long against the continuous damage brought out by Vision. Still in the back pocket, we have the ultimate from Rex. A Bionic Commando might be all that's necessary as it seems like Virtus Pro are going to cede over the point and disengage for now.
Wow, I didn't think it was possible to win a fight against VP, but Vision have done it. Zergs has done it. To pull that Venom before the escape, after the passive has been chunked through. Look at Zergs to have, again, another impact. When you can defend the point and then look for hooks, you get to decide when VP are going to fight rather than the other way around. But of course, Apex Predator has always been a banger for Sparker, and despite the Strat ultimates, I don't know if they can stop it.
What a map wrap already coming out. That's going to be the Zartrox. I imagine it has been burnt down by Satan with the huge damage can come out from the Rage of Ultron. But it's a real mess in the back right here. Fincy demands attention. And when we look towards Fincy, not looking at Fire, the Kraken Impact moves in on to the Venom. Nice double shot from Zerx. That's the up-and-coming duelist plays we want to see. The accuracy is so good. Gainer needs a rescue. They can't allow this point to once again be flipped in favor of Virtus Pro. But it's getting worse and worse as Nevix and Fincy move in towards the back. The double Vanguard dive is just too meaty to try and cut through. Even if you've got the sharpest knife in your hands, Sparker is quite the incising tool when it comes to getting rid of metal flesh and metal bones. Beta's the next one to fall on down. Fire makes an attempt to try and make something happen on the Spider-Man, and a quick eat onto the portal casting. Doctor Strange means Vision Esports are kicked from the map.
It's so tough for Winter Soldier 2 from Zergs is that because of the team up from Jeff with Venom and Deadpool, you have so much shared healing, so it's so hard to get these health pools even low enough to get the executes from the Kraken Impact. But I did like the neutral game from Vision. There was some inkling, some good ideas of execution to pull this Nevix Venom to try and punish him on his escapes, but that was only one death. And what, a total of 5 deaths, or make it 4 actually, from the VP side. So incredible resilience and doing it with what, mostly 2 strategists, not even needing 3, I believe, for VP. But Vision did their best and were able to actually take a fight and not get 200-0'd, but it took a whole lot of effort.
Well, I think we can all agree, Fi going 22-2, 50% of the team's casualties Bro is definitely getting kicked and replaced before stage 1 begins. Unacceptable performance. Sparker with a 27-0, looking like Ducky out there. And, well, if you're going to give the best duelist in the world, the best duelist hero in the world, things are going to fall apart rather quickly. And while we did see these nods towards that Mantis Ultron composition, which was able to get some interesting plays over a team like Rad in a matchup that maybe wasn't quite so one-sided. Didn't work out here against Virtus Pro. Their classic, including bringing out the White Fox, who I think we only really saw one ult from, as Saipe didn't really feel too much pressure to use it until they were in danger of losing the point. The White Fox seemed to be doing fairly well, and the neutral was able to cover these rotations rather well as well, so gave him some great map control.
I can understand the wanting to go for the double damage boost with the Ultron and the Mantis, just so that Zerx, or just anybody for that matter, could have enough burst to get through the shared Jeff healing and whatever else. The sustain from DP was next level. But like I pointed out also, Gainer is a huge proponent of damage, as the Deadpool came out, what, his second most amount of damage on his team, had a nice double kill to help Vision retake at least one of these fights. So there's definitely some flashes of brilliance from the Vision side, but it's hard to beat perfection. And now that we go over the replays, I hope we get to see what the almost the team grab on the Apex Predator from Sparker to drag him out of the invisible boundary on that first round. Now that was flawless.
Yeah, I mean, it was just so smart looking at all that. But you know what? I know how to deal with this one. Saipe very accurate as well with those Fox primary fires. You can see this one. Great play right here. And I don't know if QB got caught in that one. Oh, there was a Saipe ult in that fight that I didn't see because it was inside the invisible boundary. In fact, it managed to take out the invisible boundary caster after all the other damage was being done. So great target focus there from Virtus Pro as well.
Well, the invisible boundary, it's doing its job, but you just cannot let Sparker have the Elsa or it is over. And depending on where Vision want to go to next, the series could be over very soon.
Fantastic! Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha!
Well, that was a blink and you miss it moment for domination on Krakoa, but it was nice to see a little bit more resistance towards the latter half of that second point there, Lemon.
Yeah, I think the choice of the Bucky was a nice neutral fight addition to try and maybe have that extra punish against the Venom, which we saw a glimpse of one death for Nevix there because of that. But Zergs really struggled to have impact on the Kraken impact when the health pools were just so strong, or so healthy, I should say, because of the Jeff, Deadpool, and Venom team up that they had. So it's hard to pinpoint a weakness in VP, and that's why the Kraken impact really lacked as well.
I mean, leg day, we tried seeing it where there was a scenario that Virtus Pro were just getting targeted with all the strategist bans from Vision, and it just seemed like that wasn't enough for you to now aura farm us as well.
Yeah, I didn't mean to hit you with me old handrail gun, but unfortunately here we are, and consider yourself mogged losers. I mean, VP are looking as strong as ever, right? Like, Lemon's actually spot on that the Kraken impact really was effectively countered. Like, when you have to get under a certain HP threshold to be like executed by the culling of the Kraken impact, you deal with that super well by just adding additional health on top of that. Like, the sustainability that Adreja was able to bring via that symbiotic shenanigans team up really meant that while there was this attempt to ban out a lot of side pays hero pool by getting rid of the Gambit, Loki, the Invis, and the Ultron as well, which usually you'd see maybe Thigh be the one to pick up. You just let Drijo play what he wants, really, and double team-ups for Drijo, letting the French powerhouse get even richer. Like, capitalism just isn't working, bro.
Well, when you're done mogging us, we can talk about how suffocating, too, like, the attack of VP was. Like, you're on the edge of the map if you're Vision, and you're still getting dove on. There just really wasn't a safe place to ever stay, and if you ever tried to take a fight in a lane, an Apex Predator was running you down like a bulldozer, so it was tough to even choose where to take the fight if you were Vision.
It is a tough spot to be in if you are Vision, but their counter map, we'll see if that is going to be enough to change the game for them. Again, going on to something that VP might not have played as much recently, especially because it is back into the map pool itself. We might see a little bit of some Shin Shibuya action coming here momentarily, and that's exactly where they are going to. I'm loving that we're seeing so many teams flex to this as their counter pick so far, Lemon.
Yeah, they have this is their second time picking this. The only map loss they had was to Crownfall, and then they ended the series on Shin Shibuya. And they had a really strong attack. They full capped with 36 seconds left. They went towards the double strat, interestingly enough, with Adam and Jeff. Of course, then bringing the Jeff and the Rocket later on. But Satam had this insane MVP performance on Daredevil. Zerx was allowed to play Elsa, so maybe that was the big problem or the big solution for them. But Batter also liked to play Venom there.
Well, we'll have to see what this Vision team can do on this counter pick as well. Virtus Pro doing everything that they can on this matchup to just quickly speed through and secure their top seed yet again. They unfortunately lost number 1 seed because they played less matches than Rad did going into this one, so they're looking to go back on top, be undefeated, not drop a single map, and if they could keep the streak going here, Lemon, they'll be able to do just that.
Yeah, I think this could be a really good point for Vision as they have experience on this map. Maybe a lot of teams haven't put as much attention into Shin Shibuya. Now that it's back in the map pool, you're not expecting too many teams to pick it, just because that first choke point for that point fight is so difficult to get through, very defensive sided initially. So we'll see whose side picked what, and that could also determine the an early winner even.
Yeah, like it does look like we do have Virtus Pro on the defensive side this time.
I mean, I highly agree that I think that Shin Shibuya is a great pocket pick for a team that is going to be like maybe a little bit lower in terms of the overall power level. The only problem is, as we picked up on earlier, Virtus Pro is the oldest team in this game. They are one of the only teams that has actually won tournaments where this map was half the map pool, to be honest. Like back in the Dawn of Legends days, for the old people
back
like
in my
me
day.
who need stair lifts to get up to the second floor of their home, it was just Yggdrasil Path, and it was Shin Shibuya, and it was Virtus Pro winning it all.
Yeah, they are the ones who wrote the tomes that everyone else is quoting for strategies on this map. So maybe in terms of heroes, that could be the difference that Vision Esport try to take out against them, because it's a little bit of a different meta in that category. But Virtus Pro, again, they have all the experience to boot. They have all the compositions that they can go with. Whichever fans are against them, it doesn't matter, because they are the undefeatable raid boss. They have just 3 health bars ready for this one. But it seems the series is ready here, Leg Day and Lemon. So let's get into it. Virtus Pro looking to secure the 3-0 record and stay undefeated.
You know what? I take it back, Lemon. In Dawn of Legends, the first one was actually Schmungus Bogus team that won it, I believe. And then Team Cats came along, which became Virtus Pro. Got to get the history right for all the youngins out there who are forgetting where we came from.
Well, VP feels like they're not only part of making history, but are the future as well to defend this point first. Vision, if you can just get the point capped, that would be a win in my books, okay? Because this is such a defensive-sided map initially. And what will be the kind of prioritization when it comes to the picks and the bans? Because you cannot be letting Elsa go through for VP, but also you don't want Gambit through, so it's a pick your poison type of pick ban.
All right. And what poison shall be poured into the chalice this day is the question. I wouldn't mind seeing Vision once again ban that Elsa away from Sparker, as they did not do last time. And, well, it seems like we're going to be seeing the same again. Perhaps one-sided Gambit in favor of Vision here. And Virtus Pro, they're likely to try and take the Rogue away again if it is going to be the one-sided Gambit. As you noted earlier, Gainer's Rogue has been mightily impressive in a lot of the matches where we've seen it be able to have that team up, and even in the neutral as well. So trying to constrain Gainer, but to be fair, not that much of a constraint if he's able to play the Vanguard pool.
And it's Deadpool is what you make of it. The more mechanical you are, the faster you can generate that ultimate, just like any other hero. But Gainer especially could get it even faster than the average human, which could really disable a whole strategist from a fighter, really depending on who he places it on. Hey, if you get even Sparker to not play the game for 5 seconds, you may have a chance at winning. So Gainer's Deadpool, I wonder if that gets through, because that would be a ban consideration for me if I'm VP.
Yeah, that's definitely something that needs to be kept on the mind. Once again, of course, you see Gambit get protected. It's mandatory to get rid of Loki. No one wants to deal with 2 Raging Royal Flushes. Least of all us in the casting booth, because that means, okay, that's fight 1, and that's another fight 1.
Yeah, and just trying to at least stop the support that is around the Elsa. So no Ultrons, no Mantis, no fun. No, it doesn't matter. Sparker will still take down a whole team by himself. And it also matters now where you're taking the fight. Shin Shibuya has a lot of these tight lanes to fight through, so expect the Apex Predator to be as strong as ever here for Sparker.
All right, looks like we're going down the same path again. I would be excited to see a Vision Esport do ban out the Jeff here, knowing that they are likely to be against both team ups, or even the Venom, which was really causing problems. And there were a lot of high places from which to dive down on a Venom here. That could easily be a great way for Nevix to mess with any potential engagements. Vision Esport taking their time with this one, evidently. Oh, the Daredevil. That makes sense. Fi was doing bits over on Krakoa.
But we're worried about that team up that you just mentioned, and just how VP had only 4 deaths amongst all of them in the entirety of Krakoa. So that is going to be something Vision, maybe it's just a focus, a target better angle, or maybe even more damage boosts to worry about. But Vision, they got to attack first, so they got to set the tone for this whole map.
Oh yeah, that's going to be quite the difficult nut to crack. Virtus Pro, not a team that makes a huge amount of mistakes. You could argue that that's probably their biggest strength, that this is not a team that overloads their strategist ults, that overextends too far. They usually tend to have a backup plan, even if potentially they get outdone in the neutral sometimes. Virtus Pro rarely are giving fights away for free off the back of mistakes.
Mantis Ultron available, that was something they've tried to use in the past if you wanted to try and have a stronger poke phase, so that you have VP on the back foot. You can try to round the corner, because it's so defensive sided for this first point because of that first corner, that tight lane you have to get through, and the defenders can also hide away and be out of vision. So up to Vision to see if they can get Vision on the back line here of VP once they enter.
All right. Oh, you can see that the esports team bundles are in the game. You can pick yours up now in game for only 1,400 units per, I believe, or you can get a big discount on a multi-pack if you want to show that you support the best region by getting all 3 of the EMEA partner bundles. Highly recommended.
Oh yeah, it's not even just the cool jersey on Deadpool, it's everything else. But VP are expecting a portal play. Gainer's trying to pick the right place in the social distancing from this backline and see if they'll be able to access someone like 5, but Virtus Pro are ready to greet.
280 HP on the Elsa. It's a little bit disgusting to behold, and already Zerx and QB are down, courtesy of a living bullet. The interdimensional toolbox is just so much value. Not only is it a team up for Jeff, but it's for Elsa too.
And now that portal's going to be on a long cooldown, so it's time for plan B, and it's playing front to back, or maybe just going back 6 feet under Satam gets spotted. Because VP, it's not just the mechanics, the versatility, the flexibility of different heroes, it's their awareness of the map. So you're not going to be able to throw your Deadpool on an off angle or a flank without VP noticing.
Full charge on the Hunter's Instinct here for Sparker as well. You can see that this shift has a cooldown of about 2 seconds, and Zerx has found that one out the hard way. Thanks to the cliffs. Going to be difficult for Vincent to try and stay on the map here, as they are going to be in danger of being carried off it by an assassin's charge, but Beta is dealt with rather swiftly. You know what, Virtus Pro, they've been so focused on this outside battle that they have actually lost a tick on the point, which is something they can only do 3 times before they accidentally lose the entire point.
You're right, though. It could be just down to zoning, and eventually if you dump enough ultimates into VP, they're going to have to take a seat eventually. I just want to make sure that I can count VP's deaths on 2 hands and not just 1, but Sparker is the hunter in this match.
That Shade Demon, it does grab on for the Goliath, and that means no getting under the theoretical seed for Jeff to hide away.
Vision going to bring the Angela. I like that she'll be able to fly around, maybe try to tackle someone like Sparker forward, but VP are still very measured. Despite how good they are, they're never going to really overextend, at least not yet. And Gainer is getting chased around. That's a lot of space being created. VP need to make the most of this.
God, the Monster Piercer does so much, and even more when the maximum health of the Venom is higher, thanks to the Symbiotic Resilience. A great charm coming through as well. Zerx gets 1 onto Fi, and Gainer's been revived here by the Battle Recall Beacon. So this is going to be an opening to try and play with. Can't afford to lose Satan, but indeed he is lost on the way back home. Out comes the Apex Predator. 2 Vanguards grab. The extension of the stun via the dashes is so much to try and contend with, but Zerx just has to flee into the buildings, and they meet their fate at the hands of both Fi and Sparker.
And Vision, like I've mentioned before, they do really like the Rocket. They like to have that 1 pick forgiveness, and that almost could have tilted the scales in their favor. They picked off 5. Vision had all 6. The issue is that you had a big old Apex Predator kidnapping everyone and lining up the pins for Virtus Pro to go for a full strike. And only 1 ult has been forced. There's 5 more to go for VP in only less than a minute.
Attempt to put the skill issue onto Satan, but it's not going to have too much time to really farm that effectiveness because Sparker's already taken them all out. Just plays the health pack over here with plenty of HP to try and work them on the other side. Dredger just resets on the back end, doesn't want to risk eating anyone. Instead, it's going to be Zerx moving in. Fi could be in big danger. Can't quite fly away in time. The Dance of the Butterflies gets the value. Over into the White Fox form. The Kumiho is unleashed. 9-tailed Fox trying to get through 9 lives. Division Esport here is both caught in place by the skewer of the Angela, an attempt to let the devil out. Saturn's down again. Vision Esports have themselves an opening, but Virtus Pro, they're still holding strong on the point. Not the dash away you're expecting. A joyful splash is not so full of joy for Zerx.
Oh, Vision, they dumped everything but the kitchen sink into that point. They got a second tick, but with seconds remain, it has to be Gainer to touch, and Vision need to full send, but they don't have really the ultimates or the tools.
Bonus HP to play with. The Daredevil's already down. In the back, the Galactic Legend just too hard to get away from them. It gets crit after crit with the dark depredations of the Venom, and Vision Esport will walk away with 69%. It was a nice attempt.
It's... God damn it. But any tick at all is at least setting a win condition. You're not playing for the draw, but you're playing to just survive and keep your heads above water. Rex will probably return on the Rocket, so you'll have a little bit of forgiveness if you get picked first, but the spawns are still considerably far away for the defense, so Vision cannot afford to lose anyone. I did like the Dance of the Butterflies from Zerx to pop that like from heaven's length verticality-wise and descend upon VP. They were able able to disengage at the back window and re-emerge. Dreedro has been so elusive as a Jeff, as he always is, but this is why the strat line makes it so difficult to eliminate anyone. I'd be surprised if we're at double digits for any elimination or any deaths here from the VP side. Vision needed to maybe invest more into Sparker, who I think is probably setting a world record of eliminations as a single Elsa player here. So really impressed what Sparker does and the consistency that he brings every single time.
I mean, Vision is once again in this position where they like high priority the Gambit, right? High prio Gambit protect, and then end up in a position where I don't actually want to use the Gambit because even with double Bayou Bashes, he's too easy to hunt down for Virtus Pro. They're just so on it when it comes to these hunts with Nevix and Sparker and Fi coming in from all angles.
Gainer's watching for a moment. If you can even just relieve some of this pressure by soft diving the strats, if you can distract Dreedro or Saipei enough, even force a teleport or react to Saipei teleporting. You can maybe find weaknesses in this VP backline, but they're trying to take shelter.
Oh, the engagement meant that there was no way for Gainer to get out in that tight corridor. A quick symbiotic swing away was just not going to handle it. Fincy, mega isolated here due to a quick Jeff bubble, speeding up the assassin's charge, but Nevix is on top of the Rocket Raccoon. And guess what? Even with that frenzied crawl on the wall, you cannot test the accuracy of Nevix, a world champion through and through. And Virtus Pro continue to show that they are not slowing down from week to week. They are still number one.
1, 2, 0.
Well, you blink and you miss it. But that is it. VP made a speed run out of that, and the series is over. They claim it, and they are still number one in everyone's books. And Vision trying to stand as tall as they could, but there is no denying the GOAT of Elsa players, Sparker. But these stats is what I'm going to be excited to see. And how many deaths did VP even experience? Oh, this
5
time
or 2
only
again.
3. Only 3 deaths.
Usual suspect, Fi. The leg day versus 5 Vendetta yet to go away. But this was a very, broke up the target ban as well on the Daredevil. Very intimidating. But one-sided Daredevil didn't seem to work out great here for Vision Esport. But to be fair, this is a much younger, newer roster compared to our world champions, Virtus Pro, who show that they are just as dangerous as ever. But also look at the dearth in damage between Sparker and anyone else. More than double the next leading cause of damage. Rancid, disgusting, stinky, pick your word.
All the words. And Vision will maybe have an easier time. No, not really. They actually face Rad as their next match. And then Fire at the end. So all Vision need to do is stay alive in this group. It should be a good case for them with 4 teams left, or 4 teams going to playoffs. But Vod, hey, you're back so soon.
Yeah, I know. I got a little shut-eye for a second there. It's like, oh, the map's over already. But no, I think the big thing to note here, and we talked about the dominance of Virtus Pro, is that Sparker went 48-0 throughout both of the games on the Elsa. You need to ban this hero against them. Yes, I know the backline, the strategist lineup is so strong from this team as well with Saipei and Dreedro, but I just don't think you can allow the Elsa to be played by the best duelist in the game right now. I don't know how you think about that one, like that.
You're exactly correct. If you have the best duelist in the game, you can't give them the best duelist hero in the game as well. It's a match made in heaven, but that kind of speaks to the aura of the rest of Virtus Pro, right? But we can't let Saipei have Gambit. Are you mental? Are you mad? There's just so much threat that comes from this squad that you're kind of in this Sophie's choice position. Saipei Gambit, Sparker Elsa, Saipei Gambit, Sparker Elsa. Choose your poison.
Yeah, I think the biggest poison to VP might be Rad when it comes to their group. And guess what? It's the very last match that VP are going to experience is against Rad. And at least the silver lining for Rad is that there's going to be so much tape about VP. So surely they're going to get the news and the memo to ban Elsa, right, guys?
Well, we'll see. We'll see. I think that's the big thing. Like, we talked about this at the start of the series here specifically, is that you really can't ban against Virtus Pro, because regardless of what you target, they're going to have something else that they can play, and that they just play better than anyone else in the scene. So you got to figure out some sort of wacky strategy that might throw them off that they aren't used to playing against. But I feel like anything that is thrown their way, they are just an immovable wall that you cannot break past, at least in Group B so far. So they take back their #1 seed, of course, not dropping a single map so far, where we did see Rad drop one earlier against Reason. So they also secure their spot into the playoffs, which we weren't really too surprised to see. But I think on the other end of things, though, for Vision, unfortunately for them, this didn't really show us as much as we would have wanted to, right? Because of how good Virtus Pro is and the difference between them and the other series that Vision have played against. I mean, in terms of learning experiences here, Lemon, what can they really take from this kind of one-sided beatdown that we saw in this series?
I think they know where the ceiling is for the top of the teams, and I think they got tested, and it's a mental game at the end to approach each match like this team is beatable. There is so much star power with Zerx and Saddam and how they're playing the Psylocke, the Daredevil, and how they're coordinating with Gainer on these Venom dives, or whether it's the Deadpool. I think they have a really strong, talented team, and I could easily see Vision qualify. I feel like everyone's battling for the 3rd and 4th spot when it comes to Group B, and I could easily see Team Vision be part of that.
Oh man, I mean, I hope the best for them, for any team who has to face off against Virtus Pro on their reign of terror yet again. I mean, they were called the unbeatable, the undefeatable during stage 1 that we saw them. I think it was, 26-0 that they were at one point, until we actually saw Rad, the previous roster of that now Na'Vi, be the one to actually take something against them. But even then, this Virtus Pro team continues to flourish in the group stage specifically. So a lot to look out for them. It looks like we're going to be having one of the interviews with potentially Nevix on their side coming up in a little bit here from the side of Virtus Pro. So interested to hear from them. We usually get Fincy on their side too. So nice that they're spreading the love around a little bit here like that.
Yeah, like we get to talk to the vanguards of Virtus Pro a lot. This is definitely a very front-heavy team. Like both Nevix and Fincy have massive hero pools that are consistently rewarded from meta to meta. Like, there's no bad meta for Virtus Pro because these two are so flexible.
And just a question to the class too. We're seeing some Bucky flashes every now and then, whether it's Zerx in this series or others. What's everyone's thoughts on Bucky being like a pseudo counter to maybe Venom, or just in general in the meta?
Yeah, I think a lot of people like to play the Bucky specifically into the Jeff, right? Especially because his ult's a really good shutdown for that specifically, and just because of the again ability of it. If you only have so many limited ultimates, if you can use one so often in the trajectory of Winter Soldier's ult, then it works that much better against some of these other heroes. But I think just getting the value with the kidnaps too is a big thing as well. Having that hook that you can use against teams to dispossess them from the objective. But it sounds like we are getting our interview here now with Nevix. I'm so excited to hear from them and what their thoughts are on everything. Welcome to the show, Nevix. Congrats on making playoffs and your undefeated run so far. How do you guys keep so consistent from stage to stage to stage into this new season?
Hello, by the way. I think we keep grinding, everyone try their best, and yeah, we've been together for so long, so we're so used to the game, our structure and everything. So we just keep rolling.
Well, you guys showed off quite a bit of a White Fox today from Saipe. How are you feeling about how White Fox is slotting into the current meta, especially with the newest hotfix buffs?
I think she's pretty strong right now, but she needs good matchups, and today we played like a really brawly all-in comp. So she really fits into that style.
Yeah, and we were just talking about the meta before you got in, and I'm curious your thoughts on the Bucky that you faced there from Zerx. And I know as a Venom, you don't like being pulled in when you're not ready. Do you think Bucky would be a suitable counter to the Venom? Or what were your thoughts on how Zerx approached it against you?
Personally, I'm not a big fan of the Bucky. I feel like he is supposed to peel the dive, but he's also like a really good dive target compared to like some other DPS characters like Elsa and Star-Lord. Like they're way harder to lock down and punish, while Bucky is like, if he's in a bad spot, he just dies and can't get away.
I want to talk bans again here as well. It seems like Vision really wants to take the gambit out of your hands. Do you think there's something about your team that signals should be much better with Gambit than with Elsa? Because it seems like leaving Spark as Elsa on the table is somewhat foolhardy.
Yeah, Spark's Elsa is really good, but I think Gambit brings a lot more like teamwork So, and our team is really solid. Like when we play Gambit comps, we're also really strong. I also play quite a bit of Rogue right now. And I think Rogue team up is also really strong in that comp. So there's like a lot of different strategies they have to think about in the draft.
We're especially excited to, at least at the end of this group stage, that you facing Rad, the other strong team in your group, or maybe arguably the number 2. Do you consider Rad to be a threat, or how do you think that match is going to go?
I definitely think they're the second best team in our group, so I'm hoping it's going to be a good game and we play close against each other.
Well, final question here for you, Nevix, and it's been great to hear from you throughout the competition as well into this interview. Do you have any words for your upcoming opponents on the other side of the bracket? They've kind of escaped the VP dominance that we've seen in Group B. So you have, Na'Vi, Heretics, and even Shikigami. Any thoughts that you have going out to them as maybe a challenger? Any opinions you have going into those potential playoff matches in the future?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing Na'Vi again. I think they're a really strong team right now with the Terra added to the roster as well. And Heretics also pretty good. So I'm really looking forward to face them.
Okay, like to keep it cool, calm, and collected. I love it. Thank you, Nevix, for joining us, and go celebrate your win with the rest of your teammates. Thank you.
All right, thank you, guys.
Well, we heard from one of the main vanguards on the side of Virtus Pro right next to Fincy. Looks so strong on the Venom as well, and gave us some insight to kind of the compositions that they were feeling a little bit more confident here on Lemon.
Yeah, a man of so little words, but so much to say when it comes to how suffocating his dive was. And I like to hear his take on the Bucky, for example, as someone who could maybe make Venom have a harder time as someone that can hook him before that escape, but also being so vulnerable. So we'll have to keep an eye on if there's a resurgence of the Winter Soldier in the meta to try and, instead of match the Venom, try to counteract it.
Well, we are pretty much halfway through the show day today. We had Virtus Pro facing off against Vision there, but we have our marquee matchup of the day up next. It's Team Na'Vi versus Team Heretics to see who's going to be the top of Group A after this.
Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central, and I'm here to answer one specific question. What's the meta? And I would answer, I don't know, what's the meta with you? And I will continue to use that joke until I'm about 90, even though I look about 90 now. But in all seriousness though, I do want to talk about some of the data that we've seen from that first week of action in EMEA and Americas in Ignite. Bear in mind that the players played on a old patch. It was the hotfix that came out on March the 19th. So the White Fox buffs that we're about to see, the Deadpool mobility and Elsa having less HP, we are going to see that in action this upcoming week. So stuff is a little bit different. And also, as the pros will say, they're still working out the meta themselves. Lots of stuff is going to change, and we're still building up the sample size, which includes adding China and Pacific to the action this week too. But there is a very easy place to start. Elsa versus Gambit. Which of these characters is the most powerful in a competitive sense in coordinated play? And the answer when it comes to presence, how often we're seeing these characters, is actually Elsa. There was 68 maps played in Americas and EMEA this last week, and a hero could show up twice in the draft, right? You can either protect a character, and then the other team protects them, so you can both play them, you can both ban them, or you can have one team protect it and then ban it to make sure that they can play something like Elsa and the other team cannot. So it can show up twice. Elsa showed up every single time without fail, and certainly towards the start of a draft where you're looking for those first bans and first picks. In comparison, Gambit was missing like once or twice. Some teams just didn't want to include him at all. But the big difference between Elsa and Gambit is one is being banned out a lot more than the other. And surprisingly, it is Gambit that is actually being taken out more. So for example, a lot of the drafts will look like they will on screen, right? Where you're seeing Gambit being banned out first, and then both teams will go and protect the Elsa, so both teams have access to it. Naturally, it makes sense. Elsa is really strong. Why would you not want to ban her out first though? It's more the case that Gambit, despite him being nerfed individually, being hit by the strategist ult generation nerfs too as a whole, he's still strong in his own right, but he enables so much as well. Heroes like Star-Lord, Galactic Legend with a Raging Royal Flush from Gambit, an incredible combination, and characters like Rogue, who are pretty like middling, I suppose, when it comes to the rankings of Vanguards on their own, get pretty much S tier because they have the Gambit team up to work with. You remove Remy from a draft, you're removing 3 to 4 other strong heroes alongside. So it's so much value. So you take off a lot of the options from the enemy team, and protecting Elsa means that you at least have something to work around, no matter what your composition or idea is going to be for a map. Whether you're playing dive, poke, 2-2-2, triple strategist, triple vanguards is something that we're seeing as well at this point. With flyers, against flyers, Elsa just works with all of it. It doesn't matter your comp. You put an Elsa in, and she's so versatile, she will go and just absolutely destroy people in her own right. Outside of these two fighting for first place, you do have the likes of Vanguard Deadpool actually being right behind them, both in protecting and also banning him out. And similar to Elsa, he just fits into a lot of different compositions and ideas, and he just is very good in his own right. But also, it's how good he is on stuff like domination, because he could still build up his ultimate very quickly, certainly in comparison to some of the other ult generation nerfs that we've seen. That first fight is really good for Deadpool because he can get a ban hammer early, put it on the enemy strategist, lead to an elimination, and so your backline strategists are up on ultimate charge before the enemy. It gets so much value, and it makes sense why Deadpool Vanguard is so good, not only on domination, but just in a lot of first early fights. If you enjoy these kind of breakdowns, let us know, and we'll continue to do more. But until next time, ignite the battle, and I'll see you in a few.
Shout out Ryan for his insight on that video, by the way. Put that all together himself and educated us throughout the break. Definitely interesting to see all the knowledge that he brought to it as well, but also some knowledge on the back end. We got to hear from him that I think, what was it? The KD ratio for Sparker is 10-1 right now, which is just insanity. But going into this upcoming matchup, this is what matters the most for this group. It is Na'Vi versus Heretics. Winner likely the top of the group, depending on what Shikigami has to say here. Jen, and Team Heretics, I think, are the biggest unknown we had going into this preseason, but they've really proven themselves so far.
Yeah, this is the number 1 versus number 2, and you guys can argue in the chat on who you think's number 1. But for me, Heretics, this is a really interesting team because it's a team that actually strays away a lot from the Venom dive meta that has been emerging, and they focus more on these flankers like Captain America and some Psylocke, and even throwing in the Jeff with the Psylocke to speed the Psylocke around. Was not expecting that duo in this meta, but it's been so fun. And of course, Naga, who can flex to anything from Starlord to headshotting like crazy on the Mantis. So this is going to be a really talented team to watch.
I'm expecting big things. But we've also seen the former world champions in Na'Vi do pretty well for themselves. Leg Day, what are you expecting on their end of things?
I'm expecting a little bit of goofiness, given that I'm having a look at the lobby right now, and Fate is repping the Sentinels icon. Very funny, Fate. For Na'Vi, we're expecting excellence, right? Like, this is a team that has a high caliber of players. They have the results to back them up. They have a very vocal leader in Trust Me. And there was some discussion around this team in the offseason. Could a team that is as kind of a one-man show when it comes to leadership of Trust Me, in-game at least, accommodate a player like Terra, a player who is a generational duelist, but also a generational personality as well? Maybe someone who isn't the best at following orders to a T. And in Guangzhou, I got to watch Na'Vi scrim. It's very much, you do what Trust Me says in the game. If you don't like it, we'll talk about it after. But right now, you are obeying the Trust Me call.
Well, his name is Trust Me for a reason, right? It's like he is not asking, he is telling you. But also this team does, like I spoke about Heretics not caring about the Venom so much, what this team does behind Trust Me and behind even Rajaro that either wants to anchor as Deadpool or run it down with the Venom dive. And then you add Terror, which is just that extra firepower that this team needs to follow up with Trust Me.
I'm just really curious on what kind of strategy we see from Team Heretics specifically in terms of the ban and protect phase against Na'Vi, because that's a similar story to what we saw for Virtus Pro, right? Where it feels like you can't really do too much against them other than the Shikigami strat that they weren't as practiced against, and that really is map dependent. So depending on which domination map we get, we could see something similar, but they also proved, hey, we studied up a little bit after that. We did pretty well against Peps, who looked super proficient on it earlier today. So even if that kind of flyer composition with the Human Torch, Mantis, Ultron comes out again, I think Na'Vi are going to be a little bit more prepared this time, especially after having a week of prep leading up to this very important series, Lemon.
And we talked at length about maybe how much of a playmaker Naga is and how much we've known him from all the years of FPS experience. But Tanuki has been one of the most impressive Psylocke players that we've had in this emerging dive meta. And if you can pair that with a nice run it down with the Beatles Captain America, they've kind of have their own take on a pseudo dive meta. And I think Tanuki has proven just why Psylocke has started to emerge as a strong duelist.
Well, we'll have to see once we get into the series itself which map it's going to be, because that'll kind of lean to different compositions based on how these two teams fare. But one thing to know is that I got some insight from Fate saying a lot of teams are doubting them too much. A lot of people online are yapping too much about them, and they're going to be the ones to lock in. They're saying for domination, they're going 200-0. So we'll see if they'll be able to, keep up with those words themselves. Big words, big shoes to fill for Fate after that one. But yeah, he's feeling confident going into this. It's kind of a whole team effort led around level 1 Crook in terms of their ban and protect phase. So expect some big things from them going forward into this first map and every subsequent one. We could see a 2-1. We could see a 2-0. Na'Vi themselves, though, they're hoping to get that 2-0 victory here.
I mean, a quick 2-0 here to show some real dominance over Team Heretics, who are probably their biggest competition in this group, would be a buoying for the confidence around Na'Vi. However, counter to what Fate is saying, I think that Team Heretics' best chance to win against Na'Vi is probably on domination. This is one of the maps where Captain America is just most powerful, and when it comes to Captain America players in EMEA, I'm buying all the Beetle stock. Bro is super underbought when it comes to these dive vanguards. Homie is a master of mobility and knowing when to go in, when to go out, and when to get all of the stall. The question is, what can Team Heretics do with the space that Beetle will buy?
And that's the thing, is domination is a lot of the maps are just smaller than your average convoy or convergence. So it's not, the big trouble with Captain America is just not getting poked down to death. And then you have Psylocke that can also more easily gap close if Tanuki wants to continue his Psylocke domination on that when it comes to the Team Heretics side. But Jerky, we haven't talked enough about him and his daredevil and his ability to just ruin people's lives. So it's going to be a good brawl, a slugfest, if you will.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what kind of comps come out from both these teams, right? Team Heretics will be the ones who get the 2 bans first, and Team Na'Vi will be the one who gets the ban and protect. So that really changes the state of things going into this first phase of domination, really focusing around, okay, what are Na'Vi going to lock in first? If the DD comes through, do they kind of prioritize that? Do they maybe go for more of a Mantis style? Because we've seen a lot more teams focusing on that as well. A couple of different options that they can opt for, depending on what that first ban is from Team Heretics. But we have our matchup of the day, Na'Vi versus Heretics. Winner likely going to come out of Group A with the #1 seed. Take it away.
Not gonna lie, Lemon, when I saw this one on the casting schedule and we got it, I did a little fist bump. It's yeah.
Self fist bump.
Yeah, it was a self fist bump. This one's going to be an absolute banger. And honestly, one of the things to look out for here in Heretics versus Na'Vi is the battle of the hyperflexes. Jerky versus Tanuki is going to be something here that is unlikely to be constrained by the bans, but is likely to make the comps, because both Jerky and Tanuki have a really deep pool of heroes they can use to make sure that the rest of their team composition is always going to be in a great position, whether it's going to be the Adam Warlock, or Tanuki bringing out someone like the Star-Lord, or even the Psylocke more recently has been a big pickup for Tanuki.
Tanuki, and just what the last 4 maps that I've watched him, had only played Psylocks, and he has just such a good understanding of the breakpoints, especially for those squishy strategists in the back, because if everyone's running triple strategists, how are you going to do if you have 0, because Tanuki is invisible behind you? And then don't forget Beetle, who's just going to be the absolute nuisance on Captain America. But we've just never seen Captain America or something like a Psylocke be a ban consideration, because there's so many team-ups that you have to look at first.
Okay, going for the Vanguard Protect straight away. I mean, this is fantastic because Rajaro is just John Aim. Bro does so much damage with the dual Desert Eagles. And a first protect on the jet. Okay, once again, this is going to get screenshotted. We're like, oh, EMEA's off the goop again. They're getting silly in the EMEA bans.
And we're just gonna have a quick pause before we continue on with that. Well, Fate, according to VOD, had a lot to say about how strong Na'Vi was gonna do, or maybe the other way around. Even VP can't get 200 to 0, okay? And if VP can't do it, I don't trust anybody. VOD.
Yeah, he's feeling very confident going into this matchup, and for good reason. I'm also liking the priority of having the one-sided van pool, right? We've seen a couple more teams banning that out for both ends just because they don't want to deal with it, but I've seen so much focus on Team Na'Vi, and they were kind of like the predecessors of using the van pool, but we'll see how it goes in this one.
All right, bye. We're going back to the...
Thanks for the insight, Vlad. And now with the one-sided Deadpool already coming out, or at least one-sided Vanguard pool coming out, now there's a world where we need to see a ban on the Venom from Team Heretics. Otherwise, you are looking at Fate, a Master of Jeff, with double Jeff team-ups, which frankly isn't on.
And if Heretics hate playing Venom so much, why not just ban Na'Vi from playing it too? I would hate to play against Trust Me's Venom, but again, there is so much on your grocery list of bans and team-ups that you have to worry about, but making sure your strat lines are intact for Heretics is prio one.
Okay, the Gambit Protector is a good hedge, meaning that you can play it with Vajef, or if Vajef is off the table, okay, they have to ban the Rogue because they don't want to deal with the Rogue Gambit team up. There is so much on the field here for the side of Na'Vi. I think they're going to be quite happy with this one. Trust me, playing on the Captain America, I wouldn't mind seeing that move over onto a Venom if they have trouble with survivability, because the symbolic shenanigans are just so strong, but it does put a little bit more teeth into Jerky's dive, as we saw perfectly for VP. The Daredevil and the Venom work well together. The Daredevil and the Cap is a little bit more damaged due to Cap's recent changes.
I think just mirroring Beetle on the Captain America is more of an aura play than it is a correct one. I prefer Trust Me on the Venom, but I'm gonna trust what comes out of the spawn room doors at the end of the day. And again, this is on the patch, everybody, that White Fox got super buffed, and Saipe and VP are huge fans of it, but not a whole ton of people have been playing White Fox. They want to at least cook on her a little bit more. Fate, I think, has been one that has played the most amount of White Fox out of all the White Fox users, so that is something.
Oh, well, could it be real from Alex? I know they're still on spawn, so it could be a little bit of messing around, but that could give over a team up to Oasis. One thing I want to point out, Enzo, one of our few controller pro players we have here in EMEA, so if you're a roller gamer, you are represented.
Okay, portal play from Beetle. They want to get in Navi's face and maybe even get a quick scout, and they like their chances in this fight.
Oh, that's a good isolation onto the Gambit. Can they follow up upon it, though? Rajra going to be the first to go down, even with the additional staying power the Vanguard gives. And Alex being the one to pick up that final blow as well means extra XP. Already going to be able to upgrade that headshot from the heal pool, which is a huge play. Tanuki takes down Jerky. Like I said, Battle of the Hyperflex is going to be important. Alex doesn't have that much health to try and deal with all of the incoming damage, though. And a quick team up from Beetle drags everyone in off the Dark Maelstrom, meaning that there's no escape for level 1 Crook. A great first fight.
And to win the first fight on this point in particular, it is such an annoying choke point to get through. And that's why I don't blame Trust Me to not play Venom, because you do not like low ceilings. You would bump your head. You need a helmet. And then you got this commanding bodyguard of a Hulk that you have to try and chunk through, or you could just ignore it and not go through it, but around it. But hey, they're getting through your backline.
Three-man gank squad, absolutely brutal to try and deal with when you're being joined by a Hulk who's so difficult to displace, and also can give the shields over to everyone as well with those gamma charges. Look at all those. And remember, we're taking 20% less overall charge for many teams at the moment. The extra charge you get from those gamma shields is very substantial.
And Naga on Invis is... I feel like I'm living a nightmare. The GOAT on Invis, but of course, is getting eliminations like he's a duelist, and it's going to be important to pull these brawlers back into the fight when they try to escape. So Na'Vi getting through this choke is not great, but if they can get Terra on one of these windows, or try and unleash a galactic legend that is not expected, but Tanuki's going to see this coming.
All right, already found the Captain America, but can they try and take him down afterwards? Jerky looking for an opening, but guess what? They're inside of the aura of the Deadpool. Doesn't do enough for Oasis, though. Those Devil's Chains managed to connect Naga under huge pressure. Trust me, with a quick bounce of a Vibranium Energy Saw. Once the nuke, you can't be saved by the invisible boundary. It's a touch late from Naga, not too used to the strategist role. That much is for sure, at least off of the Adam Warlock. Trust me, dancing for their life. A quick stun. I don't think anyone actually got hit by it. Level 1 Crook just dodges behind to make sure anyone who does is instantly cleansed by the Raging Royal Flush. Considering there was so much already given over here, though, I think that Level 1 Crook would have wanted to have won an entire fight off of this one. Team Heretics are desperately keeping this one contested at the front as Enzo has so much HP to work with, and Jerky's getting on top of Naga. Now the backline is under huge danger, and Jerky gets a triple onto all three strategists.
Huge recontest too from Enzo to pop the Hulk ultimate and to just squeeze out another 10%. Would like to see Oasis follow along, even drop a healing puddle just to have that extra survivability, but that would maybe just get them to 99%. Jerky helping Na'Vi get the foot in the door, but now they gotta kick Heretics in the dirt and make this a 0 to 100 comeback. And Rajaro could try and disable one of these strategists with the ban hammer, but I don't know if Na'Vi have the best tools. It's got to be all eyes on Terra with the Galactic Legend, but will he go unnoticed when Tanuki just has wall hacks?
Exile goes wide. Question is now, who's got the skill issue placed on top of them from Rajaro? Beetle for now just playing it conservatively, bringing up the shield of the Seraphim and making sure the rest of Team Heretics are safe. Alex moving forward now with the epic times. Over the top, it's going to be Terra with a well-timed Galactic Legend. They want to get on top of Level 1 Crook. There's going to be no answer here for Terra's ultimate, except for taking out the remainder of the team. 3 enemies within. Fate gets unbelievable value off of its Jeff. He's yummying his way through, but now it's down to a 3v3. Who can play it cleaner? Great strategist play here from Oasis could be the big difference, maybe to try and keep up the other 2 members, but guess what? There's still healing coming through from Alex as well, who's over here on the heal pool, and this forces out a TP re-engage from Beetle, who's going to try and block off those who are reinforcing this point.
And Na'Vi now have to surge ahead, and they're getting blocked off. You need this Raging Royal Flush from Crook to be invested, or to maybe save it for the next round, but Na'Vi need to push Heretics to the distance.
Oasis has a good opening here. If they can only find some way to use the It's Jeff, out comes the Gambit. Ultimate, we've seen it decide so many fights previously, but look at all that Jeff utility on the floor. There's so much healing to just stay in place for Team Heretics. And now in towards the back, one stun goes through onto Terra. On the signature Wolverine, the peel is good. Jerky desperately needs to escape, but the med pack's already been taken. The healing's not there. Beetle getting in close as a big Eater blast upon them. And Team Heretics, they prove Fate's 200-0 prediction wrong for now.
Yeah, and you have Na'Vi a little bit off their game. You're forcing them into, well, heroes they don't typically play every day. So it's kind of a weird one. And trust me on the Captain America, this is just, maybe this will be a better one for Venom, but still, you're just trying to cause a ruckus. That first point win or first fight win from Heretics, being able to defend to like, what, 94% or something, does set the tone for the whole map, or the full round, I should say. And I've been a big fan of Enzo on the Hulk. We also don't get to see strategist pool every day, and Alex gets to provide this healing aura with this death ball that goes along with Team Heretics. And Naka will stick on the Invis because, you know, we are used to seeing him on the Mantis. That's not going to be an option, neither is the Gambit. So Heretics are doing what they can with what they got.
And guess what? This comp is only getting stronger now, because now Alex is going to be rolling out with multiple upgrades to the heal pool at the beginning of these fights. Beetle doesn't have an early TP engage mind, so he's just going to be playing in the neutral with the Doctor Strange here. One of the few players we're seeing bring out the neutral Doctor Strange outside of, yeah, we lost.
Of course, Deadpool is cussing away, but I think Na'Vi are going to be the ones cussing if they don't win this round. And it's time for Fate to maybe claim some. This is one of the best rounds when it comes to it's Jeff Ultimates, because there's a ledge that you can drop most of the team off, and Fate had quite the showing and had the better Jeff Ultimate, I would say, but it's Heretics that won the war at the end of the day.
I'll go up close and personal. A little shield to try and mess with some of the healing LOS. Rajaro getting close to that skill issue. Wants to put it on top of Naga. That much is for certain. But there's going to be good healing coming through from Alex on the other side. The Hulk ready to smash. The world ready to be broken. Indeed, it might be a little bit surprised if Team Heretics walks away from this one with a W. Tanuki's still letting the devil out, but Beetle finds himself exposed and alone, trying to keep this point from being contested. Now it's down to Tanuki with a quick Billy Club. Attempt at a reflection, but Jerky in the end just gets it all done.
Jerky's not even done with you yet. He won't even let you tell Cersei it was him. And now Na'Vi can lean towards trying to build up this Royal Flush as soon as possible. Terra now on the Bucky. We've talked about this being a sort of counter dive, a hero that you can use to pull and hook people in and having a strong neutral. But if he gets run down, he's also a very vulnerable target. So looking towards Heretics to maybe put more prio on Terra on this Bucky.
Rajara waiting patiently, doesn't want to go up into the high ground that Team Heretics control for the moment. No, they would be heavily outnumbered and likely to lose resources in an attempt to survive. For now, just poking forward. Enzo gets a beautiful exile onto the Jeff. Can they convert onto it? Yes, every member of Team Heretics as well on top of that one. They want Crook bad, and Tanuki's going to get him. Next, you've got to go up against the Vanguard pool, and yes, he's got a bunch of HP, but he doesn't have much of it left. And Molnaga is going to be turned around on the other side. Old Terror is back, and he's going to be chewed up instantly here by Oasis. No time to even throw them off the map. A dominant engage from Team Heretics after capturing the high ground.
Very successful dive, just immediately eliminating two strategists. You cannot ask for anything better than that. Na'Vi tried to do the same thing, eliminated Naga, but still the Heretics' firepower, the teamwork is so good. And the exile, when you catch someone out of positioning, that is the most punishing ability you can have on Hulk. So Team Heretics have to defend like their life depends on it. And of course, you have an Eye of Agamotto. Beetle has nothing that could push him away, but the initiative is, the ball is in Crook's side on when he wants to activate the Royal Flush.
Oh, the objective pressure. Out comes the Raging Royal Flush. This is the moment to try and win for the side of Na'Vi. We've got a huge ultimate to try and work with here, and no stuns come through from Beetle's Eye of Agamotto. It's an open eye, but it ain't seeing nothing for now. And Na'Vi have used a huge amount of their uptime to achieve absolutely nothing. Terra gets isolated. In comes the skill issue, an attempt to try and focus down Naga, I imagine. And yes, Jerky's going to be the one to find that, but has to disengage temporarily to try and find some of this incoming damage. Deadpool's in your area, and you found it out the hard way. Tanuki will blast to the back of the head, and Rajro just forced to flee, but might end up staggering themselves for this.
You can't underestimate the damage that a Doctor Strange can do when he's surrounded by people. It can just go crazy. But Beetle not getting much on the Eye of Agamotto, but it's again the teamwork and also the healing aura of the strat pool that Alex brings to the table. Look towards Heretics to maybe create a safe base behind the invisible boundary, and for Tanuki to find his way into the backline here of Na'Vi.
I kind of like the Iron Fist against the Hulk here. Works out in those melee fights a little bit better already. The Freedom Charge rolling forward. Trust me, is giving everyone additional damage. And look at this, a perfectly placed invisible boundary. It has little Bastion, a redoubt on the point to make sure that they can keep this one contested. Jerky drops in from the top, almost a fully charged E coming through from Doctor Strange. The Dark Maelstrom is ready to be unleashed. But onto who? Onto Jerky. Shuts down the ultimates themselves. And Alex is giving over a huge amount of heal. Can they find the jackpot off the back of this? It's going to be a little bit difficult to make it happen, but waiting for the headshot as well in the midst of it all. In comes Fate's attempt for an eat with the It's Jeff, but it's not going to be grabbing many of the enemies. Instead, trust me, just going to hunt down Alex. Only the Hulk is caught within here for Fate, and of course you cannot get the bounce back inside of the air. This should be Na'Vi claiming the point.
Oh, this is going the distance. And an Iron Fist, Naga on Invis Woman. We got Strat Pool. Like, it feels like April Fool's was today. But this is what is so fun about this meta. And what's going to be fun is watching Na'Vi probably just win a fight off of the Raging Royal Flush. But Team Heretics have tried to throw the Eye of Agamotto to disrupt that surge that Na'Vi has. Although Beetle got 0 last time, he's hoping to get 6 more this time.
Okay, Iron Fist and Gambit, Raging Royal Dragon is available. There's not much to try and shut it down. Trust me, already eats the isolation. The Gamma Exile moving on through. Already you see the skill issue as well. Great shielding coming through from Enzo, but now that's not going to be around to deal with Terra and level 1 Crook. Already it's going to be the Dragon moving on in, but I think the damage has already been done. Level 1 Crook doesn't feel the need to invest in this one at 99%. They'd rather use it to win out the first fight on the next point. And it's a great response from Na'Vi here. Heads up swap from Terra.
Round 3, and we said this was going to be a slugfest. I did not mean it literally. With an Iron Fist Daredevil run it down composition with Captain America. This is, I wouldn't say like a crazy strength from Na'Vi just because they run so much of the Venom dive, but Jerky, you can kind of build a composition around him and his strengths, and Terra as flexible as ever. So Na'Vi forced the 3rd round, and they're sticking to what won them the 2nd round in the first place.
Oh, that was a great comeback there from Na'Vi, and I love how Terra identified, like with the Iron Fist ult. Team Heretics are playing very tight. They are playing quite the death ball composition at the moment. If they're going to play that tightly together, you can get a lot of damage from the Dragon Unleashed because it's got extended range, pierces through multiple players, and does percentage of HP damage.
3, 2, 1.
But man, this Enzo guy is bulky, and Team Heretics up to their shenanigans, portaling through, and if you can win the first fight here, this is again a very difficult map and round to retake afterwards. But Team Heretics have also identified Fate and Crook so well on these dives. They're going to take the high ground first and command the fight if they can.
A little bit early, though. They aren't going to be able to capture a point off of this one. Already, Jerky's in position. Can't afford to be isolated. Gets pulled back until the Raging Royal Flush is deployed to make sure that Team Heretics is comfortable fighting here. 3 stuns from Beetle! The Eye of Agamotto is unbelievable! And if you've got no cleanse because you were forced to try and extricate Jerky from that position with your Gambit ultimate, what are you going to do about it? It's so rare we see a good Eye of Agamotto in pro play with how much counterplay there is, but that was bellissimo.
Beautiful Eye of Agamotto, as you said, and Alex is able to pop the final exam, that healing order of the strat pool every single fight. And this is not something I've seen Alex play a lot of. If not, we don't see strat pool at all, so it's innovation. And it's a masterclass from Heretics as they hope to defend, but you don't want to overextend, but someone like Beetle can bring the shield up at a moment's notice. He's just working so well in tandem with Enzo. In worst case, you got Naga with the invisible boundary, but oh, Fate is trying to claim.
Tanuki gets away from it for now. There's going to be an attempt to just try and claim the point in the background. Yeah, there's a backcat, but how long will it last for? The invisible boundary, I think, might be a little bit unnecessary. Naga might want that one back because now you've got to try and deal with Jerky's ultimate as well. Do they really have enough sustainability to try and make this one work? Well, I don't know if they've really got enough heals to try and make it happen. There are only 3 of them there. Raja is already down. Trust me, yeah, he's playing around the backhand side here. Terra's going to try and TP back to bring some of the strategists back into the fight. And right now, Beetle's just holding up the shield of a Seraphim, blocking off the incoming healing from Fate. Seems like Navi's Gambit has worked out to try and make this one happen. Final exam once more popped from Alex. It's a huge amount of healing, and if they can hit the jackpot, then everyone's going to get so much overhealth. Look at how tanky they are. And well, Tanuki finds out that the Gambit's not quite so tanky in comparison. Enzo getting up closer. What a flick! This guy's unbelievable! Imagine quite the exile there onto Fate, who didn't know what quite spit him.
Oh, the jackpot was so huge, and Tanuki knew to unleash pedal to the metal and full scented on Na'Vi, who have just been trying to match like blow for blow. I mean, Terra was on Iron Fist to try and brawl against this, and now we'll have an Eye of Agamotto of his own. Doctor Strange, you don't see that from Terra too often, but trying to find a solution. The answer to Heretics is now Heretics have taken the lead, and this is round 3. Here it goes.
All gets 2. It's a little bit Hydron pilled. Naga's already down. Oasis sinks down underneath and tries to eat up some of the opposition, but the LOS is good to try and dodge it. Fate's easily there to try and deal with it, and Enzo does have plenty of HP, but in a 1 versus 6 is not going to be lasting for long, and Puny Banner lasts even lesser a time.
And you get to start off the next fight with the Raging Royal Flush, and Tanuki is 15% away, so that is going to be a big difference maker in terms of who will be able to pull the trigger first. Navi's going to steal away the lead, and they're already on different comfort picks than usual. Same thing with Heretics. A lot of flexing has to happen, and these are the 2 best teams in the group, and it's time to prove it.
All the approach of Daredevil has already been waylaid for now. That gives an opening for Team Heretics to move forward without their backline being too thoroughly accosted. Tanuki has the ability to unleash the devil, but Na'Vi have the most important ultimate here. It's going to be the Gambit with the ability to put down the skill issue. It's going to be Rajaro taking down Alex, making sure that every miss is thoroughly punished. And with level 1 Crook able to hold on to this Raging Royal Flush, Na'Vi in a fantastic position to win the map.
And Na'Vi did not even have to use the Raging Royal Flush, but the Hail Mary from Team Heretics. Beetle's still looking for an Eye of Agamotto, but he has to set his team up for the long haul. Watch out for this. Trust Me is pushing the Mac.
So many ultimates to try and deal with inside of the invisible boundary there. Things might get a little bit complicated. I think that Fate's actually dove through the portal on the other side. Has to make sure they don't get shut off on the other side as well. Moving over onto the Gambit. They need to try and shut down level 1 Crook. An unbelievable bubble there to stop anyone from being eaten. Enzo's well on top of things right now. And Tanuki's getting up close and personal. Might want the Gambit, but has to focus in on Jerky. The peeling is needed. And still, there's 60% for Team Heretics. Na'Vi might be scuppered, but they are not defeated.
I was worried when Beetle didn't use the Eye of Agamotto if we were waiting for Marvel Rivals 2, but it doesn't matter. That will be what's on the menu coming up, along with Oasis, who can leave a puddle behind to try and get its Jeff going. But Tanuki's tracking exactly where these Navi rotations are coming from. It's 2 Eyes of Agamotto, and only one will remain at the end of the day. Final fight for the map.
I got both my eyes open. I'm not sure if I can believe them, though. Beetle is getting so close and so dangerous. Great shielding from both the Vanguards. There are so many layers of protection there, and Beetle can now just hang above it. Come into my territory. I'm ready to greet you. Out come the stones onto Jerky and Rajaro. The shutdown is good. Can Rajaro survive through this? Even with the debuff, for skill issues, no issue when you're looking like Naga right now. And trust me, we'll stand alone against the Tydem, or Naga will fall on down. I don't think there's enough soldiers here from Na'Vi. Their jersey might say born to win, but Team Heretics are playing for the vibes, and the vibes are looking sublime right now. Jerky opens up a portal. It's going to be a last-second recontest coming on through. Raja's already falling down super low. Out comes the final exam. Alex is just going to give over so much HP, taking to the sky with a quick dash. Can Fate even escape? Tries to send them over towards their own spawn, but it seems like everyone's escaped from the other side. Beetle getting in close and personal. Well charged. He will tear through their flesh and bones alike, and Tanuki is unlikely to let Fate escape from this one. It's a little bit of a BM kill in the back, but where are the reinforcements going to come from for Na'Vi? They face up against the green menace of the Hulk, and what a series of plays from Heretics. They take the first map.
They bring innovation to the table, and it delivers a win. The strat pool, Naga on Invis, Tanuki on something that's not Psylocke, and beating the competition in the dirt. And wow, not only was the strat pool just never really seen in Ignite, but it gets MVP, and so well deserved from Alex, popping that final exam nearly every fight, turning the death ball into a death train. And the stats don't lie. Tanuki with 24 final hits, almost 30k damage, an absolute menace out there.
I mean, hey, if you want to try and ban the Vanguard pool so we don't get the Jeff team up, did you forget there's 2 others? And apparently Alex is crazy at them. I know that Alex has a huge history in competitive FPS as a great aimer, really leveraging it super well by playing a very accuracy-orientated hero like the Deadpool strategist. And obviously, like you said, the final exams being hit every time, really maximizing the uptime as well, waiting like the entire 8 seconds during the ultimate to hit the jackpot and get another 8 seconds, making it the longest strategist ultimate in the game. If you manage to absolutely pop off with the hitting the jackpot. Well, we did see these strikebacks from Na'Vi, including Terra's movement onto the Iron Fist, which I think was very intelligent. They had great plans for Fate's It's Jeffs, from Enzo's bubbles in particular.
Yeah, Na'Vi were so flustered trying to swap so many different duelists and getting portals in non-stop. I just can't believe it. Jerky versus Tanuki, I could watch that all day and night, and Terra couldn't find the solution, putting it all on himself at times to save the day. But that first map goes to Heretics, and we were in for an absolute treat. It sucks that this is only a best of 3, because we could watch this all day, but it will be now Na'Vi with the choice of map coming up next, so don't want to go anywhere.
Fantastic! Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha!
Well, that wasn't quite a 200-0, unfortunately, for Team Na'Vi on that one. But as you guys were talking about it, we have our experts here for a reason. Team Heretics is that dive team, and they proved it in loads throughout that first map on Hell's Heaven, getting the first map win against Na'Vi, and actually the first time we've seen them drop a Dom map so far here, Lemon.
That was, I think, one for the books. Easily the funnest map to watch of the whole day. Tanuki pretty much set up camp in the opponent's backline. Tanuki so strong with the flankers, and why this Heretics team is not necessarily venom pilled, but very flank heavy. And then you combine that with Enzo. Every time you're out of position, he's hitting you with an exile. Then you have this healing aura of the Deadpool, the strap pool that we've really never seen in Ignite. So Ali's showing us just how to deathball properly around that.
Like, big honesty, if you want to get anyone into Marvel Rivals Esports, if you need to show them one map, show them that one. That was an absolute giga banger of a map. So many unique hero picks. We had a strat pull, we had a Hulk. I love casting a Hulk. Hulk is like one of the most skill expressive heroes in this game. So hard to get the value from, but if you're a good Hulk, you are God. You are Jesus. You are omnipotent. And Enzo certainly was on his Jesus train on that map.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time we've seen Stratpool, at least in EMEA. We did see it sometimes in America, specifically from YWL. I got to give a shout out to CB because she said this pretty much best in some DMs I have with her. And she basically said that was one YWL special, hold the Spider-Man. That's basically what we saw with this map from Team Heretics. But it's nice to see that tactics that are kind of unorthodox that you see catch teams off guard in other regions are now being brought into EMEA, making that flexibility even more apparent from this region. That's what we want to see for teams to try and take it against the best of the best. But we do have a pretty spicy map on our hands coming up pretty soon. We got a little bit of a preview. We'll show it in just a moment. But just talking a bit about potentials, Lemon, I mean, what have we seen so far in terms of counter maps from Na'Vi?
Na'Vi, I mean, the only time they ever lost, which was only once, they went to Museum of Contemplation. They want to go as large of a map as possible, try and give some space for someone to trust me to venom dive from who knows where. So the larger the map, the better for Na'Vi.
Yeah, and we've kind of seen some bit of a crux, you could say, on relying so much on the venom dive, especially on the front line for Team Na'Vi, so that might be why Team Heretics felt so confident on the last one. But Leg Day, tell us the lore of Hall of Dajalia for Na'Vi.
Oh, this is a big glory map for Na'Vi. Back when they were Team Rad, this was the first ever map that Virtus Pro dropped in competition. It was to this very roster, of course, Sans Terra at the time. This is where they made giants, where they made celestials bleed. And they're hoping to use it to get back into this series as well, because, of course, taking a convergence off the table is very important, because it means you can't be taken to Central Park, where they have a little bit of trauma.
Oh my gosh, I didn't even think about that going into this one as well. So, big brain plays from Team Na'Vi, making it so that they don't even have to worry about it, especially in a best of 3. Of course, once we go to best of 5s for the playoffs and beyond, it's a bit of a different ball game there, but this works well to their strategy to try and reverse sweep, per se, this best of 3. But Team Na'Vi and Team Heretics going to be giving it their all. We'll see if Team Heretics can get the 2-0 sweep themselves, or if Na'Vi are going to fight back tooth and nail to tie up the series.
All right, call me a conspiracy theorist here, Lemon. But I think if this goes poorly, there's going to be some introspection amongst both viewers and Na'Vi themselves as to whether their adaptability is in question, because they have lost maps to unexpected strategies, you know, like the weird stuff from Team Heretics on Hydra Base, and of course the other map they lost was to Shikigami against the weird triple flyer that they didn't seem to have an answer for just yet, and maybe they need to get a wider berth of comps against them in their scrims, as once again Team Heretics are going to see Na'Vi protect the Vanguard pool.
And Heretics, we haven't seen a lot of Venom dive from them, and that's really going to be the best Vanguard option to take advantage of all the space, or at least to get through it as fast as possible. And we've seen so much of the Beetle Captain America, even on something like the Museum of Contemplation. He'll find a way to squeak into your backline. And Enzo's Hulk is like a nice budget Venom, if you will. He can go quite far with those strong green legs, okay? But where does someone like Terra land? Because he has played just every duelist, it feels like, under the sun, and it kind of depends. I feel like he's been more on the counter picks rather than maybe trying to slot in on his comforts and being the best at it.
Okay, first protect this time onto Mantis. We know that Naga is a fantastic Mantis player as well. And you know what? If Naga wants to play Mantis, we're going to take away the Invis. There are a lot of proficient Invis players on Team Heretics, so it's a rather valuable ban, but this might force out a protective something like a Gambit, potentially, unless you really want to make sure that the strat pool is in, or even an Ultron Protect here. If it is an Ultron Protect, then maybe Na'Vi needs to do some additional groundwork here to try and make sure they didn't go up against that triple flyer composition again, which was a little bit stressful last time when they went up against Shikigami and couldn't quite figure it out in time.
The strongest part, I think, about Na'Vi, I mean, pick your poison, but I'm a huge fan of Crook and Fate and how they've really innovated in terms of the strategist picks, but you just don't want to let that gambit go through for Crook, because that will be next level crazy for Na'Vi, especially when you have Trust Me, who's going to be as aggressive as he is, and very lucky that you're going to have Naga back on his signature Mantis, like you already mentioned, because the stronger the poke you have on a large map like Hall of the Djalia, the better.
Okay, the threat of a Vanguard pool is a little bit too high. And so Gambit is going to make it through the ban phase unaccosted, no protect required. There's a world here where Team Heretics go for a one-sided Star-Lord, so they have the better Gambit ult combo. Or do they wish to take something else away from a stable of Na'Vi? Potentially getting rid of Fate's Jeff. This isn't the best Jeff map, to be honest. Not a huge amount of environmental frag spots, but it would be fully decked out with a pair of team-ups, given how much we know Trust Me likes. Oh no! Oh no! 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 Oh no!
It's the we don't care aura, no pick, so no ban.
They flashed Star-Lord, but they ran out of time.
Oh no!
Boys, lads.
Lads.
We forgot to do our ban, lads.
Oh jeez. Well, let's lock in. Let's lock into the game. Let's not lock in our bans. We'll do that another day maybe, but we'll get the focus on Tanuki, on the Star-Lord, and man, did he have an MVP-like performance. Got outshadowed by his strategist last map, but Tanuki has been my duelist to watch as a top contender here in EMEA.
I think I'm in shock. Someone call an ambulance and make it for me. Okay, well, it is what it is. Team Heretics have to live with their failure. But hey, they've got a map in hand, so it could be worse. And you can see that Terra's taking advantage of no ban on the Star-Lord. I'll take that matchup, thank you very much. Naga versus Terra in a bit of a hit scan flank off.
I was gonna say, Naga's usually the Star-Lord player, and man, is he ever aggressive on it, especially on Domination and Tanuki. This is the Psylocke I've been promised, okay? And Na'Vi are gonna have to watch out. Namely, they have to turn around, because Ban Heretics were all over their backline on the previous map. Now Enzo's ready to set the tone, swinging out actually, as Beetle may be the one who starts to harass the strategist.
Harassment's good. You can already see the symbolic shenanigans coming on through from that Jeff. Brings everyone forward with extra over health to make sure they have that survivability. But now, both of the timbers have been used from Jeff. This is going to be the opening for Team Heretics to try and claim back this space. But the aggression from Trust Me is doing so much. In towards the back, Beetle's trying to get some value, but I think Fate's going to be able to move away in short order. Jerky gets picked up from amongst the crowd, though. Amazing aim from Enzo. A frenzied arrival to get on top of the Gambit. The disengage is solid. The Bayou spin gets them out of there, and 3 direct hits from Fate is unbelievable DPS onto Beetle. No chance for a resurrection. In comes the Skillish, I imagine that was put on to one of the strategists coming through from Rajaro there, and Jerky's coming back on the Spider-Man. The Jitswood cosplay is in effect, and there's no touch on the point.
I'm just not a fan of the back row in general from Heretics. Like, Beetle and Enzo were having a little too much fun chasing strategists that there was no anchor for the objective. You had Na'Vi capping 2 takes without Heretics having a good reason. Their vanguards were nowhere to be found. And I think Enzo on the Magneto now may just prove to be something a little bit more solid to kind of take charge of the front line, and something that'll slow him down from being on perma-flank. But Na'Vi have gotten a swift cap, and they banked up a bunch of ultimates. Look at Terran, this galactic legend. You can sometimes sneak up to the defense going through the middle building.
All right, here comes the Thanos combo. the Raging Royal Legend, and Terra is just tearing through everybody. The extra damage got buffed up when we started redistributing the power in Gambit's ultimate, and yeah, that's going to be that one.
Much better.
Wow. Na'Vi bring the terror to you and Terra to you, and they will throw everything with them. That's why I said you don't want to give Crook Gambit. So scary with it. Now Na'Vi so close to that point B. Cap, and trust me, taking the initiative.
Alex has used both their dashes, wants to try and get an ultimate here, but doesn't quite have the line of sight. Only 4 players are going to be inside it, and it's going to have to do. Tanuki goes forward, Devil Chain trying to hunt down the opposing Gambit, but it's a great disengagement here. Only losing Rajaro for now. Is there going to be even more onto Crook? Indeed, there is. And this is a tough area to be held for Na'Vi, but they didn't really invest too much in that previous fight, accepting the Feast of the Abyss.
Yeah, having a Deadpool as your stationary anchor vanguard is not the best at peeling for something like a Daredevil that is batoning your strats to death. It's like you can throw a bubble and then it's good luck, son, and you peace out. While it's something like a Magneto can deliver a lot of bubbles and be a more commanding presence in front of a brawling line. So Na'Vi can't necessarily peel for Tanuki or stop him, it seems.
Oh. Okay, Tanuki misses for final Righteous Cross, and that's going to mean a quick exit from here while they wait for their Fury to rebuild once again. Great symbiotic shenanigans coming through from Fate. The real difference right here is that Oasis and Fate are essentially playing different characters, and Oasis is not playing the better one. Over onto Fate, they need to take this guy down too sweet, but it needs to be an escape first. It's Jeff is a massive threat that needs to be dealt with, and there's going to be no healing really for level 1. Oh my goodness, Enzo was just built different, bro. And that means level 1 Crook was caught out of the mouth of the Jeff and easily executed thereafter. Okay, Enzo.
And the 360. The 360 Meteor M to deny the It's Jeff ult. I love the style points from Heretics. They did double up on the Jeff and the Soul Resurgence, but it's just all offense all day, despite also being on defense. So Na'Vi have such a gap to close. They're looking at Trust Me and Rajaro to be aggressive just like this. But Terra needs to follow up with the Galactic Legend soon, and he'll have the Royal Flush to boot.
Yeah, not being able to eat that with the Meteor Ram is definitely going to be very difficult to try and deal with. Eyes on Terra here in the back, but they're seeing if Eva needs to use the Galactic Legend for now. It's going to be Jerky who strikes in first, letting the Devil out, and certainly it is being made known. Tanuki with a good counterplay here, but you've got to start thinking about the cart. If you are Team Heretics, it's getting awfully close to that finish line. You need to try and make your way forward. Here's the Galactic Legend coming through last. Tanuki desperately looking for Terra in midair, but that free flight is real difficult to deal with. A moment in cover, away from the Feast of the Abyss. A great dodge there to make sure the Trust Me isn't too much of an issue. And look at Oasis just pouring out so many heals right here, and Naga alongside them. Once again, Jitwood has returned to EMEA, and Naga's found out the hard way of a jerk. He's got so many heroes within their pool, even if they are picked up first. Oasis has a back pocket pick. The Edge Jeff ready to go. Fate's going to be the one to launch it first. A quick healing puddle left behind, and Jerky is able to easily get on top of Alex. I don't know quite what Oasis is playing at right now. Just wanted a healing puddle, but Alex left it anyway, so they were chased off it by the divers. And the Meteor M up above. Nice dodge there from Terra. And this should be Na'Vi having enough players to try and bring this one home, as level 1 Crook feeling like he could just get involved and start doing the damage. The threat isn't there, but the Mantis certainly is. Soul Resurgence comes up next.
I can't believe it. Na'Vi staggered their ultimates to just try and be as economical as they can. By not combining the Gambit Royal Flush with the Galactic Legend may have been the nail in the coffin. Na'Vi did not get the full finish on the fight that they would have hoped so, because they staggered those ultimates, and it costed them a lot of time. They only have 40 seconds left at cap point B, and like you pointed out, Oasis didn't even need an ultimate, just pouring out so many heals in the pile to keep Heretics up through what looked like every ultimate in the game coming out of Na'Vi.
Okay, Tanuki, damage boosted in towards the back. Trust Me, almost at the Feast of the Abyss. And Naga's already been taken down. There's even more damage to come. Trust Me's aim is absolutely sublime right now. The Thanos strike has hit the back line. And I'm afraid that they aren't going to be living through this one. No resurrections this time. Beetle does his best to flee away, but Jerky's still sticking with the Spider-Man. Has a spectacular spin, ready to go. Could use the stun out potentially, and even stop the portal coming through. There's a momentary little bit of a fight, but unfortunately the cart has already gone through, and Bast is going to have to be stopped on third.
So much time was bled out of Na'Vi, but sometimes it's not when you get the job done as long as it gets done. Okay, at least that's the type of worker I am in Na'Vi. But they only have a minute for the final point. Thankfully, that skirmish extended them another Galactic Legend, but it won't be with that Raging Royal Flush, and it does miss that extra oomph that Na'Vi really needed to even cap point B a lot sooner than they hoped.
Okay, however, the extra oomp's going to be there, courtesy of a damage boost from a Mantis. Jerky has been selfless, moved over onto this to make sure that Terra can get some value out of that ultimate when it is deployed. Enzo moving on forward, trying to rescue their divers from something that's gone awry. The pocket should be good here. On to Terra, but there's so much fire coming his way. Tanuki caught out the rest of Team Heretics, forced to disengage.
And you'll take the sacrifice on Tanuki to just have a better hurrah for the final part of this map. And Na'Vi having to just invest that now. They got the White Fox in tow, something one of Fate's specialties. But stopping Terra's overextension here is a huge part of Heretic's stop.
23 seconds remain. Every stagger is super critical. The Spirit Sanctuary used to try and teleport away. They need to get rid of Fate. Fate is going to have trouble actually joining this fight, and so Terra's the one who has to move away onto the Doctor Strange.
All right, trying to get a better angle on this fight, and coming through the front right in Enzo's face with the Meteor M to stop this push from Na'Vi.
Okay, who's inside of the Jeff is the question right now. Letting the devil out is Tanuki. Terra desperately using the portal for cover. Gonna dip out for a second. Will they be able to exit it once again before it closes? Seems like that might not be an option. Level 1 Crook's gonna find themselves alone on the other side. The Raging Royal Flush. It doesn't last for about a second. Enzo just stands here, laying down fire. The master of magnetism and the greatest of mutants reigns over Wakanda. And Team Heretics hold on third.
And Fate getting kidnapped at the end. Man, Heretics are so good at dismantling Na'Vi's strategist line to make it so the fights don't end 10 years from now, which Na'Vi fought through tooth and nail and made that a farther push than ultimately could have ended sooner, like aka Point B, where they started to stagger more of their ultimates and were even questioning how much more they should invest. Naga even brought out the portal on the Doctor Strange to even take some more time off of Na'Vi to recontest Point B. And Team Heretics knew how to disengage, soft reset, have a strong fight afterwards. So, well, the finish line is there for Na'Vi towards the end of the map. Can Team Heretics get to that and beat the, best team, second best team in the group? There's a lot on the line here.
Well, some would say second best team in the group after Team Heretics if they win out on this one. And honestly, like, if Team Heretics do it while missing a ban, absolute infinite aura.
Yeah.
I will award you the highest honor I can bestow, the infinite aura badge.
And it took some good swaps too to just have everything ironed out. Na'Vi had to figure out who was going to be anchoring. And now on the defense, you got the Flyers. Jerky's going to be watching from above, doing some scouting. Now you don't have the Daredevil to see through the wall, so Jerky will just be their eyes in the sky. And spotting this Team Heretics rotation here through the left side is important for Na'Vi.
Enzo's got a few options for his movement, though. No real verticality available for the Magneto, and so it's just going to run it down main here. And this does mean they have to worry about the drop from Na'Vi up above them. You can see that 3 players are just waiting for Enzo to slightly overextend so he can get on top of that and really find an exposed backline. But Oasis just playing in such a safe position. Really difficult to deal with anything here. Terra just catch a little bit of water, and I guess he's a hydrophobe because that does everything. A nice anti going through onto the Gambit, but Beetle can't quite convert, and going up against 3 strategists who are just out-sustained and out-damaged. 2 ticks have already gone the way of Team Heretics. How do you re-engage this one? Can Rajro get onto there is the question, as Terra tries to TP from the back and maybe create a soft off angle here for the Venom to try and work with. Fate already 65% to the Raging Royal Flush, but Tanuki is controlling this high ground very well. Terra's going to be the one to come up and try and hit it, as we are in a little bit of a stalemate here.
Only 3% from it being captured. Team Heretics were right on the edge, and Tanuki's in a beautiful spot to try and eliminate these strategists.
The tracking's good. Is Is it going to be anything better here from Beetle coming up close and personal, just dealing all of the Dark Depredation damage? Out comes the Gambit Ultimate. It's the last chance saloon here for Team Heretics, but Alex hasn't got theirs yet. For only 97%, a last second to come on through. A quick eat as well. They will get the venom within their mouths, I imagine, as Fate has to flee away. The counter-strike is coming through, but pockets there from Jerky. The Rage of Ultron reigns above, but can Team Heretics do anything about it? They have the Meteorame in the back pocket, but decide not to use it. Looking over onto Crook. It could be all about the one-shot here. Enzo from downtown does not give time for themselves to get anything more, but knowing that all of the ultimates are expended, now it's Tanuki's turn, raining above it. Oh my goodness, Fate with the Bayou Bash. Oh, you ain't seen a Croc like this one before. A bit of Southern charm from the Gambit, and Tanuki is far from charmed. He's wondering what just happened. Where was my support? Where was my love? Where are my friends? Team Heretics are absolutely scuppered.
And the fact that, again, this was 3% away from being captured, and Na'Vi got back just in the nick of time. And Tanuki is the only duelist, and he's been focused down. It makes the job easy for Na'Vi of where and who to look at, and what a shutdown on the Galactic Legend. Tanuki has to be supported, and Naga has to look his way at all times. Oasis will keep a safe distance, and you will be never parched with this Jeff on duty. And trust me, does not want to overstay his welcome. You do not want to deal with the wrath of Naga and friends and their poke.
Okay, charged greatsword here for Enzo, doing a lot of damage to Terra, taken down. Remember, there's going to be no quick returns this time. Might have to go over onto a Spider-Man, but I think it might already be cooked. Great weaving around the shield there from level 1. Crook, and it just seems like it's going to be Rajro trying their best to shut this one down with a quick little bit of skill issuing in midair. Jerky's in danger. Beetle's found the other strategist. They've all fallen down. The healing's fallen apart. And that's going to be a cap here for Team Heretics, but later than they would otherwise like.
Yeah, pretty big time bank disadvantage, and Na'Vi just having to go to an Ultron. Well, if you can't peel, you could just fly away from your problems, and it's been hard to access him, but not so much to go after people like Crook or others. So good focus from someone like Beetle to eventually tilt the resource scales in their favor. And Team Heretics, they can keep the rally going. Soul Resurgence or Raging Royal Flush will be on the menu first, if you can even use it, because trust me, it's all over you again.
Oh, trust me, low on options though. No longer has the Symbiotic Swing. Still has the Resilience if needed. Quick E-pop to give yourself even more maximum health. But it seems like for now, Team Heretics are building up quite the ultimate bank. They've got Tanuki and Alex in concert if they need it. A little bit of extra damage coming through as well. Tanuki now in Thanos mode. Can they hunt down the strategist? For disengagement strong. Look at all that speed they have, courtesy of the Mantis. Jerky's going to be caught out by themselves. And this might make it untenable to try and fight this one. But still, it seems like level 1 Crook, they feel the energy. They see that it's workable. But trust me, so far from the ultimate, the healing's not delivered. They have eyes on the Gambit in the back. They need to try and take down Fate before he can do anything more than this. And Fate actually expended their own Raging Royal Flush to try and facilitate the disengage. The charged greatsword pierces the flesh of Na'Vi. And that's a lot of space for Heretics.
Man, Heretics have really found a groove, maybe extending a little too much, though. Don't forget, Na'Vi are right next door, and now Na'Vi have a chance to even climb back in. But Enzo's bubble saves Naga, allows him to use a Soul Resurgence after the Feast of the Abyss from Trust Me, who's down the Magneto himself, taking a page out of Enzo's book.
Terra getting everything right now. Extra damage coming through from both the Mantis and the Ultron. Fully charged Meteorem. They're waiting for that one to come on up. Now there's nothing to answer Terra, who has the angle up above. Can they try to escape this one? The Freedom Charge, the answer given, but Tanuki's taken down due to all of the fire being concentrated in one place. Beetle leads the rest of the team forward, seeing if they can make it happen in a 5v6 because they don't have time to waste. Terra rescued by Trust Me. A bubble when it's needed. And it seems like Team Heretics know that they don't have the damage to make this one work and play for the disengage instead.
Yeah, not without Tanuki, but Team Heretics have been able to fend for themselves against Trust Me, but really need to find more punish. And now that he's not on the Venom, it's just going to be a front-to-back brawl. Look at Team Heretics to kick things off now with the Royal Flush.
In towards the back, skill issue likely put onto Alex as well, but the Raging Royal Flush, he just hides away and makes sure that this passive healing's going to be enough. Fate takes out Tanuki, the chase down is good. It seems like Fate right now just getting Tanuki every time he wants a quick whip of the stick, and Beetle is crushed under the rocks, and Team Heretics are now low on time.
It's giving map 3, guys. 34 seconds, and Team Heretics have not just a mountain, but it's looking like Everest. Naga, Soul Resurgence, and they still have the gap close. Everything has to depend on Tanuki getting value, and Na'Vi are trying to mark where he's going to be coming from. If you can notice the Galactic Legend, you could send Tanuki to try and shut it, or send Na'Vi to try and shut it down yet again.
The focus on level 1 Crook needs to be sublime here. The Soul Resurgence can save everybody from the angles that Tanuki's going to be developing. A very risky position here from Fate. Might be chased on down. The right click comes through from Enzo, but it seems like the healing's going to be more than enough. The anti comes through. They got Fate, and that's the opening here. Enzo from behind, eating up Terra. What a ball! This guy, the LeBronzo, unreal! As he takes down Terra. And so Oasis now is going to be able to pour out this healing, but it's far from done for Team Heretics. They still have a Vanguard here to try and stall it out for a moment longer, but in overtime their spawns are coming back a lot faster. Fate opens up the portal. One last chance to keep this one contested, but it's blocked off on both sides, including by the car. Fate makes it happen, and in from the back, it's going to be Jerky with the Rage of Ultron. Great sustainability. Maybe he can save it for the team, but now the Great Sword's been drawn on out, and the damage is too much to bear for Trust Me, can't quite meet it. Jerky's seen the last bit of water rust through the iron armor of Ultron, and Beetle just chases down the shark. Who would win? One toothy boy or a big old American democracy shield? And this day, democracy triumphs.
And gas in the tank of Team Heretics, and a subtle play from Alex hitting the anti-heal card on Na'Vi, getting a strategist down, forcing already them to flounder and reconsider their approach on the fight. Two Galactic Legends collided, Na'Vi even with the Soul Resurgence, and then got picked off as soon as that anti-heal hit their lap. So Team Heretics suffered a lot on the time, though. A minute is not a lot, but they only need one strong fight win and a good clearance of Na'Vi to win the map and the series.
Okay, moving in with two duelists this time, try and get maximum value off of a Raging Royal Flush. Jerky going to be chased on down. Can they find the Adam? He's just floating there, imperiously T-posing on them, but Naga's the one who asserts dominance in this case. And Beetle has his eyes on the back line, goes in with the big strike. Goodbye, Terra. Jerky's going to be able to resurrect themselves here, but going up against the Captain America does so much damage now. Alex, taunted, not finished. There's no damage coming through from the other side. Rajaro's down. Everyone just has to ult by themselves to try and stall this one out, but the DPS check is far easier than you'd think for Team Heretics to hit. The Galactic Legend lays down the fire from above, and certainly a legend's formed here this day as Team Heretics begin their own mythos, a vibing mythos, and it's a grandiose mythos as they lay down Na'Vi 2-0.
And so looking like they are on their way to solidify the #1 seed in Group A. And that head-to-head is going to matter down the road. Heretics standing tall over their biggest opponent in this group and doing it in 2-0 fashion. And I mean, Na'Vi had so many bright moments, and Heretics stood tall in the end. I mean, pick your poison. Alex had great anti-heals. Oasis saved them without any ultimates. Just the healing 41,000 from just a Jeff is insane. Tanuki, the duelist of fear. Naga swapping to everything and anything, which also the Star-Lord at some point, they swapped roles there. Enzo had some life-saving bubbles, namely on someone like Naga who was on the Mantis. Being able to activate that Soul Resurgence gave them a fight win. That's all thanks to Enzo and the peel on the strategist, and Beetle, who was able to stay as measured as he can, but also running it down on the strategist, was a huge neutral fight winner for Heretics. What a death ball from this team.
Well, I am absolutely knackered, Lemon. So let's bring Vodable back in to chat about this series. I don't think anyone expected the Heretics 2-0.
I think, the Heretics fans out there definitely expected it going into this one specifically. But yeah, any of the Na'Vi fans who saw their performances in previous seasons and expected big things from them, they did their best that they could on their map pick. And you talked about this leg day going into this one that, hey, they beat Virtus Pro on this before, but unfortunately for their sakes, this time it did not work out. Even with the miss ban from Team Heretics, it did not matter because we saw so many players, all 6 players on Team Heretics popping off. Beetle, Enzo, and Tanuki doing the most damage. Naga really just got kind of flanking around, supporting the team as best they can. It's kind of like that flex support or flex strategy style that we saw from them. And then also swapping on over to the Psylocke at the end just to chase down Jerky, who had swapped into the Adam Warlock cinema. I mean, if you had one series to recommend people rewatch today, this is going to be the one to do it, Levin.
Absolutely, and this was Na'Vi's choice of map, and we're talking about how historical it was for them. They've beaten the best of teams on here. This is as large of a map as you can get for a Trust Me Venom collapse onto them. But if it's anything, it's Na'Vi that collapsed, and it's just these critical little moments when you were getting anti-healed, when you were trying to go in, what ultimates you're able to shut down, and Na'Vi had some big moments too, being able to cancel Tanuki's Galactic Legend. Shout out to Fate there. A lot of nice moments from Na'Vi and how they're able to stall on their defense, but this is gonna be a good match to rewatch.
You know, I gotta give a quick credit to Oasis. I said that they were playing just worse Jeff without any team ups. I was unfamiliar with their game, dropping 41k heals, only falling twice in both sides of that map. Bro's insane.
It sounds like we're going to be getting Naga here for the interview as well, and I'm really interested to like pick their brain on exactly what their strategy was going into this. So welcome in, Naga. I got to hear, you know, ahead of time from Fate that they were feeling confident going into this matchup, but you guys really pulled out all the stops to shut them down and prove that you are the best team now in Group A.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Thank you for having me. And yeah, I mean, I guess Fate has to be confident, but we'll see how you'll feel next time we play them.
Well, Naga, today on Domination, we saw you play something a little bit strange. The Invisible Woman is a new pickup for you. How long have you been grinding with Invisible Woman? Also, did you win because I bought the Heretics bundle?
I mean, it definitely helps that you bought the Heretics bundle, and I'm proud of you, Leg Day. Well, I've been playing Winvis for what, like 2 or 3 days, I guess? Something like that, you know? My team think it's fun to just put me on off-roll a few days before an important match, you know? But I'll have it. Then I expect great things for them to make up for it. So, I mean, Navi did make it hard for me to play Invis there as well, so, I mean, but yeah. Gotta be better next time, I promise.
And it was so fun to watch you, and hey, you act like a duelist when you're on Mantis too. You were able to fend for yourself when you're getting dove on by one of the scariest Venoms out there, but Enzo helped you out so much. What are the comms like when you're trying to call for help, or does your team just trust you to kind of peel for yourself? How do you handle the Venom dive in this meta?
It's not really that scary, to be honest, because we have like triple support backline, so we don't even stress that much about it. It's only on like Hell's Heaven where they had like full dive where it's like quite scary, right? When they're divers, but the Venom on Holst Jali is like not that big of an issue. We can in fact just ignore him if we want to, but sometimes I like to just shoot him in the head a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
let's keep talking Holst Jalia. Last ban?
I mean,
where'd it go?
We didn't really feel like we needed it, to be honest. We haven't, I mean, I have to say, we haven't played this map a single time in practice, like, unironically, and the last ban we were kind of like, I mean, let's make it a little bit more fun, right? And even then, on first point attack, I legit played without sounds for like 2 minutes in the beginning because my headset died. And then I tried to pause, but apparently I have to confirm it, so I stood still like in the fight, and then I was like, no, I don't have time for this. And then we kept playing, and then we double supported because of it. But I mean, obviously the only reason we can win this map, right, without practicing it, without having a last ban, is because we have the Team Heretics bundle. Like, it is unmatched.
Of course.
Like,
Oh man, it sounds like you guys were able to play for the vibes throughout the entire series itself. But you know, kind of looking ahead, you guys have 2 more series to finish off your group, facing off against Alter Esports and then closing things off against Shikigami. I mean, you must be on top of the world after this win, but how do you lock in for those last 2 series and confirm the #1 seed going out of Group A?
I mean, my team is absolutely insane. I'm not worried about any matches, and this was a great start to the year. And we're gonna take every match one by one. We are not gonna like just, you know, look at the paper and be like, well, we are better in every single way, so we just lean back. No. We have to win, and we have to win big, right? And we have to win confidently. So, you know, leave no gaps for them to surprise us or whatever it could be. So yeah, we're gonna, you know, practice hard and talk a long many hours about how we're gonna beat the next teams as well, right? So
love to hear the insight for that, Naga. Thank you for joining us here on the broadcast as well. Lemon, do you have one final question?
Yeah, just one more thing. Oh my god, we're so interested in the meta right now, and we saw some strat pool for the first time in EMEA from Alex. So what are your thoughts on that one?
I mean, with the banned tank pool, the strat pool just has so much value because we also get the Jeff team up, right? I don't want to give too much more insight than that, but it's probably like pretty underrated, to be honest. And Alex is really good at it. So, yeah.
Well, we won't take too much of your time or too many more of your strategies. Thank you for joining us, Naga, and enjoy your win.
Appreciate it. Thank you for having me. It was my pleasure. Bye-bye.
Such a gentleman on the broadcast for the interview there. It's nice that we got to get some insight. I mean, only playing Invis like 2 or 3 days before, and the performance that they put on is insane here, Levin.
Yeah, as an Invis player, not the most complicated strategist to pull out, but still was able to just have those critical plays and those really the force physics of when you can create those opportunities in the neutral. And Naga still did his job beautifully, and then we got to see him on the Mantis, and as you heard him, he's not worried about no venom.
Well, we are going to be taking our final break of the day. We already have Team Heretics now confirmed into the playoffs with that victory. Na'Vi looking for a little bit of a resurgence in their last series tomorrow, but it's going to be Fire Strays facing off against Crownfall after this.
Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central, and I'm here to answer one specific question. What's the meta? And I would answer, I don't know, what's the meta with you? And I will continue to use that joke until I'm about 90, even though I look about 90 now. But in all seriousness though, I do want to talk about some of the data that we've seen from that first week of action in EMEA and Americas in Ignite. Bear in mind that the players played on a old patch. It was the hotfix that came out on March the 19th. So the White Fox buffs that we're about to see, the Deadpool mobility and Elsa having less HP, we are going to see that in action this upcoming week. So stuff is a little bit different. And also, as the pros will say, they're still working out the meta themselves. Lots of stuff is going to change, and we're still building up the sample size, which includes adding China and Pacific to the action this week too. But there is a very easy place to start. Elsa versus Gambit. Which of these characters is the most powerful in a competitive sense in coordinated play? And the answer when it comes to presence, how often we're seeing these characters, is actually Elsa. There was 68 maps played in Americas and EMEA this last week, and a hero could show up twice in the draft, right? You can either protect a character and then the other team protects them, so you can both play them, you can both ban them, or you can have one team protect it and then ban it to make sure that they can play something like Elsa and the other team cannot. So it can show up twice. Elsa showed up every single time without fail, and certainly towards the start of a draft where you're looking for those first bans and first picks. In comparison, Gambit was missing like once or twice. Some teams just didn't want to include him at all. But the big difference between Elsa and Gambit is one is being banned out a lot more than the other. And surprisingly, it is Gambit that is actually being taken out more. So for example, a lot of the drafts will look like they will on screen, right? Where you're seeing Gambit being banned out first, and then both teams will go and protect the Elsa, so both teams have access to it. Naturally, it makes sense. Elsa is really strong. Why would you not want to ban her out first though? It's more the case that Gambit, despite him being nerfed individually, being hit by the strategist ult generation nerfs too as a whole, he's still strong in his own right, but he enables so much as well. Heroes like Star-Lord, Galactic Legend with a Raging Royal Flush from Gambit, an incredible combination, and characters like Rogue, who are pretty like middling, I suppose, when it comes to the rankings of Vanguards on their own, get pretty much S tier because they have the Gambit team up to work with. You remove Remy from a draft, you're removing 3 to 4 other strong heroes alongside. So it's so much value. So you take off a lot of the options from the enemy team, and protecting Elsa means that you at least have something to work around, no matter what your composition or idea is going to be for a map. Whether you're playing Dive, Poke, 2-2-2, Triple Strategist, Triple Vanguards is something that we're seeing as well at this point. With flies, against flies, Elsa just works with all of it. It doesn't matter your comp. You put an Elsa in, and she's so versatile, she will go and just absolutely destroy people in her own right. Outside of these two fighting for first place, you do have the likes of Vanguard Deadpool actually being right behind them, both in protecting and also banning him out. And similar to Elsa, he just fits into a lot of different compositions and ideas, and he just is very good in his own right. But also, it's how good he is on stuff like Domination, because he can still build up his ultimate very quickly, certainly in comparison to some of the other ult generation nerfs that we've seen. That first fight is really good for Deadpool because he can get a ban hammer early, put it on the enemy strategist, lead to an elimination, and so your backline strategists are up on ultimate charge before the enemy. It gets so much value, and it makes sense why Deadpool Vanguard is so good, not only on Domination, but just in a lot of first early fights. If you enjoy these kind of breakdowns, let us know and we'll continue to do more. But until next time, ignite the battle, and I'll see you in a few.
Fantastic!
Clear the way! Feel the pull! Disappear!
We have a couple teams confirmed for the group stage, but this one could potentially be an elimination match if Crownfall do go down. It is going to be Fire Strays versus Crownfall, looking for both of the teams' first ever series wins. And of course, we got Leg Day and Lemon. We have our final series of the day. And Lemon, what can we expect from this Crownfall team who feel a little bit underestimated, but look pretty decent in all things considered?
Please expect the unexpected. Expect one of these teams to get their first win. All right, let's get the positivity, the
Guaranteed.
vibes out there, because first week did not go so hot for either of these teams, but for Crownfall especially, they have actually 2 Elsa players, so they're still trying to figure out their roles and identities of who's going to be the better player. One, not a lot of teams have all the years of time together like VP do, so they're still flexing around who is going to be the best Elsa player in the world. So Fahad, I think, has shown more aptitude towards also be a flanking Elsa player, so there's even a stylistic difference between the 2 duelists. And also this team prefers more of like a Crownfall, is more of a Deathball, not as much of a Venom, so they play actually a lot more Cloak and Dagger than the average team, but they're going to have to figure that out on our first map.
Yeah, looking at that first map, I mean, we go back to Krakoa. It's our fan favorite for today, at least for the random domination that we typically have going down between these teams. And from what we've seen in the past from both Fire Strays and Crownfall, I mean, any specific strategies that come to your mind here, Leg Day, from Fire Strays specifically?
Well, this was the map where I discovered that Binary is that guy on Hulk.
Yeah,
and
Venom
honestly,
too.
I like it. While I'm talking about Fire Strays, I got to put on my disappointed dad face. I had Fire Strays at second in this group in my Preds, like for moi, to be honest.
I think I had them pretty high as well.
It's not been great from Fire Strays thus far. I expected, like, we might be seeing a Hulk meta, and Binary's probably the best, if not one of the best Hulks in the EMEA. Like, Enzo showed that it's viable back on Hell's Heaven. Fire Strays haven't really shown that much of it so far. And if you look at the names on Fire Strays, like, I was thinking this team was gonna clean house, but like, I don't know if they just come from such different backgrounds in terms of team structures. They can't make it work together, but they've been all over the place. The comms have been well, have they been, I guess is the question. Have they been comming? We'll find out today. Hopefully Fire Strays have been scrimming hard in their week off to rescue their performance and maybe rescue their place in this group.
Yeah, and this looks like a classroom full of people, but they've really started to outline who their starters are going to be. And Binary not only great at the Hulk, but also I think a bright point on the Venom, which has been a huge topic for this meta. And having a strong dive has really started to cement teams towards the higher echelon, which Fire Strays being a strong Venom team versus a Crownfall who have more towards the Death Ball could be really cool. And Flaxo has been really one of the better group players to watch, and he's flexible at that, so I'm a big fan of this Vanguard lineup.
I'm really a fan of these jerseys that we're seeing too from these teams, though. I got to give all the credit where it is due to all the rosters actually showing out as best they can. Even Crownfall, they got their own logo on the outfits that they're wearing as well. But yeah, big shout outs to these teams, especially because like Crownfall, I feel like this is a team that did pretty decent, right? They looked as solid as they could have against Team Vision. People were expecting big things from them, especially Coach Cuffy, who has the sauce in terms of like the ban and protect. It just feels like they haven't found their identity as a roster just yet.
Yeah, the identity of this roster, I think, has gone pretty far on just Fahad and Majed being able to Giga carry in many cases. Like, this is a roster that had a little bit of tumultuous entry through MRC. They picked up Rosa after Rosa fell out of another organization, which name doesn't come to me right now. It was Alter Esports. Yeah, Rosa got taken from that, ended up on this roster, Crownfall. I think that probably their main weakness as a roster is that they've got two main Vanguards, or that if they don't have access to a Vanguard pool, flexibility can be a little bit of an issue. Rosa is a fantastic Groot. Abuhu's also a great Groot and a great mag. I think Abuhu is strongest on the Vanguard Deadpool, but if that gets banned away, things start to get a little bit more dicey for them. But I'm excited to see Majed play, because I think that Majed is potentially one of the next big duelists in EMEA.
And just they got to fight over who's going to be playing Elsa. And if no one gets Elsa, then what are these Fahad and Majed going to flex to? So that's that big identity question for them. But they could always lean on Father, aka Abuhu, which Abu means father in Arabic. Fun fact there. Okay. And he has been such a good brawler when it came to MRC. His rogue was chef's kiss on how he was able to pin people down, literally. And if it's not going to be the rogue, which you don't get to see too often, it's going to be the Death Ball from Crownfall. And I had this team higher in my power rankings. It's just that loss to Vision kind of took me by surprise. I expected more out of Crownfall, but now that you have that week break between then and now, I'm expecting bigger things out of Crownfall.
Well, we'll see which of these two teams are able to rise to the challenge and take their first win on the docket for Group B here in the EMEA region for the Ignite preseason. But Fire Strays, they had a lot of expectations going into this, and unfortunately, they have not met them just yet. Crownfall, the floor is as close as they can get to how high they can go from here on out. I mean, Crownfall, they looked really solid at the start. We expected big things, but they've kind of settled where most people expected going into this actual bracket stage itself. So now moving forward, they still have a couple very important series to go. This versus Fire Strays, and then their last one that we'll see on Sunday versus Reason Gaming. So every single map, every single match is a must win for both of these teams. Fire Strays, though, I think they have their work cut out for them. Crownfall's not going to make it easy leg day for them to actually take this win.
Yeah, Crownfall will have been doing their homework. They've got a very astute backline. They've got one of the better drafters in EMEA, in Demoness, formerly known as Arya Goddess, who's a very good ban line analyst. So I'm expecting for Fire Strays to be remarkably hobbled if she's on form.
Yeah, this is also a must-win for Fire Strays, even though they could maybe afford the loss here. It's the fact that they still have VP. And let's just say everyone is losing to VP. No offense to anybody, but it's just so this is a must-win for Fire Strays, because that's a tough schedule still ahead of you.
Yeah, I mean, looking on the side of Fire Strays as well, they're also going to be playing against Vision on that Sunday. So if they can get a win here, they'll look that much closer, potentially taking that spot out from underneath of Reason, who dealt them a dish served cold in the 2-0 that they lost in that matchup. But now going into Krakoa, facing off against Crownfall, if they could start off on the right foot, this is their time to shine, especially because they have so much to pull from, including the different rosters that we could see of heroes. I'm really more interested, though, to see what we see out of Crownfall, as we talked about some of their weaknesses going into this one. But it's Fire Strays versus Crownfall for our last series of the day.
All right, let's head on into it. Crownfall have some big brains behind them. We've got Coach Cuffy as well. Kind of like a Tom Scott video. I wonder where he's going to be coaching from this time if we get an interview later. But it seems like we're already diverging in terms of our bans. Fire Strays are immediately taking away the capacity for either a Majed or for hard carry on the Elsa, as Crownfall more worried about the Gambit.
Hey, to expose those duelists and what those hero pools are really going to look like. Now Majed and Fahad don't have to fight over Elsa duties there, but the last time we did see Crownfall on Krakoa, it was not pretty. I think it was a 200-0 loss to Rad Esports, but you know, it is Rad. It is number 1, number 2 in the group, but I'm looking more towards Abu and these Doctor Strange portal plays. That can be something that can really catch you off guard, and again, these Terror Capes from Ayano have been a huge proponent to these spite wins. So, but Crownfall really got to step up their Krakoa.
Needs to be a little bit stronger. Daredevil off the table here, really trying to constrain Fahad and Majed. And interesting to see the Venom Bang come on out, given that we are likely to see at least 2 strategists be the Loki and the Mantis. I wouldn't be surprised for an Ultron to be a third here, given that hasn't been banned away by Crownfall.
And taking away the Venom from Binary is huge. Crownfall are forcing them to kind of play their own game, or at least to play a very different game, which Binary has been one of the most more impressive Venoms, to say the least, and is a huge part of their win condition. So we'll see what a Binary flexes to other than that. But Abu's on the Rogue, and this was such a standout to me on the MRC stage. I hope that they stick with it, because to pin someone down if they're out of position, to force the team to fight, to back them up, or to sacrifice them is what's really fun about watching a Rogue team.
Yeah, we have seen some crazy Rogue plays thus far in EMEA. And in North America as well, they really have been showing the Rogue. She works so well with the Gambit team up, and might make it a little bit more difficult for Binary to stay in on that backline by giving a bunch of damage over onto the Hulk and just making sure that he's not comfortable in those melee ranges.
A good brawl from Crownfall and who they want to throw with it. And now a triple Vanguard with Fahad on the Deadpool. That's going to be really fun. And Fire Strays, well, you know, Closer just plays so much Jeff, and now maybe Demon flexing to something not in the Duelist department, but Duelist-esque with the White Fox after the buffs. But again, watch these portal plays, watching through the eyes of Black So to see, oh, he's going to let it rain on Crownfall here in a second.
I'll watch for double damage boost here off the back of the Mantis boosted regeneration domain from Closer. Might be able to get an instant mugging if they can isolate one of these strategies to see, but right now the Gambit might be in a more perilous position. But Black's actually a little bit too thick to fit between the portal and the building. Manages to slide on through eventually. Binary really taking a bunch of damage. Has to use his bubble selfishly as the Gamma charge not going to be given over to anybody else after getting the Gamma clap sucked out by the Rogue. That means even more damage going to come on through. Crownfall already have control of the point, and Blacks can't stay there for long. So it's just a little tap dance from Fire Strays to try and keep this one contested. Binary coming awfully close to returning to that Bruce Banner mech. You can see that Abuhu is just absolutely on top of Binary all the time. There's no comfort to be had. But finally, the slow play of this one is working out for Fire Strays. An attempt to turn around as the skill issue from Fahad is sent in onto the back line. Sloppo's going to be the one to move on down, and Abuhu will return to a primary fight, noting that Binary is once again without parental supervision, and that's where Mama comes home to make it work.
Yeah, such an early banhammer too from Fahad. The longer this fight goes, the more that Deadpool is going to scale and also level up, literally and metaphorically. And then you got the Eternal Bond. Yano has already formed that, but the cap has still not gone through, so this is a marathon.
Majed up in the sky as the damage was going to be theirs, not able to try and survive this one, at least, as Binary is going Mega Mode and has the Raging Royal Flush behind him. Fahad finds Closer. Demon needs to be blown up just once, and Majed manages to hit the shot that was necessary. Blackso may have created a little treehouse for himself, but F is for friends who go back to spawn together, unfortunately. And that's going to be the first cap going the way of Crownfall.
Good flexibility from Crownfall to kind of figure out they've been able to play also almost every single match, so this is already a different look from them running the triple Vanguard, but the Brawl was what they were most known for in the MRC, and again, Abu can just floor anybody who is out of position. Ayano saves and sustains the fight with the Eternal Bond, and now you gotta look towards Rosa with this Meteor M to deny Sloppo. With this Galactic Legend, he's already getting into a flank position, and you gotta be able to stop him quickly before he eliminates anyone important.
Yeah, Sloppo has this damage boost as well. The pocket is strong. Is there going to be enough to try and find the value here? You can already see that Abu wants about knowing that they aren't going to be in too much trouble now. That's going to be the Meteor M taken to the sky. Just Rosa have it in them. Nice bubble went on over. It can only be burst by the Meteor M, and so no fatality is delivered. A counter strike with the group, but there's going to be a spiritual sanctuary in the mix of all of it. Sloppo moves even further forward, and Fahad is getting extra health off the back of any missed shots from the target of their skill issue. Darby going to be chased on down. The Iron Volley is easily dealing with this one, and Firestray should be able to flip it.
The early investments from Crownfall is what got them to the 60%, but it also meant the second fight, they didn't really have anything to go against Firestray. Yet, yes, you were able to stop the Galactic Legend from Sloppo, but there was so much left in the tank from Firestray's Strangling Prison and all. And now they watch on the high ground as Crownfall hope to dismantle Firestray's at a distance, but also safely rotate towards the waterfall side of the map. Sloppo needs to be careful how much he's flying through the air. There's not a lot of aerial cover, and it's almost like Blackstone's trying to create that cover with those Groot walls on the stumps. I'm liking that.
Yeah, Sloppo's continuously tempting fate, but Blackstone going to find themselves alone right now. In comes the Eternal Bond. Might be touch waylaid by the incoming damage. The answers to Soul Resurgence copied over from the Loki using the God of Mischief. Nosta's going to have a second one here if it's necessary. Remember, this gives over health as well, but that's easily burned away by Majed. Multiple players lose their over health, but it's Nost with the quick response. It's an all-out brawl on the point. It's an absolute feast for the eyes, and I can't tell what's happening, but Damon knows exactly where to find their enemies, and Binary's good on the mag cannon too.
Yeah, the sustain from Firestrays is so strong. I mean, the fact that there was an end song, Inferno, from Majed, and you just barely saw it because it just only scratched the surface of the shiny armor that Firestrays have. They have officially taken the lead, and they're ready to stomp the yard with Kumiho form and Sloppo, which in a defensive position, you can find some really creative angles with this Galactic Legend.
All right, incoming big damage. They want Ayano Koji, and they will be able to get them, but the rest of the members are still afflicted by this ultimate from the Gambit. Knows that Darby can get away, and so focuses in on other targets. Greener pastures, maybe so. Abu, who found alone. Fahad going to be a little bit of a difficult danger to try and take down with that much HP, but sees Abufu falling low. May go for 1 versus 2, but Sloppo thinks better of it for now. Instead goes to cover their backline as they're under assault from the Deadpool. Oh, there's a quick sleep coming through. Not sure if that one cancelled. The ultimate may still have gone through. A disengage gives over a moment of respite to Crownfall, but Firestrays are ready to clap back at a moment's notice. And Demon also has the Kumiho ready to be unleashed once they're finished slicing through with the White Fox claws. Incoming now. Abufu has to flee away. On top of it all is the Strangling Prison of the Groot, and now Sloppo's ready to chase down the strategists. A quick one clip's looking good to me. And while there is going to be a last chance saloon here from Majed, I don't think they've got all of the backup that they need. Ayano Koji next to fall, and Sloppo gets a nice spray transfer. Well, Firestrays claim the first point.
And on Grove 2, Firestrays, just when you're at that 99% mark, you have a lot more freedom of where you want to take the fight. You can extend outwards, you can go for flanks. Crownfall are forced to really make sure they focus on their vanguards to keep anchoring the point, or else the overtime is going to go away and they're going to lose the round. Crownfall had an extended fight, so they have some ultimates to kick off this next one, like the Galactic Legend, but Crownfall, the brawls really started to falter to the stronger poke, and also the sustain that Crownfall just couldn't go up against. So you're going to need this brawl from Crownfall to not just work from front to back, but find its way around as well. You cannot let Znost and Demon and Closer just put this unlimited amount of heals, or Firestrays are never going to fall. And they will have the advantage going into this. Crownfall, though, decided to get rid of that Galactic Legend that they were just about to get in exchange for a Namor.
Namor may be a little bit better at hunting down something like Demon. There is a little bit of weakness in White Fox to poke-based heroes like Namor, and doesn't really have a great method of dealing with those squids on the walls either. Could really try and tax Sloppo's attention span, meaning that they're the only player who can really take those down easily.
Yeah, you got to be careful playing on the point here because the group wall can come up behind you and separate you from the strategist, and Crownfall are learning that the hard way.
All closer from Stealth managed to get their hands on the stolen Gambit ultimate, managed to get an LOS on Ayano Koji, and that meant that Fire Strays had an ultimate that I don't think Crownfall were quite prepared for here. And Sloppo really managed to get the value out of that one. It's going to be first cap.
Yeah, Abu to the Deadpool from the Rogue, needing a bit more ways to defend themselves, because man, Rogue do punch hard but cannot really protect herself at times, or at least very briefly. But Abu unfortunately got walled off from the group, which already spelled the beginning of the demise from Crownfall, along with the ultimate, like you pointed out, from Closer, who's looking to close out this next fight. You gotta jump through some hoops, and namely some group walls that Blackso has left behind, and he's got the Strangling Prison, and Sloppo has something different on the menu in mind.
Yeah, might be looking for a flank here with the Galactic Legend. Rosa slept temporarily. Now you've got to look towards the back. It's a big flank coming through, and everyone's just going to be caught into one place. Good cleanse coming through there. I imagine that was the product of Ayano Koji using the cleansing cards as well. But Dragon has arrived to watch over the fight, but no one seems to be too bothered right now. They're more concerned with dealing with Snost in the back line. A huge Strangling Prison coming through from downtown by Rosa, seeing their opportunity, and Majed is finally finding the dominance in the duels that they were looking for.
Yeah, beautiful cleanse and card management from Ayano on the Gambit, and Strangling Prison just for the one end-all be-all, although conserving it for the future is always great. But watch out for the Horn of Proteus from Majed, and how Fire Strays play clumped at this choke point, that this could really buy time for Fire Strays to get dismantled. But now it's going to be an alternative route, as Crownfall are still tracking where this push is going to be coming from. And besides the Kumiho form, Fire Strays don't have a lot going for them.
Oh, Boohoo's got to be careful. Good tracking there from Binary, but healing solid as well. And Majed is developing this other angle, forcing attention away from their erstwhile Vanguard. Unable to find the Mad Cannon combo either. Binary misses out on the chance to get rid of that Namor in short order, or at least force out the Blessing of the Deep. Sloppo plays the corner. Using this high ground is super important here to try and get some free pressure over onto that backline. And here comes the Kumiho Unleashed. The rest of Crownfall need to move forward onto a point to keep this one contested. Without Rosa, it's going to be even more difficult, but it seems like it's down to the Vanguard Deadpool to make that happen. Darby cornered by the 2 versus 1. Damon and Sloppo on the flank are absolute demons right now, and Ayano Koji's got nowhere to go but into the arms of Groot, and he isn't here for a hug, he's here for a slapping. It's the last second contest from Crownfall. They've made this fight at least long enough with them in control for it to not be a complete loss.
Just Fire Strays know how to manipulate the fight on their terms. Like, these Blackso walls have been amazing to section off Crownfall from each other, and just at least buy enough time where you can claim these eliminations before Crownfall with the triple strategist can bail them out. That is huge. And even with Fahal and the or Fahad, I should say, with the Karmic Revival, it still wasn't enough for Crownfall to keep on kicking. And speaking of kicking, Abu's getting busy.
Boohoo catches them on the engage, and now extra damage coming through as well, courtesy of the Raging Royal Flush. So much of that's being eaten up. Oh, good dodge coming through from Darby. Extra movement speed was solid. Seems like there's still going to be Rosa trying to make something happen off the back of this. Great grab onto Fahad, trying to shut down any potential for a resurrection. And indeed, the Thorn Lash Wall is the one that finds the final blow right there. Blackso now isolates Rosa away from their strategist, cutting off the healing to try and make sure these Vanguards have nowhere to go.
On Fire Strays, their low-key closer can watch from above and be pretty much untouchable, while Crownfall, their strategists are a lot more exposed, and Sloppo has the freedom to flank like this, and this should solidify the first map, but a portal comes in from Fahad.
Fahad's going to bring multiple players back. They're down on Majed, they're down on Ayano. I don't know what happened. Maybe there must have been a body block or something on the portal to stop the extrication or the debarking. And that means Fire Strays have no one to contest them. And it's a quick 2-0. Good turnaround here for Fire Strays, who look like they're coming today.
That is what's important, because they were already kind of thrown about in the ban and protect phase. But Blackso, for me, on this group made it so once they were able to play on the objective, there was no one who was going to be stepping in. And when you have this Crownfall team that plays so much around the brawl, the Groot is amazing at breaking up those Vanguards and just forcing off angles. And then all Crownfall are thrown out of sorts. They're pushed away from their Vanguards, which means Sloppo can go and flank the strategist while they're walled off from the Groot. So it was just an amazing approach to that map, and Fire Strays very well deserving of that win.
Yeah, great damage done here as well by Blackso, coming out with 20.3k on the group, which is nothing to sniff at, and very low casualties across the board as well for Fire Strays. It felt like with this triple strategist, they were doing a fantastic job of covering all their bases. Even in fights that they lost, they often were playing a disengage and not losing too many players to not feed over more ult charge to Crownfall than was absolutely necessary to play for that objective.
And I appreciate like Abu trying to swap to what is going to be the best anchor vanguard to get around, whether it was the Rogue or the Deadpool. And it's, you had strong poke, you had stronger poke with the Deadpool. Obviously he has a gun, Rogue has mitts, but it's just Crownfall didn't have the obvious win conditions. Rosa did a good job of trying to use the Meteor M to stop Sloppo's Galactic Legend, but Fire Strays had more in their arsenal than just the Lord with a gun. Fire Strays have getting to use the Loki. We get to see Closer really shine his ability to flex to whatever the Fire Strays teams need.
Alright, Sloppo showing off well here on the Star-Lord. I think that it's going to be a big matchup for him. This is really where Sloppo's going to show why he's the duelist that this team in particular picked up. But I think we have seen a lot of good additions here from Blackstone with their own ultimates. The Vanguards are looking strong, but the question is, how do you try and shut them down with your map pick in the next map?
Fantastic! Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha!
Clear the way! Feel the pull! Disappear!
Potentially our last map of today's action for day one of week 2 for Ignite preseason in EMEA. And Fire Strays, they woke up. This is the team that we were expecting to see. They put the headsets on and started talking, and I love to see it here, Jen.
That was what we were promised. Like we promised you guys at home, somebody was going to win this series and get their first win in Ignite, and it starts here to try and avoid being one of those 2 bottom teams from elimination. And teams like Fire Stray still have VP in their schedule, so it's still a very high stakes, so little time when you're just in a best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, talking about that, I think they just have to, like we heard from Heretics, take it one game at a time and one series at a time. You can't think of the behemoth ahead of you. You got to focus on the little guy first, and that seems to be what they're doing here and now. But Leg Day on the back end, we're seeing a little bit of a roster swap around, sub-in happening for this map too. Why don't you break it down for us?
Yeah, Fire Strays are going to be putting Demon on the bench for a little bit of time. They're bringing in Destroyed, who has quite the cabal of fans in EMEA, as Destroyed is one of the more tenured pro players in the region, and is a fantastic hit scan player. If I had to characterize them in one particular way, great Hela player, great Phoenix player, might well be an excellent Elsa as well, but I kind of expect that to go the way of Sloppo. Admittedly, Sloppo historically has been playing more projectiles like the Human Torch or the Namor, so maybe this is a play where Fire Strays are going to go for the first protect on the Elsa rather than the Mantis as they did last time. But I think they're not as worried about going up against a Gambit, as even without an Elsa, they seem to be managed to get one over on the Gambit team, which was very impressive.
Just the fact we haven't seen Destroyed at all in Ignite yet does worry me. And, you know, the whole rule, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Well, it ain't broke. What are we trying to fix here? And, well, maybe trying to give everybody some time in the group stage. But Hall of Dajalia is what's going to be picked here by Crownfall.
I think there must be like some strategy, some practice that they had in the last week that we don't know about yet, and might be why they're subbing them in. Could also just be ping issues. Some players have been having their own internet issues on that end as well. We don't know till we get into the map itself, but one thing we do know is that it's going to be swapped sides. So Fire Strays, because they have the choice of side, but they didn't have the choice of map, they're actually picking to be on the attacking side this go around instead of defense, which is pretty interesting. We'll see if that strategy works out well enough for them. Maybe they have a unique ban protect strategy as well, because again, they get the two bans first rather than the ban and the save. But we'll see for this one, Lemon.
It's a really interesting map pick from Crownfall, because they've picked a Midtown Convoy almost every single time as their map 2, because they go to a lot of map 2s on their choice. And yeah, it hasn't always worked out, but it was a comfort pick. And this is a pretty well-known Venom map where Binary, this is his playground. So you're going to a Venom map where Crownfall is more of a brawl team. So they got something up their sleeve. I just don't know what it is.
This is why I love this stage of the competition. Every team has something up their sleeve, and hopefully it's going to be the winning card for them. And Fire Strays looking for the 2-0, especially if they want to make it out of the group stage and win through those tiebreakers. Crownfall, this is do or die for them. If they drop here, they drop out of the playoff running. So we'll see who takes map 2.
All right, let's get stuck into our bands. Crownfall on a razor's edge, but Fire Strays looking resurgent, like what was promised for now. And Znost is going to be able to secure their own Mantis here. We're not seeing, as I predicted, that first Elsa ban. That's likely going to be one of the things that Fire Strays really focuses in on. They might decide to get rid of a Loki here, though. Given what was done last time by Fire Strays with that last protect on Loki, this could give Crownfall some pause for thought, but no, they say, you know what? Bye, Elsa.
No Elsa, no Gambit, no fun, but I'd like to see Crownfall protect the Mantis or something that's going to deal with the upcoming Binary Venom, if that does flow through, because we had a Venom ban in the previous map, so Binary had to flex to something else, so that'll be a future problem. But yeah, the Loki, the Mantis, all these team-ups were very strong in the previous map.
All right, might be a play for a one-sided Loki here. Wouldn't be surprised to see Crownfall pivot into the Loki ban themselves. Question is, do you want to try and take away Abuhu's Deadpool Vanguard as well, which is one of the main tools that Crownfall are using? Might be a one-sided Deadpool Vanguard here. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Protect on it come through from Crownfall, as it is going to be Majed's Daredevil, which is taken away.
And from Crownfall's matches so far, they have just never been allowed to play Gambit. So, didn't really work out for them in the first map, but Ayano has so much more to show us and will be possibly able to do more of that. And because that's such a strong win condition and focused around that team play, which Crownfall are still working to match Fire Strays level.
Maybe there's a world here where Crownfall aren't as worried about the Mantis Loki without Demon's White Fox in the mix, but Destroy does have quite the Adam on him as well, so that could be a factor defensively, but needs to be considered later. But unlikely to see it on the attack, I imagine. Majed is once again going to be picking up that Namor, which has a fantastic place on Horde of Charlier defense, really able to play these high grounds and is difficult to dislodge, as when you go through that window onto a high ground, you've got to contend with double squids that are hiding out in some of the grass up on that little garden, and does make Namor quite a tricky customer.
And whether Binary goes to the Venom or the Hulk, I think the Hulk has better punishing power in terms of being able to exile someone that's out of position or to keep them in that position when the team is on the disengage. So Binary is going to be the biggest threat that I'm looking forward to watching, because I think this is a perfect map for any kind of pseudo dive team. But we'll see going forward if Fire Strays can close it out, because chemistry-wise, communication-wise, as we've noted, they've looked like they've gotten on the same page.
Yeah, finally talking to each other. They got the server invites, you know? And this is certainly the Fire Strays I was expecting. But I also had Crownfall going through in my predictions. So,
yeah, me too.
No matter who wins, I'm going to be looking rather silly.
I think all of our predictions have been thrown into the bin. And did you guys know you could do that in-game and get rewards? Well, guess what? You should do that eventually.
That's my pro lemon.
I mean, you got the Heretics plug. I gotta help out here, too.
Oh, speaking of things that are coming in unexpectedly, a portal to try and mug some of these players. They're going through with the Soul Bond as well. That's why you see the Iron Man here getting that additional survivability, able to try and get as much value as possible out of the Armor Overdrive. But since their first engagement didn't go great here for Fire Strays, they're now a little bit stuck, as they aren't going to be as powerful of a neutral. They've already lost out on Binary to a Wrath of the 7C sent out by Majed. And the rest of Fire Strays, their disengagement path has not put them in an enviable position. They are kind of stranded right now.
And there is no raft coming for them. Like, Fire Strays went in so deep, they're getting Christmas presents for next year. This was not the rotation I was expecting. I like the high ground teleport, or the portal, I should say, but just need to focus on taking it one step at a time. Okay, just get the first take on the objective. Okay, we've got that going. And let your poke do all the talking, looking at this Iron Man as your solo duelist.
Well, Ayana Koji at least has a lot of space to work with here. Knows that some respawns are coming. I believe it's likely Znost who's pelting them with spores from across the map. And Fire Strays, despite grabbing that early frag onto the heart, seem to have been unable to do too much of the space. They have claimed the high ground, which gives them a good place to try and work from. You can hear another Armor Overdrive now being used by the Iron Man. Destroyed almost has themselves a resurrection as well. The Invisible Boundary gives so much cover from which Sloppo can continue to beam down again and again. Out comes the Horn of Proteus, all in on to close out. Can they find the frag? Great stuff from Ayana Koji. Once Nost can send them off the map in short order as they get the bubble as well. It's going to be very difficult to try and find a resurrection on this one, as they are so far out, but they're going to give it their best. Destroyed gets the pedometer out and counts for steps. Darby there for the recontest. The Raging Royal Flush is going to give it a little bit of additional staying power, but it's not going over onto everyone. And Fahad loses out on the Ensong Inferno. Great focused fire from Fire Strays, and Binary loses their ultimate as well. Stunned out of a Feast of the Abyss, and a quick dip into spawn from Arjo to get a touch more HP, but is not going to be able to hold on to it for long. Oh, Rose is good when it comes to the mechanics, but 3 stuns from Black. So the Sorcerer Supreme go in Thanos mode here, and Znost finds the end of it.
It was a good initial invisible boundary from Fire Strays. You created the safe haven and an anchor point. You got initial 2 picks. There was that portal to recontest from Crownfall, but I don't know how this Jep is mixing into the mix, right? You don't really need speed for your Psylocke if you're going to be defending and the fight's coming to you, and then you're just in the midst of everything. You're getting a lot more power from an invisible boundary than you are from an It's Jep, although Ayano did at least claim the Mantis. Fire Strays were still able to propel forward with the wealth of ultimates that they had created over several minutes in that fight, which is going to mean a more minimal time bank going forward. But Binary is on what he knows best, the Venom, and almost with the Feast of the Abyss to get these health pools nice and low for Sloppo to finish off.
Oh, could be a big block off of heals here. Oh, Rose a little bit too late to pop the Meteor Ram, and so the Dark Maelstrom was able to take out the remainder of their health bar. Now down on that Vanguard, things start to get a touch more complicated for Crownfall, and losing Psylocke's not going to be helpful at all. A frenzied arrival squashes them underfoot. For hard can't stand up to Black So's indomitable advance.
Yeah, just having a Star-Lord that doesn't have an Invis on the other side, thank God for that ban, and Yano's gonna just have to make do without it, and Fire Strays are making do with all this momentum, now going for a portal to block the entryway, or to really force Crownfall to squeeze through, but If Crownfall can resurge in, it's going to be a good fight for the Dance of the Butterflies, as long as you can try to take down Closer before the invisible boundary.
Oh, Rose has managed to squeeze on through. That's the person who really needs to make that one happen. Ayana Koji waiting for the Wrath of Ultron to be over before they land, knowing that they would be the primary target of that one. Out comes the Raging Royal Flush. This is where Crownfall needs to try and make something happen. They've lost that on Rosa, though, but Close has been traded on the other side. Snots plays a micro angle to make sure there's always some cover to try and work around. But when it comes to control of the point, Firestray seems to be all over this for now, and it falls to a Boohoo to shut down the Vanguards who are there.
Yano's always on an off angle on the Jeff too, so it seems like Crownfall's strat line is very safe and is able to continue the resources, but Mached just gets a little too eager to get active. Still didn't even see the Dance of the Butterflies, but Albu's going to take matters into their own hands and almost is by themselves here.
Yeah, just debuffs the Invisible Woman, making sure that any miss is thoroughly punished, but not missing at this point. Oh, the bounce is good for stuns. They're triplicate. Oh, and the triumvirate of stuns turns into a duo of casualties. Crownfall find themselves surprised by Black So. Didn't know this bro had so much motion on the Strange.
Crownfall, I don't think they've ever heard of stability. It's like they get so eager to avenge their fallen teammates that you forget the whole point is to defend. And Firestray's got some extra staggers too, with almost 3 minutes for the final point, and he staggers. They're going to be setting up their next fight beautifully, along with a Soul Resurgence and almost a Galactic Legend. With such an open area, if Crownfall leave that back hallway, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. I need to see Crownfall take things slow and relax and build up towards these win conditions, aka the ultimates.
Once again on flatter ground, Binary moving over to the Hulk, knowing there's not so many good areas to lurk on the Venom, trying to overwhelm a Boohoo here, and indeed the overwhelming's coming through. Waiting likely for Ayana Koji to use their own ultimate so it can be hunted down by Slobber, but no, instead strikes early. Over onto Darby, manages to avoid the first of the incoming curtains of danger. And while it is Rosa trying to redirect some of that damage towards the back line of Fire Strays, it is going to be even more space gained here by Fire.
Slabo continues to have all the freedom in the world and almost the invincibility cape to just be able to flank, and a beautiful timing to come out of the smoke and to target Dobby even with the fadeaway. Crownfall are trying to keep their heads above water, and Majed has to save the day with the Galactic Legend, but Abu is on what he knows best in this road to try and pin down Fire Strays before they can escape. They do survive though, and it's the retaliation from Fire Strays that I'm really worried about. Crownfall are trying to maybe set up their Galactic Legend on this high ground here, but Fire Strays are communicating. They know this is coming, and Abu's in a little bit of trouble.
The Raging Royal Heartbreaker might well be on the cards here. Ayana Koji gives it over a touch late, and it is going to be all about the hunt now from Majed. 50% extra damage from the Raging Royal Flush, but it seems like for now the disengage has been strong. Suddenly everything explodes though. Everything's nothing until it's suddenly something, and while Binary will be able to probably get out with their life and their hold form here, Crownfall, they spent quite a bit.
And a huge royal flush though from Ayano. I thought Abu was cooked for sure. Dropped to below half health when popping the ult and running down Fire Strays, but they never give up and they never surrender, and time is of the essence here for Fire Strays.
All right, skill issue placed on for somebody. Ayana Koji likely going to be the main victim of that one. In fact, onto Black So, who's just standing in the midst of this team with an Eye of Agamotto, noticing that Crownfall still have control of the point. Instead, they're just going to play it a little bit more reserved inside of the invisible boundary, waiting for this Eternal Bomb to dissipate. 3 stuns yet again. Black So just keeps on hitting them against a triple Vanguard. It's unbelievable.
Such a strong secondary Vanguard for this Fire Strays team, and when you don't have an Invis to push away a Doctor Strange like that, there's nothing to really negate it except maybe a good Magneto bubble or shield. And Rosa, speaking of which, needs to go big here with the Meteor M and target these strats, but there's so much overhealth.
Oh, it's disgusting. 1500 health gets chunked through rather quickly, but there's going to be plenty of healing coming their way from Triple Strategist. Now it's Snot's turn to get involved. Rosa Exile, their own shield is broken in record time. An extra damage boost here onto the Galactic Legend, while Majed may be claiming desperation in Legendary. There are no legends to be written here of the Crownfall defense, only the rubble of a once great empire.
Fire Strays, I think, definitely got a huge advantage with the pick bans. Like I said, having two Star-Lords, but only one has to deal with an invisible woman. Just that invisible boundary and how it's able to section off your line of sight on the ultimate and make it so you can't really target anyone. But Sloppo doesn't have that nuisance, can just go on flanks, and there hasn't really been anyone that can stop him. But he's also a very measured duelist. He's not going crazy. He knows when Fire Strays have control of the situation, while Sloppo can go on his little adventures. So I'm really liking Fire Strays on what angles they're taking around the fight, while Crownfall's win conditions have really been around desperation of Abu being the one who leads and surges ahead as the rogue, and you need to see him and Rosa really work together. Fahad on this third Vanguard is going to help create more health pools on the front lines, but it's the focus fire that I need to see out of Crownfall more.
We're starting to see this interesting, like, crystallization of identity for some of our teams where they're Mantis teams. Like, their first protect is Mantis. They work very well off of a damage boost. They try to have like a carry duelist player like a Sestroid or a Sloppo, and they put all of the resources into them, whether it's the anger enhancement seeds of the Mantis or the imperative patch getting the double damage boost from the Ultron as well. We saw that in our first matchup today as well, and it managed to take back maps from teams that you would expect to be a touch more powerful.
Just Fire Strays capping this map, by the way, is an extremely challenging task to do. So Crownfall have a lot ahead of them to try and catch up in this series, and they have to perfect what has happened, and their Vanguards are getting chewed.
Dude, Blackso is absolutely on it right now, by the way, with the Doctor Strange, perfectly moderating themselves, just modulating between doing damage and blocking off heals, rarely using their shield for their own preservation, because they know that with triple strategist, it needs to take as much damage as possible to feed over that ult charge.
Crownfall just really getting affected by just still figuring out their identity of what are their strengths and how they're going to coordinate around it, because obviously the heroes you pick change the way you play, and no Elsa, no strong carry from the Crownfall side. We're still waiting for that star power to really emerge, and I'm looking at that to be Majed, and if he's waiting to build a Galactic Legend for the Royal Flush, but that's the big win condition. Yano needs to set them forward with this ultimate coming up.
Both Gambit team was already used here by the Vanguard line. Now Crownfall have bought the space. What can they do with it? Because they're going to be a little bit less dangerous here as Sloppo is feeling everything. It is going to be... Oh, what was that stun? Might have come on through potentially from a rogue or something. Snosta's going to be trying to deal with the real aggression of Fahad. Fahad and Majed moving together. Managing to take down Snosta. Not much more than that as Darby brings down the Eternal Bond. There's plenty of staying power here for Crownfall on the high ground. They desperately want the Invisible Woman. Will find her as well. But here comes the big stall coming through from Binary on the Hulk. A quick grab here to steal the Gamma Clap would be everything. And playing inside of a Cloak and Dagger bubble here is everything. Majed knows their win condition, but cannot allow Slopper to make this one work. A TP is going to come through from Blackso, but no, it's a touch late.
Crownfall get the job done at about the same pace that Fire Strays got it, maybe 30 or so seconds off. But Majed with that kind of desperate Galactic Legend at the end means they won't be able to carry that momentum through with the ultimate coming up. And Rosa, though, now there's not a Galactic Legend on the other side, they're looking to pick off at one of these strategists with that Meteor M, and Abu can start draining those ultimates expected to come out of Fire Strays, and that's how Crownfall are going to take the initiative.
Dude, Blackso's just put the fear of God in him. The second it looks like he's making a move for a Naya Vagabondo, everyone is looking his way, and that opens up so many avenues for Fire Strays to find this off angle. A double bubble coming through from Binary, and this is the Binary I wanted to see, man. He's one of the best EMEA Hulks. Keep him on the green, boy.
And even the dives are like just the death ball from Crownfall. I'm seeing Znost hit a lot of sleeps on Abu, on Fahad, so it's forced this Deadpool to be a lot more measured and a lot more poke focused at a distance, while Fire Strays, if they don't get harassed, these strats are just going to keep everybody alive forever. And Blackso, he was good at faking it at the beginning, but now he actually has Eye of Agamotto coming up.
Yeah, this time for really real. Blackso's going to do a bunch of damage here, but can you stop the forward momentum of Crownfall? It's going to be Snots who tries to catch all this aggression. You can see the extra vulnerability being given over here by Darby, but it seems like there's no actual damage has been brought in. All towards the back. Great shield play coming through from Rosa. Stops many of the stuns, but Majed still falls on down because the damage boost is just too much to try and deal with. A turnaround here, potentially, though, from Crownfall. For Hard in the back has used their skill issue. Closer has themselves an invisible boundary. Do they decide to use it, though, now that the Hard's down, looking at Abuku, knowing they're low? It might be a little bit too much to ask to send in another strategist ultimate, as they've once again survived the storm of Gambit.
Just this back and forth, this tug of war, this exile. It feels like an aura exile as well. Definitely minus 900 aura on that one. But Fire Strays, the tug of war to be able to disengage and re-engage and not invest too much. A big Eye of Agamotto, but Rosa has had big moments on these bubbles, as you said. Crownfall, Majed, we need to see that star power, but Fire Strays are marking him at all times. They have flyers that can do that. Sestroid is subbed in for a reason. He has a sharp eye to what Crownfall have up their sleeve.
Double damage boost. Majed simply can't win the Star-Lord versus Star-Lord either. It's just mathematically too difficult. Binary has to move away. A nice headshot there is actually going to demech Binary potentially, but no, straight back into the Hulk form. Still green, still mean, still a fighting machine. Destroyed backed off by a Mad Cannon. Fully charged team through from Rosa. Around the back, it needs to be answered. It's a perfect answer though from the Meteor M, sucking up all of that damage. And now more squishies need to be found by Majed. And instead we're just going to look towards Binary, who's not inside of that invisible boundary.
So Fire were able to stabilize a little bit off the invisible boundary. You just have to play your life. Respawn advantage for the defense. Here comes the Eye of Agamotto. Nobody.
I think it may have stunned Darby, but should have got instantly cleansed by some Gambit cards on the other side. And finally, Crownfall have found a pretty succinct fight. You can already hear Blackso opening a portal for recontest, though.
Will be up soon, but with no ultimates to really invest. But at this point, it's about taking down as much time from Crownfall as possible.
All right, quickly hopping in onto cart, making sure that healing's always there. Binary is going to be able to rejoin their team on the cart in short order, given how quickly Hulk moves around the battlefield. 360 centimeters. Take Crownfall away from third point right here. Abuhu up close and personal. Blackso going to be running low on that shield. You can see the shield comes down behind them. The magical uniform to cut off the healing. Majed under assault from both Binary and Sloppo moving together as one. And Blackso is still only halfway towards that Eye of Agamotto, but the healing's not there for Abuhu. The Dagger Storm is just about a little bit too far away. Another huge E. The Dark Maelstrom just racks the bones of Crownfall and corrupts their flesh to its very core. Ayano Koji's got nowhere to go, wanted to go higher, but gets pulled down again by the Invisible Woman team up of Blackso, who's really been showing his stuff on the Doctor Strange. What an addition to the hero pool.
Was on the Strange for that final portal. It's a big difference when Crownfall aren't running those triple Vanguards. They need to invest all this healing or they're going to lose the map.
Must be running low on shield now for Blackso, but guess what's available again? Binary keeping this point contested, not taking any damage. Blackso in the midst of all of this. The Eye of Agamotto ready to open. Will Crownfall be the one to slow it down? No stuns given over. And here come all of the ultimates from Crownfall. The Raging Royal Flush, the End Song Inferno. Everything in the kitchen sink is thrown at Fire Strays, and at minimum HP, Binary becomes incredibly angry. Hulk is the strongest, and Hulk is the crushiest, the fightiest, the meanest, the greenest. He's brutal and he's cunning, or is he cunningly brutal? When it comes to Gork and Mork, you can never really know. Dabby under duress. Sestroid takes them down, running out of time and resources. Despite all of the ultimates used, Crownfall can't get through second.
And Crownfall have fallen. Fire Strays stabilization is key to force Crownfall off the triple Vanguard to the double. It was a nice block from the Eye of Agamotto from Abu to just give a chance in this fight. But man, the poke from the other side, you just had to keep swapping if you're Crownfall. You needed a second duelist because you feel like you lack damage, but it was the damage boost that I think made all the difference in Fire Stray's favor with the Ultron and the Mantis. And that's where the Vanguards from Crownfall really suffered, feeling like if they matched damage for damage, the Vanguards wouldn't be in so much trouble. But unfortunately, there was no clear answer for Crownfall.
Blackso just dropped 30k. On the Doctor Strange. That is, well, I'm going to bring out the word again, bonkers. Unreal. This was not really one of Blackso's heroes that we really considered a major part of his kit prior to this season. But what a turnaround to add this Doctor Strange in the neutral with the Invis is doing absolute bits. Let's get VOD's opinion on all this as they have been sitting back watching, probably with their mouth agape.
I think a big thing to note here too is like the highest amount of final hits we saw from Majid was 9, and then we saw that almost from all of the strategists on the side of Fire Strays. So they were getting as involved as they could. Destroyed like getting in for the first time during this Ignite preseason really showed up big, but it's the entire team effort around Fire Strays that rallied together to prove that they were the better squad in this matchup. And unfortunately for Crownfall, this loss does mean that their chances to make the playoffs are over, but they can still play Spoiler and even help Fire Strays potentially because they play against Reason later on as well. So that's definitely going to be a one to watch out for later on this weekend. But I mean, all the praises to Fire Strays. They took the week to have their training arc is what we basically saw here. And now everyone has leveled up, Lemon.
Absolutely, and I was a big fan of Binary on the Hulk as like, which poison do you want to pick between the Venom or the Hulk, but just being able to exile and control where and when the fight was going to take place, especially when Crownfall were trying to play this tug of war, this disengage and counter action, and when the Hulk is exiling you, you're going to be forced to fight the peel. You don't want to sacrifice your Vanguard, which is often what the exile was going to be targeting towards, and despite having a Gambit, it felt like Crownfall's win condition wasn't very clear. They haven't shown too much of it in Ignite because it was banned, but I'm hoping Crownfall were able to explore more of their hero pools in the duelist department to try and have better strengths in the damage department.
Lot to work on for Crownfall for their last series of the group stage, but also going into stage 1 as well. This is just the preseason. All these teams you'll see in some capacity. Again, there's only a little bit of a roster shuffle that can happen in between preseason and stage 1, but for the most part, you can only trade out 3 of your main roster players. And when I talk to some of the teams, they're like, okay, we're not going to make too many changes unless we poach from some of the other teams, just based on how much talent there is in MRC comparative to what we see in other regions for that. So maybe some inter-team changes, but apart from that, typically we'll see the same rosters. And I hope this team of Crownfall sticks together, works through it, kind of expands their hero pool a little bit. Because, Lemon, I feel like that's what the biggest weakness for this team is.
Yeah, Crownfall, I mean, I was glad to see Abu on the Rogue because that was a huge part of their success on MRC because they kind of got a taste of their own medicine. But like Crownfall were always chasing everyone, pinning them down with the Rogue and kind of forcing people into awkward positions. But now this was done to them, but it was courtesy of a Hulk. So Crownfall just weren't able to match band for band, if you will, with the duelist. But it also means that Majed had to face an invisible woman, which is a whole different ball game versus a Slappa who didn't have that problem.
I really like this composition that we saw from Fire Strays, especially swapping in Sestroid for this final map, giving them some time under their belt, of course, but also just the comp worked out so much better having this triple strategist lineup leg day.
Yeah, I think Sestroid having both the Ultron and the Atom in their pool of often used strategists is very important, especially when we saw the like really weird but very well resourced first fight through the portal with the soul bond from the Atom to make sure that you could play like such a vulnerable duelist like an Iron Man and potentially get the drop onto someone. It was a bit of a weird rotation, but it worked out in the end. We'll of course be able to talk to the team about it.
Exactly. We do have our final interview of the day from the winners in Fire Strays. It's Blacks. They are here to give us a breakdown of their great plays that they were able to showcase throughout that series. Welcome to the broadcast. Congratulations on your win. And tell us the gospel of Doctor Strange, because you seemed unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a hero that we played a lot the past week, because like after the result we did last weekend, sadly we were we lost against Radisport and then we lost against Reason Gaming. So this week we really practiced a lot and we focused on Strange and Groot mainly, and that's why like I was completely ready to give everything on Strange, like too much hours on the hero right now.
Was that the main change you guys made between last week and this one? Because it seems like whatever practice you were getting in the last week has kind of turned your team around majorly.
Yeah, I mean, we did two, like, one of the major changes is that we also, like the last map, it was Sestroid in and not Demon, because Demon is like our main DPS, but we swapped with Sestroid on Convergence and Convoy maps because we think it's a better pick for us. So that's one of the main changes that we did this week.
And talk to me about how you coordinate around your team, because as a group player, I loved watching you play on Krakoa, and we were giving you a lot of kudos on how you were able to use your walls to block everyone off, and in which let Sloppo go crazy. So how are you able to communicate with your team when you set up Sloppo like that?
Yeah, I mean, so basically the com is like, especially when I'm on Groot, I'm the one talking about my cooldowns, like especially the big wall, you know, because it's a big cooldown, a long cooldown. So every time I'm coming to, like I have a Groot wall, I'm always telling my team that I will place a big wall, so then we can play on that big wall, you know, because I can like block the enemies, and then we can play on that big opportunity. So that's why we are mainly like coordinated with Sloppo. Like he always understands me and what I want to do. So like even on Strange, I always have good follow-up on every ults that I do, and every hit that I hit. Like it's always a nice follow-up from the team because everyone listens to the comms.
Awesome.
Seems like the comms were
Yep.
pretty on lock for you guys as well, but going into your final series that you have on Saturday and Sunday, you're playing against Virtus Pro, you know, the former and
Yeah.
current world champions, and then you're playing against Vision. What is the kind of game plan that you guys have to prepare yourself for two very different matchups?
Well, to be honest, against VP, we will try to like put a for fun comp, you know, like try to surprise them with an exotic composition, you know, like some things that you don't usually see. And then against wait, how is it?
A Vision.
Vision, yeah, thank you. We like I can't say what we will have against them, but it will be like we need to win, so we will put our best comp in and what we are the most strong at, you know. So yeah.
Well, thank you, Blacks, for joining us for the broadcast here. Really appreciate you giving us your insight, and congratulations again on your first win. We hope to see more from you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
That was awesome to hear from the player on Fire Strays. And they got their first win. We got to hear some insight. We saw exactly why they were able to kind of turn things around. I love the focus on the Groot and the Doctor Strange they were talking about from the start of it. And then also just taking each series a little bit of a different approach. And that's kind of what we got to have some team do, Lemon, against this Virtus Pro roster coming up. You got to do something out of the box, unorthodox, exotic composition, as he was saying, to try and take them from their throne.
Yeah, and to take out one of your, I guess he said, main duelist in Demon, to have Straight come in and have 100% win rate in Ignite. I don't know, the stats speak for itself, but that was their first win, and hopefully for them, the first of many, because it's still going to be an uphill battle, because Fire Straight still have Virtus Pro, and that is their next match, actually.
It's a lot on the line. You got to play against the best team in the world, and then you got to play your match to pretty much secure your spot in the playoffs for the preseason. So a lot on the line for all these teams. You know that Fire Strays are going to give it their all. Reason Gaming now looking back and saying, man, I wish we did a little better in our series and got the win versus Rad, so we didn't have to worry about the results of that one. Maybe feeling a little bit more confident, though, going against Crownfall later on. But there is some great results that we had from the matches today that we can go through. We got to see some beautiful performances from all the teams across the board. Some teams making their way all the way into the playoffs, cementing their spot, getting those 3 wins necessary for it. Unfortunately, a couple of teams falling by the wayside, going 0-4. I mean, talking specifically about it, towards the future of these groups, Rad, I think they really just showcased how they can lock in regardless against the adversity that they face, even with the connection issues that they mentioned in that first map leg day.
Yeah, Rad definitely have done... they've experienced the map loss, you know? Like, it's kind of important to experience that map loss before you get into the playoff bracket when you've got that safety margin of your qualification. Because, like, okay, like, now we know what we need to scrim against. If we go against teams that play a lot of Mantis, like, we book them for scrims over the following week, we try and figure out how we're going to play against that damage boost. Are we going to try and mirror it, or are we going to try and outmaneuver it with something like a double duelist?
I think just looking at the matches today, I was super proud of Reason to be able to take that first map against Rad, like they said, breaking that perfect record. We saw VP have not missed a beat from week to week. They beat down Vision, and you could skip that one, but the Heretics Na'Vi is an unskippable match for anyone who's just tuning in. That was the match of the day, and we did not lie.
I mean, a lot of people expecting that one to go the other direction or even be closer than it was. I mean, we even saw the miss ban, of course, from Team Heretics, and they're like, we got this either way. They locked in and they put up the numbers necessary to prove that they were the better team, at least on the day and with the compositions that they were able to showcase. And also, shout out to the Captain America fans out there. He's still good. You can have Beetle to kind of emulate your gameplay. I mean, it's going to be hard because he's a really good Captain America, but still, it's not all doom and gloom is all I got to say on that one. But talk a little bit about the other matches as well. I mean, looking ahead for the future of the series that there are as well. I mean, I guess actually going back to the recap here, Peps, I think, is a team that I still don't have like a full read on here. Leg day, they look really solid, but that's against Pulsar, and they struggled against some teams, but they also look decent against the Na'Vi roster, who we just saw lose to Team Heretics. So if they potentially bring it to Team Shikigami tomorrow, they're going to look that much better to potentially steal that group spot from Alter Esports.
Yeah, I'd be very impressed. I would love to see Peps take a map off of Shikigami. I don't think they'll win, but I think this is a team that's had a little bit less time together and is definitely growing into their own skin. We've seen a lot of these teams over the course of getting one more week of scrims in preseason turn their fate around majorly. Like, we've seen Heretics do this, we've seen Fire do this, like Fire Strays in particular going from 0 to very, very good. So I'm thinking that Team Peps might be one of these teams that really scales with time, and I'd love to see them at least put up a big fight against Shikigami, who I think are a really strong team.
And you're going to love to see these teams in playoffs because we've officially locked in Heretics, Na'Vi, Virtus Pro, and Rad for playoffs, and only 2 more teams from each group will be joining them, as the standings have shown. But Audible, this is only day 1, I guess, of this weekend.
Yeah, we have more matches tomorrow. I'll be in the casting booth with Leg Day, and then Lemon gets to rest her voice a little bit and chill in the host seat as well. So we're going to have Peps versus Shikigami, which honestly, after the Peps win against Pulsar, matters a lot more than it did initially. Vision versus Rad, also very important. Heretics versus Alter Esports. That's a kind of, you need at least a map for Alter Esports to stay in the competition. Na'Vi versus Pulsar, unfortunately, maybe not mattering as much, but if Na'Vi do go down in that, they could fall even further in the standings if Shikigami look good. So Shikigami are rooting for Team Pulsar in that series, but it's been a great day of competition. We do have to end off, though, with a little bit of some costumes that we have to talk to you a little bit about here as well. So one thing to note here specifically for this on the side of the Mr. Fantastic and Invisible Woman, you can get these costumes available in the store right now. At ESCU, Brilliance takes center stage. Rian Lando dominates every debate, and Dr. Danum Ket also turns every lecture into a masterclass. Together, they prove that knowledge isn't just power, it's control. Step into the spotlight with Visible Woman's Rian Lando, the debater, and Mr. Fantastic's Danum Kent, the professor costumes, where intellect becomes the ultimate weapon. Came available yesterday, so you can get it in the store now until April 30th at 7 p.m. PT. You take this one, Leg Day.
Yeah, you don't just dominate debates, you can dominate the brand new map as well. Lower Manhattan is open for business, so head over to the Big Apple, because the city never sleeps, but something beneath it has woken up, courtesy of Wilson Fisk's machinations. Welcome to Lower Manhattan, where iconic streets meet hidden depths. Fight through open avenues, historic buildings, and quiet courtyards in the shade of the Alchemax building, then descend into secret labs pulsing with unstable energy. This one is full of all of the Easter eggs that all the Marvel fans love. It has a unique scan mechanic as well to make sure that ult tracking can come to the masses. Now you can know exactly what the enemy team have, as well as potentially evade the information being given over to your team.
Yeah, and also there's some teases in that map of everyone's gossiping about the characters or the heroes that could be coming out, but you guys, if you stay tuned with us for so long, you've probably already unlocked the new Gambit skin just from watching the stream, or all your favorite co-streamers from 1, 2, 3, 6 hours. You can get either nameplates, sprays, icons, and the very brand new Gambit costume. It's giving cyberpunk. I love him. So you can, ideally, if he's not banned in your games, you're going to be looking good. But you could also tune into your favorite co-streamers to get all these amazing drops.
Shout out to the co-streamers who've been with us throughout the entire time. Big shout out to J3 as well, specifically on that one too. But it's been a great show day of some action here in EMEA Ignite for the preseason for 2026. It's been a great debut, Lemon, for you and I, and a welcome back tour for leg day. And we're going to be keeping it going for the rest of the weekend. But that's all the time we have for today. We have to take a bit of a breather before you get some America's action, so definitely make sure you keep the Marvel Rivals channels open and tune into that action, which starts pretty soon.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려. 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. 쓰러지지만 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너